Oh, a new visitor from the woods. Welcome. Are you a lost wanderer? Tired from a long journey? Then join me. Sit beside the fireplace and let me tell you some stories that may soothe your mood as you regain your strength. You all set? Good. Let's start the story with a promising mortal from the land of Shurima. His name is Aatrox. A long time ago, in the world of Runeterra, a mortal named Aatrox was born and raised in Shurima, a thriving empire in the vast desert, ruled by the great emperor Azir. Shurima may have looked like a challenging place to live in due to the harsh heat of the desert, but the society continued to grow its civilization, reaching the heights of its power and being seen as one of the fastest growing civilizations in Runeterra. With the drive to serve the nation, Aatrox eventually became a champion of the empire, showing his skills in combat along with his determination. Aatrox was honored for his service and looked at as a strong warrior of Shurima. During this time, Aatrox had served Shurima for all his life. He was a noble warrior who would not hesitate to fight alongside his fellow soldiers, leaving an admirable mark for the crowd. All of his efforts will never be in vain, because his actions earned a special spot, making Aatrox worthy of the Ascension. Curious about the Ascension? Allow me to explain it first. Ascension is a rite in Shurima that was reserved for those near the end of their life. Anyone who will undergo Ascension will be called Ascended, a term referring to humans who were altered by celestial magic. After their ascension, the Ascended can channel celestial magic through their connection to celestial entities, but not gain celestial magic themselves. Now that we are clear with Ascension, let's get back to the story. Aatrox was one of the first to be granted the gift of Ascension in the ancient times of Shurima. Once he was ascended, Aatrox was granted a heightened role within the military as a member of the Ascended host. As one of the most powerful of the Ascended, Aatrox fought and even killed spirit gods. Other powerful beings were no match for him as well. However, not everything goes the way of the Shurima. Ikathia, a lost city bordering Shurima in the southeast part of the southern continent, revolted against Shurima. During the last days of Ikathia, the once noble warrior order of Kohari was rebuilt to retake the city. The city was filled with screams as baying crowds chased down and murdered every Shuriman official they could find. Resentment for centuries of humiliating laws intended to eradicate Ikathian culture and brutal executions for breaking those laws came to a head in one blood-filled day of violence. It did not matter that most of these people were merely scriveners, merchants, and tithe-takers. All servants of the Sun Emperor were killed, a bloody statement against the Shuriman Empire. The onslaught did not end there. Sun Disk effigies were pulled from rooftops and smashed by cheering crowds. Shuriman scriptwork was burned and their treasuries looted. The statues of dead emperors were desecrated. A day after the massacre, an army of stonewrights, laborers, and thaumaturges were hefting giant blocks of freshly hewn granite into place of the city's ruined walls with windlass mechanisms that crackled with magic. 10,000 men and women were conscripted to defend the city, clad in armor of boiled leather and armed with axes, picks, and spears. 3 blocks of deep-ranked infantry formed the bulk of their line. Shuriman corpses were impaled upon wooden stakes driven into the earth at its base, and flocks of carrion birds circled overhead. A silken pavilion of crimson and indigo had been raised at its summit. Robed priests surrounded it, each one weaving intricate patterns into the air with their star metal staves. It was a horrifying scenery, creating nightmares and engraving it into the minds of everyone. This rebellion from Ikathia is something that the Sun Emperor could not overlook. He turned his gaze upon the rebellious satrapy and immediately marched east. His 5 armies consisted of tens of thousands of men, with riders on golden-mounted chariots ahead of the army. Heavy wagons the size of river barks bore strange war machines that resembled navigational astrolabes, spinning globes orbited by flaming spheres, bursting with crackling lightning. Robed priests came with them, each with a flame-topped staff and an entourage of blinded slaves. At the heart of the army were the god warriors. The ascended hero Setaka requested Aatrox to aid her in fighting Ikathia, alongside the rest of the ascended hosts. Among them were Gnosis, Ta'anari, and Anakai. All of them were armored in bronze and jade. Even though Ikathians tried weaponizing the Void, Aatrox answered the call with no hesitation, aiming to help Shurima drive back the Void. The battle was long and bloody. Many perished in the war, wielding different beliefs as they went down. The Ikathians would have been overrun by the Shemarian army's might and their god warriors, if not for the combined power of their mages. It was a valiant effort for the Ikathians, but an unexpected event sealed their fate. The pavilion exploded with forking traceries of light. Arcing loops of purple energy ripped into the sky and lashed down like crashing waves. The force of the blast threw everyone to the ground. The sky, once bright and blue, was now the color of a week-old bruise. Unnatural twilight held sway. A nightmarish light, sickly blue and ugly purple, smothered the world. Pressing down from above and blooming up from somewhere far below, an abyss that bled purple light tore open amid the Shurimans, and Setaka was overcome by whipping cords of matter. She fought to free herself with wild sweeps of her blade, but the power of the Void proved too much for her. The pulsing, glowing light spread over her body like a hideous cocoon. Slick coils rising from the earth or from the very air itself reached to seize the flesh of mortals. Men and women were swept up and enveloped. Bodies dissolved as the tendrils of foul energy overwhelmed them. Indeed, weaponizing the Void backfired tremendously, as it opened more portals from the Void to the Runeterra. At the end of the battle, the territory where Ikathia once stood became a Void-taken wasteland, from where the forces of the Void attacked every life form it encountered, and all life perished. The Shuriman ascended, fought against it for years. Many godlike warriors and even more mortals died in this war. But through the heroic actions of Horok, he found a way to end Void corruption by destroying the Void hearts found far below the ground, where unknowable, beastly horrors were hidden. At long last, the Ascended were able to seal the greatest rifts, a step closer to ending the Void War. As the Ascendants continue with their mission, they venture towards different coasts. On a battle to seal an ocean rift on the eastern coast, Syphax and Ta'anari fought for 10 days and nights and were able to drive the Void back after the death of 7,000 Shuriman warriors upon the Red Shore. Once again, a lot of warriors lost their lives, and only the Ascended heroes returned alive. It was a simultaneous fight against the Void, and in the great battle to seal the Great Rift of Akathia, Sebeke and Sabake, twin ravens Ascended, had their minds shattered by a glimpse of the Watchers. Even though those were some of the most affected, all the Sunborn, the Ascended who survived the war, lost something with that victory. Nightmarish memories of this world would haunt them, reinforcing their fall into Darken. The Shurima may have won the war for now, but an ensuing bigger problem hides beneath the surface. The peak of Shurima lasted long, but it did not stay forever. Shuriman Empire fell due to the sudden death of the great Emperor Azir. Afterwards, the Ascended renamed themselves Sunborn and clashed with each other due to the lack of leadership and purpose. With a thirst for the throne, their battle brought so much devastation that the mortals eventually began to call these Sunborn Darken, an old Shuriman word, which most closely translated to the Fallen. During the war, Aatrox was an honored general who commanded several other Darken to his side in an attempt to unify them again. Aatrox was one of the 5 notably powerful Darken who fought side by side during the war and sought to bring ruin to the entire world once reunited. These Darken include Aatrox himself, Rost, Varys, Naafiri, and an unknown 5th Darken. The campaign did not go smoothly for Aatrox. He had a particular rivalry with Zolani, who utilized her talents in blood magic to puppeteer the bodies of the other Darken to her will, in an attempt to end the war. Despite having the same goal, it was obvious that their views were completely different from each other. Horrified by the methods of Zolani, Aatrox named her a coward for her ways and honed a deep, violent hatred for Zolani. In a different perspective, the celestial beings watched the Runeterra and did not like where it was heading. Fearing the fate of Runeterra, the celestial beings of Targon intervened as the aspect of war, also known as Pantheon, rallied mortals to fight back against the Darken, while Maisha, the aspect of Twilight, taught mortals how to imprison the Darken within their own weapons. Aatrox fought against Pantheon with an army of his own. Despite the experience Aatrox gained in fighting different wars, the might of the Targons overpowered him, ultimately losing and becoming deceived as he became one of the first Darken to become imprisoned. Trapped within his sword in a torturous existence, Aatrox continued to hopelessly reach out of his prison in agony. And these are his words while trapped in the cage. Darkness. The breath I cannot take plagues me. It is an emptiness in my lungs and throat, as if I had stopped mid-breath and then held my lungs cruelly waiting. My mouth open, throat hollow, unable to pull in air. My chest, the horrible tension on my thorax. My limbs and muscles refuse to move. I cannot breathe. I am choking. The pressure builds. The stillness spreads to my chest and limbs. I want to scream, to tear at my face, to wail. But I am trapped. I cannot move. I cannot move. Darkness. I must remember. I must remember. The battle. I lost control. It was foolish. The mortals formed in ranks against me. I crashed into them, drank from them. The temptation was too great. As I reaped, I reforged their flesh into a better approximation of my true shape. Desperately, I consumed more and more, hoping for the briefest echo of what I once was. Instead, like a fire, I burned too quickly, destroying even my host's form. Darkness. It was raining when we fought. What if the mud and filth cover me? What if I'm hidden for thousands of years, trapped in this prison? The horror of that idea feeds my panic. The battle is ending. I can feel it. I must will my form upright. I must. I have no arms or legs. The darkness binds me like a cocoon. No. I will myself upright. But I can't know if it's working. I can't know anything but the darkness. Please, let some mortal find me. Please. I beg the darkness endlessly. But the humiliation of my plea is answered only with silence. But then, I feel a mortal nearby. I have no eyes, no ears, but I can feel his approach. He's fleeing from his adversaries. He must try to defend himself. He must grasp me. Can he see me? He could run past me. I would be left here. I feel his hand grip this form, and his consciousness opens to me. I burrow into him, pulling him down. I am like a drowning man thrown into the sea by a shipwreck, dragging myself to the surface by clawing past my fellows. What's happening? The mortal screams. But he is silenced by the darkness. The endless darkness I have just escaped. And I have eyes. I can see the falling rain, the muck, the blood of this slaughtering field. In front of me stand two weary knights with spears. I cut them apart and drink in their forms, recrafting this body to my needs. They are weak. I must move quickly. I must find a better wielder, a better host. Around me are only the dead and dying. I hear their souls retreating from this world. The fighting has not ended. It's moved inside the city walls. I force my new shape, limping, crawling toward the sounds of battle, toward a better host. I roar, but not in triumph. Never in triumph. I will drink from that city, but I will achieve only a grotesque mockery of my former glory. I was shaped by the stars and the purity of my aspect. I was light and reason given shape. I defended this world in the greatest battles ever known. Now blood and ichor drips from this stolen flesh as it decays. The muscles and bones struggle, tear, and protest the abomination I have become. I take a breath. No, Aatrox, I say, my voice wet and echoing off the dead that surrounds me. We will go onward, and onward, and onward, until the final oblivion comes. A couple of years have passed, and the fall of Shurima was embedded in the history of Runeterra. Another era emerged, and they themselves have problems of their own. It may be different from the previous time, but an old one was destined to emerge once more. In a fated encounter, an unknown mortal man fled a battle, and out of desperation to defend himself, he tried to wield Aatrox's sword. Using hemomancy, Aatrox quickly took over this human's body and reformed it as close to his original ascended form as possible. Aatrox was finally free, setting foot to the Runeterra he once knew. However, Aatrox feared that this body was too weak to withstand his darkened essence, so he looked toward a city caught in the middle of a chaotic battle. An opportunity presented itself to Aatrox, and that's when he planned to slaughter as many mortals as possible to repurpose their corpses and strengthen his new form. During the course of annihilation, Aatrox possessed many men and women over the years, learning how to take over a body instantly and feast on his enemy's flesh. It turned out to be a routine for him, with a mission to get stronger each time. Aatrox traveled the world in search of a way to return to his ascended form, but he realized that there was no escape from his prison and despaired. With that, Aatrox grew desperate and decided that since he could not truly free himself from the blade, he would instead end all of existence, including himself, in a terrible cataclysm. From a noble warrior of Shurima to a walking death himself, Aatrox marched with a new purpose. He brought war and death wherever he went, hoping to create a battle apocalyptic enough to bring oblivion to everything. Aatrox has completely forgotten his ways, and bloodlust is now engraved in his name. The name Aatrox became infamous and was feared by many. However, at some point, Aatrox gathered and led a massive army of raiders, which led them to the growing refugee settlement of Demacia, a proud, lawful kingdom with a prestigious military history. And with that, Aatrox aimed to conquer Demacia. Attacking from the sky, Aatrox faced off against Demacia's winged protectors, the twins Kael and Morgana. The twins did their best to stop the rampage, but Aatrox was just too powerful at that point in time. Take note that it was not even his full potential. Aatrox can be far more sinister than he currently was. As the twins fought him in the sky, Aatrox managed to defeat them effortlessly. He marched alongside his army towards Demacia's gates, threatening to slay everyone in sight. Seeing the terror from the eyes of the Demacians, the winged protectors must do something to save their nation. As a last resort, Morgana tapped into dark magics and summoned magical chains from the ground to restrain Aatrox. While restrained, Kael fired a blast of holy flames at Aatrox, seemingly defeating him and his army. Aatrox has fallen short, but it came with a hefty cost for the twins, especially for Morgana. Seemingly like a reoccurring theme, Aatrox once again rose from death and set his eyes on another target. On his quest to achieve oblivion and enact vengeance against the aspects that trapped him, Aatrox traveled to Mount Targon, the beacon to dreamers, and terrorized armies of barbarians on his way there, driving them into Targonian hands. Seeking to reach the mountain's summit, Aatrox faced off against Pantheon and confronted him in a battle in the skies. Aatrox achieved what was thought impossible and stabbed his sword through Pantheon's chest, wounding him so deeply that he carved the constellation of war out of the cosmos, essentially killing the Aspect. Only the Aspect's host, Atreus, remained, spitting in Aatrox's face as he sneered, and left him to die of his wounds. Aatrox thought that the victory was his, but it was just a short ceremony for him. Later on, a fully recovered Atreus returned and stood between Aatrox and an army of barbarians, wielding the now fallen Aspect's dulled spear and shield. Aatrox mocked Atreus for being foolish enough to face him without the powers of Pantheon, but Atreus was committed to his goal. The two of them fought once more, resulting in Aatrox casting Atreus down to his knees. Without Pantheon, it was clear that Aatrox had the upper hand, putting Atreus in a crucial state. But before Aatrox struck the killing blow, Atreus managed to awaken the residual celestial power within himself and reignited the powers of Pantheon. He leaped into the air with his regained strength and completely turned the table around. Aatrox was caught off guard. Atreus landed a fatal blow, severing Aatrox's sword arm and defeating him in the battle. A long time once again passed, and even though Aatrox had fallen multiple times, all that he needs is a host to spread violence again in Runeterra. No amount of time can completely bury the rampage of Aatrox, and eventually he gains a new host. This time, Aatrox has set his route to the northern parts of Valoran, such as the Freljord. One night, Aatrox flew across a snowstorm and appeared before Tryndamere's clan, a peaceful group of hunters trying to survive in the wild. Unfortunately for them, they mistook the Darkened for their horned god, the Iron Boar. Thus, their demise stood directly in front of them. As some of the tribespeople began to kneel and pray, Aatrox immediately began to slaughter them, enjoying his return to the Runeterra. Tryndamere looked on in horror. A murderous act unfolded in front of them in just seconds. As the leader of the clan, Tryndamere shook his fear to save his people, raising his blade and attempting to strike. But what can a mere mortal do against a Darken who was part of the nightmares in history? Even with a courageous attempt from Tryndamere, Aatrox swatted the barbarian aside and nearly beat him to death, speaking archaic words and laughing maniacally as he succumbed to his wounds. Truly, Aatrox cherished his return to the world. In the same timeline of Aatrox's revival, Zolani achieved a new host, namely Jun, the prodigy in Ionia. Aatrox sensed her reawakening from continents away, and it reignited his anger against Zolani. Aatrox's hatred for Zolani burned so deeply that he planned to wage a final war against her, to bring him oblivion, rallying the rest of the Darken to join him in Akathia and battle Zolani. It did not take long, and Aatrox finally faced off against an empowered Zolani in Akathia, alongside the other Darken. However, Zolani's revival was seemingly on another level, and bringing more troops against her turned out to be a bad idea. Some of Aatrox's allies fell victim to Zolani's hemomancy, forcing them to fight Aatrox against their will. This causes more chaos to the land, and a lot more innocent lives perished in the blink of an eye. Someone must stop them before the war destroys the world. Mehira, the aspect of justice, sensed the cataclysmic battle between Aatrox and Zolani. She descended down to Runeterra with her daughter Kael to intervene in this chaos. In the midst of the war, a rematch between Kael and Aatrox brews, fighting one another for the second time. All this chaos created an opening for Zolani. She somehow managed to use hemomancy to bend even Mihira to her will, seemingly fusing with the aspect, and the rest of the battle remained untold. The dust settled, but the outcome of the battle was unclear. It was theorized that an ancient archmage who accompanied Kael on her mission to intervene was the one responsible for ending the battle. He decided to utilize a world rune, thus completely neutralizing the catastrophe. No one knows what exactly happened, but surely the ancient archmage does. And in case you are wondering who that person is, he is the one who tirelessly collects the world runes. His name is Rise. As of now, we can only hope for the best. Perhaps the tale of Aatrox is finally over. Who knows what tomorrow may bring? Maybe Aatrox is just waiting in the dark cage in the oblivion, on standby for someone to once again unleash him to the world of Runeterra. Vastaya is a chimeric race in the Runeterra. They are the weaker magical descendants of Vastaya Shire, the ancient species, the enlightened mortals that took the power of the spirit realm into themselves. Vastaya Shire were presumably long extinct, so Vastaya were the ones that continued their bloodline. Vastaya can look different from one another. It could be a bestial like Rengar, a monkey trickster like Wukong, and so much more. But this time, let's talk about the fox-like Vastayan Ahri. Ahri's earliest memories are of her growing up among a pack of ice foxes in northern Xinjiang, a province located on the mainland of the Ionian archipelago. Though her true origins are unknown even to her, she was accepted by the pack and considered one of them. Because of her unknown origin, Ahri had no knowledge of the Vastayan tribe. The only clue that she had was a pair of sunstones she carried her entire life. Living in the wild among the ice foxes, Ahri began to feel her Vastayan abilities surface. Finding out she was capable of channeling the spirit realm within herself, gaining the ability to enhance her reflexes and control the emotions of her prey. The spirit realm is a parallel pocket of existence to the physical realm, both of which make up the realm of existence of Runeterra. It is the home and origin place of the spirits. While most, if not all, spirits seem to cross easily to the physical realm, mortals can only visit the spirit realm while in death or having powerful spiritual prowess, and it looks like Ahri is a candidate for the latter case. Ahri often watched humans from afar for years. She was truly intrigued by them, and observing humans has been one of Ahri's favorite pastimes. Something about the humans drew Ahri's attention. Time will only tell before Ahri fully interacts with someone, but the question is, who will be the one who needs to run when that moment happens? One day, Ahri found a human wounded by a stray arrow. At that moment, Ahri also found out that she could feel the life force of the human seeping away. Following her predatorial instincts, Ahri absorbed the human's spiritual essence and feasted on his memories, emotions, and knowledge of human language. It was a unique encounter, or perhaps an awakening one to Ahri's real identity. It may be accidental, but this marked the first victim to Ahri's thirst for more spiritual essence. As she grew closer to the fringes of the Ionian society, Ahri became addicted to feeding off of the spiritual essence of mortals. becoming drunk on their emotions and stolen memories. Encounter after encounter with different memories and emotions from the humans. Truly, humans hold a wide variety of feasts for Ahri, making her crave even more. But her thirst for more mortal essence eventually opened her eyes. As Ahri feasted on another human's memory, she saw how humans perceived her, a terrifying monster, a deceiving creature that hunts humans. Ahri never thought that her actions painted her as a monster, something that Ahri did not like. Distressed by this, Ahri tried to stop from feeding on mortal essence. She was adamant about stopping her wrongdoings, but by doing so, Ahri also realized her powers slowly faded. The decision tormented Ahri, forcing her to decide whether to change or fully embrace her nature as a monster. One day, Ahri met an artist who, instead of running away from her in fear, actually offered his own essence in exchange for her love. For the first time, Ahri felt genuine happiness without having to feed on spiritual essence. This might finally solve the dilemma that Ahri has been dealing with. However, Ahri pleaded that she was too monstrous for him. But the artist explained that he loved her wholly, despite her monstrous nature, and with his sincerity, the two of them fell in love. The artist and Ahri would often sit by a lake at the edge of Ionia, as Ahri blissfully watched her lover paint pictures of flowers. It was like a fairy tale heading to a happy ending. But unfortunately, love failed to win this one. Since it was just recently when Ahri discovered her prowess, it is expected that she does not have full control of it yet. On a separate occasion, Ahri lost control of her ravenous instincts and completely drained her lover. It may not have been Ahri's intention, but the artist is just a mere mortal. He died in the arms of Ahri. Despair engulfed Ahri as she mourned the loss of the first and only person she truly loved, making Ahri retreat even further away from society. Grief-stricken over the loss of her lover, Ahri traveled to the Garden of Forgetting, a mystical place located somewhere in the southern parts of the Navori region of Ionia. Here, she wished to erase all the troubled memories she stole during her time as a predator, especially those of her dead lover. A few moments later, Ahri met a mysterious old woman tending to the garden. Ahri recognized this woman as the garden's caretaker, known by names such as the Eater of Secrets, the Forgotten, or the Witch Gardener. Ahri referred to her as Igilia, the Ionian word for great-grandmother, and begged her to show her how to forget the painful memories of her lover. The gardener warned her that forgetting these memories was a worse fate, but reluctantly agreed to help Ahri, handing her a budding snow lily and instructing her to breathe into the flower and think of the memory she wanted to get rid of. The flower, while trying to consume the memory, caused Ahri to relive the death of her lover through painful visions, making Ahri realize that she didn't want to lose these memories of her beloved, as removing them was far worse than living with the pain. Attempting to pull away, Ahri felt suffocated by the unnatural perfumes of the snow lily and saw hallucinogenic visions appear as a result of it. After hallucinating in the garden, she regained her senses as the gardener stood above her, asking her if she managed to keep the memory before the flower took hold. Ahri explained that she did, despite it seeming cloudy. The gardener quietly urged Ahri to leave the garden before it took her, as it did with many others who visited it before. As dark vines and snow lilies began to overgrow and cover the exits out of the garden, Ahri managed to escape with her Vestayan reflexes and decided that she would from now on live from her past pains and experiences rather than regret and attempt to forget them. Wishing to find a solution to control her abilities and her predatory instincts, Ahri became consumed with learning more about her origins and her mysterious Vestayan tribe. Her travels through Ionia eventually led her to Omikayalan, also known as the Heart of the World. It was once the sacred grove of the god Willow, a legendary and magical tree that had been cut down thousands of years ago. There she met several spiritual creatures that protected a god willow sapling, including Vestayan lords such as Himonshi, the Pathless Ancient, Gaish, the Liminal Guardian, the Tailcloak Matriarch, and a mighty fox spirit named Sainin, Thousand-Tailed. With the help of the Vestayan lords, Ahri slowly learned to embrace her wild Vestayan nature. Ahri owed them a lot, but she must continue her search for her lost tribe. Ahri expressed her gratitude towards the Vestayan lords and left the sacred grove. In her search for her lost tribe, Ahri traveled to the Ionian market, taking in the new environment. A fortune teller named Hiren approached Ahri and recognized her twin sunstones as the work of a talented artisan named Imelo. Curious as these sunstones were her only link to her lost tribe, Ahri asked the fortune teller for more details about Imelo as the two conversed about Hiren's caravan. Offering Ahri tea, Hiren proceeded to tell Ahri what she knew about Imelo, explaining how he was a master sculptor known for collecting fossilized lizard eggs and carving them into intricate shapes. Ahri's sunstones were a very particular beauty to Hiren, as she explained that his stones were typically built to be small pieces fitting into a larger sculpture. Ahri was now full of hope. Finally, someone could give her vital information about her tribe. But Ahri's naivete made her trust too easy. As the conversation went on, Ahri suddenly felt numb. Hiren pulled out a hunting knife and revealed that she slipped a paralysis potion into Ahri's tea, leaving Ahri unable to move or pounce as her limbs completely froze. Hiren sought to cut off one of Ahri's tails, as they are a useful ingredient for her potions and are seen as extremely valuable. Despite being paralyzed, Ahri managed to use her soul-devouring abilities to steal essence from Hiren and make herself strong enough to move again. Enraged, Ahri began to devour Hiren's essence, seeing flashes of her memories and witnessing the hardships she faced in life. Because of that, Ahri's rage quickly turned to pity. Empathizing with the fortune teller, Ahri decided to spare her life, devouring the memories of their encounter and leaving Hiren to forget what just happened. It was an unfortunate event, but it still gave Ahri the information she needed. Ahri then left the market with a new lead to follow on her quest, the craftsman Imelo. The search continued, and at some point Ahri found more clues about Imelo, requiring her to travel to the pirate city Bilgewater, alias Lawless Port City. However, to do so, Ahri realized that she needed a bodyguard to escort her overseas, since she could be a vulnerable target. Ahri traveled to Wele, a hidden coastal village located in the southern of Navori. It was during a Spirit Blossom Festival, and Ahri found herself at a local tea house, in search of anybody willing to act as her protector in Bilgewater. Later on, Ahri overhears a conversation about Noxian warriors living in the village. Ahri became curious. She politely asked where she could find a mighty warrior like these Noxians to serve as her guard. Pascoma, the tea house's owner, immediately denied Ahri and refused to allow anybody dangerous to stay in her house, insisting that Ahri needed to leave if she intended to bring in a warrior. Ahri didn't want to stay at a different tea house and agreed to respect Pascoma's wishes before disappearing into her room. During the first night of the Spirit Blossom Festival, a massive feast was hosted at the tea house, and even Ahri decided to join in on the festivities. During the dinner, Ahri talked with Pascoma's granddaughter, Satoka, who mistook Ahri's fox-like appearance as a costume of the gatekeeper, a mythological Ionian spirit known for guiding the dead souls during the festival. The two got into a heated discussion over Ionian culture and mythology, most notably about a spirit named the Taker, also known as Kindred. As Pascoma's spouse, Aituran, began to serve dessert to the tea house guests, Ahri used her mind-altering abilities to convince him to let warriors in the tea house. Eventually, Ahri met Yasuo, a lone swordsman in search of a purpose outside of Ionia. They both wanted to find things outside of their homeland. So Ahri asked Yasuo to accompany her to Bilgewater, officially hiring him as her bodyguard. It was common sense for Yasuo to decline such a dangerous task, but thanks to Ahri's persistence, she managed to persuade Yasuo. The two set sail and traveled together, though Ahri kept her Vastayan nature and identity a secret from Yasuo. As the two finally arrived in the pirate city, Ahri traveled to a black market and spoke to one of their vendors. Asking about her tribe, now known as the Vasani, Ahri learned that a Vasani sunstone was recently purchased by a member of the Jagged Hooks, named Malik, who was headed towards Grey Harbor. Little by little, Ahri unfolds more clues about her origin. Over time, though, Yasuo grew more frustrated as Ahri refused to explain her mission and reveal her true nature to him. Deciding to search for the pirate tomorrow, the two stayed the night at a local tavern where Yasuo finally deduced Ahri's true nature as a Vastaya. And Ahri finally revealed her mission to Yasuo. It was shocking news to Yasuo, making him question their quest for a bit, but not enough to just leave Ahri. However, that night, Ahri had a nightmare about her former lover. She feared the same thing would happen to Yasuo, and that's why she left for Grey Harbor alone. With her efforts alone, Ahri managed to track down one of the Jagged Hooks and interrogated him. Here she discovered that the Pirate King Gangplank actually took the Sunstone and set off for the Shadow Isles, the land that was once a beautiful realm, but now was shattered by a magical cataclysm. That means that if Ahri wanted to know more, she must venture to the same destination as well and look for Gangplank. In pursuit of the Sunstone, Ahri mustered her courage and traveled to the Shadow Isles by herself, leaving her cloak behind in the forest. Along the way, Ahri encountered and befriended the nature spirit Maokai, who explained his origins as a spirit that once helped the Blessed Isles flourish with life, before the ruination of Helia, turning the place into Shadow Isles. Maokai also revealed that he actually allied himself with the wicked wraith Thresh, the Chain Warden, who used his artifacts to stir the mist, causing it to form impenetrable walls that weakened Maokai by infecting his roots with the Vasani vaults below the Isles. Meanwhile, Yasuo tried his best to follow Ahri's tracks, which led him to deduce Ahri's destination. Eventually, Yasuo arrived on the Shadow Isles as part of the crew of the Charming Lady, accompanied by Braum, the beloved Iceborn hero of the Freljord, Ilawi, the prophet of the Great Kraken, Pike, the renowned harpooner, and their captain, Sarah Fortune, also known as Miss Fortune. In due course, the group faced off against a threatened Maokai in the Shadow Isles. A misunderstanding was about to brew. Luckily, Ahri intervened in time, clearing the air and explaining the situation that Maokai shared with her. Due to Yasuo's efforts, he proved that he could handle himself, removing Ahri's worries for his safety. As the crew also wanted to find Gangplank, they realized he would most likely be in Thresh's fortress, which was being protected by walls of the Black Mist. Ahri planned on heading to one of the Vasani vaults in search of more evidence, but the rest of the group insisted on accompanying Ahri to cleanse Maokai's roots. Left with no choice, Ahri reluctantly agreed. After some time, the crew was able to push back the black mist infesting the vault. Ahri slowly gained more knowledge and clues about her ancestors, discovering that they had a deep connection to the Shadow Isles, and that there was a technology created that preserves memories. The group managed to cleanse Maokai's roots, though he remained too weak as he slowly regained his strength, making Maokai unavailable to immediately help clear out the mist. Instead, the group planned to travel to an undersea temple of the Buru. Maokai gave Ilawi one of his seeds to be blessed by her god, Nagakaburos. The blessing allowed Maokai to quickly restore his grove and clear out the mist. After Pike managed to locate the deep undersea temple, Ilawi convinced the Buru serpent callers to tame the sea monsters guarding it. The crew traveled into the undersea temple and found a place to purify the seed of the black mist and bless it. Ahri used her powers to aid in the process and nearly lost control of herself due to the black mist corruption within the seed before regaining her sanity. With the seed now successfully blessed, the crew sailed back to the Shadow Isles to return it to Maokai. On their way to Maokai's grove, the crew met an undead shade named Nekrit, the former advisor of Viego, the ruined king of Camavor. Nekrit explains and reveals the truth, the unknown origins of the Shadow Isles, and how it was formed by the broken heart of Viego after the tragic death of his wife, Isolde. Before bidding them farewell, Nekrit warns the crew that Thresh's grand plan is to use artifacts of power to reawaken Viego from the mist, urging the crew that they must stop Thresh's ritual. As the journey continues, Maokai is reinvigorated by the purified seeds. He manages to clear out the walls of mist and expose Thresh's fortress, allowing the crew to finally enter. Inside Thresh's fortress is the Library of Agony. Ahri found Thresh's collection of Vasani artifacts, as well as Gangplank's sunstone, which she discovered was a vessel used to contain memories. However, the sunstone seemed depleted and drained with only some residual memories of her ancestors. Wishing to examine it more, Ahri took the sunstone for safekeeping. The crew eventually found Thresh and a battle ensued. Thresh has a lot of tricks hidden on his sleeve, making the battle difficult for the crew despite the numbers advantage. Thresh laughed at them, enjoying the agony and struggles of the group. But with their valiant team effort, the crew finally defeated Thresh, making him return to the Black Mist. It was a hard-fought battle, but their quest doesn't end up here. The crew traveled to the heart of the Shadow Isles as they continued their search for Gangplank with a mission of stopping him. Fresh from their victory against Thresh, the group's hopes were high. But unfortunately for them, they arrived too late. Gangplank had already reawakened Viego. Gangplank attempted to capture Viego using a Buru artifact, but he failed and became possessed by the ruined king instead. Viego then flew towards Bilgewater alongside a violent harrowing, an event forcing numerous undead to attack across Runeterra. Viego is in search of its dead wife's crown, the crown of the Shattered Queen. Forced to fight the crew under Viego's control, Gangplank was defeated and imprisoned on Sarah Fortune's ship. Meanwhile, Ahri managed to sense something lingering in the black mist and received visions of Viego's discarded memories. Seeing the negative parts of his marriage and learning the truth, that his love for his wife was not as pure as he tells himself. In order to pursue Viego, Yasuo volunteered to channel the wind into the sails, and Ahri empowered him with her own magic. Illaoi interrogated Gangplank for a way to defeat Viego. He then revealed that the discarded memories discovered by Ahri would most likely be capable of weakening Viego, enough to be defeated. Moments later, the crew managed to catch up with Viego, but Viego sent out a gale of black mist, shipwrecking the crew on a mysterious island with mystical winds. In that instant, Yasuo became haunted by visions of his past and confronted a shadow resembling his dead brother, Yon. Seeing Yasuo's past play in action, Ahri began to empathize with him and shared her own grief over her dead lover. This allowed Yasuo to defeat the shadow and overcome his past. It took the crew some time, but the ship was eventually repaired, allowing them to make it back to Bilgewater in time to prepare for Viego's harrowing event. On their arrival, the crew crafted a plan to have Ahri weaken Viego with his own discarded memories, and then imprison him within Gangplank's Buru amulet, which was corrupted and damaged earlier from the fight. Learning about an ancient Buru forge located underneath the Shadow Isles, the crew planned to take the amulet there to have it repaired. And so, the crew swiftly moved while Viego was busy on finding the crown. Once the crew landed at the Shadow Isles, they were once again confronted by Nekrit, who revealed that the forge was located inside a Vistani vault. Coincidentally, it also contained more evidence of Ahri's ancestors. Inside the vault, Ahri channeled the memories within her twin sunstones and learned that her people were a nomadic tribe of Astaya that specialized in studying magic relating to memories. Their nomadic lifestyle brought them to the Blessed Isles, where they became allies with the city of Halia and began to study the ethereal hallowed mist that once protected the Isles. Learning to harness its power to enchant golems, technologies, and other artifacts such as Ahri's sunstones, the Vistani, however, became victims of the terrible ruination of Halia, ultimately creating the Shadow Isles. With this, Ahri finally found what she was looking for, but it was a tragic one and incomplete. Later on, the crew found a facility capable of transferring memories into sunstones. Ahri planned to transfer all the research preserved by her Vistani ancestors into a sunstone and finally achieve the answers she had been looking for. However, she is eventually forced to make a tough decision. Should she use the sunstone as a vessel to hold the memories of her people, or to house Viego's discarded memories as a means to weaken him? At that point, Ahri weighed on the situation, and knowing what was at stake for the world, she chose to store Viego's memories, causing the memories of her ancestors to fade away. Despairing over the loss, Ahri was suddenly faced with the memory of her dead lover, who forgave her for what she did. He explained that her memories will always be with her, but that it's more important to allow yourself to create new memories rather than dwell on old ones. He urges Ahri to keep fighting and to help save the world, before finally fading away as Ahri thanks him for the closure. As the crew managed to find the Buru forge underneath the vault, Ahri joined the rest of the group, and they bore their souls before Nagakaburos herself, battling the goddess's avatar and being found worthy of her help. The goddess finally cleanses the amulet. With the successful mission, the crew made their way back to Bilgewater. It was the time for them to execute their plan and face off against Viego, the ruined king. Ahri wielded the Sunstone containing his discarded memories and used her magic to weaken Viego, forcing him to remember the twisted parts of his love for Isolde. Their strategy looked effective, and Ahri hit Viego with more of his memories, making him relive his death when an angered wraith of Isolde killed him at the Blessed Isles. While distracted, Sarah Fortune used the opportunity to imprison Viego within the amulet. Though he nearly corrupted her soul and tempted her to follow him in the process, Misfortune was ultimately successful as the ruined king was finally banished. With the battle over, Ahri celebrated with her new friends at the Baron's Rest Tavern, where each member of the group talked about their future plans now that Viego had been defeated. Ahri revealed that she plans on returning to the Shadow Isles, wishing to see what else she can learn from her ancestors, and dedicating herself to living in their footsteps by bringing life and new memories to the world. Akali is the daughter of Tano and Mime Joman Tethi. She was born within the Kinku Order, an ancient organization of Ionia that is dedicated to preserving the balance between the physical world and the spirit realm. Mime, Akali's mother, was the renowned Fist of Shadow and one of the Kinku leaders in charge of preserving the delicate spiritual balance of Ionia. As a child, Akali's parents would often be called off on their duties, leaving her under the care of other Kinku masters, such as Master Kusho, the Eye of Twilight, or Kennen, the Heart of the Tempest. When in the care of Kennen, Akali would be taught many shuriken techniques and honed her skills in speed and agility. Being a prodigy, Akali showed great promise as a member of the Kinku Order and would often train alongside Master Kusho's son and appointed successor, Shen. Despite her young age, Akali was evidently a fast learner, adapting the skills of her masters. But just like in the old times, war was inevitable. Noxian-Ionian War brewed, wherein a weakened Noxus sought to reclaim its former glory by invading Ionia. During the Noxian invasion of Ionia, Master Kusho's adopted son and former student, Zed, returned to the Order after having left to participate in the war. With an army of his own followers, Zed planned to enact a violent takeover of the Kinku Order. Zed seemingly killed Master Kusho, transforming the Kinku into the Shadow Order. He and his acolytes proceeded to kill the remaining Kinku, including Akali's father, Tano. It was a massacre, catching everyone in the village off guard. Luckily, Akali fled to a long-abandoned temple in the eastern mountains, alongside a small group of other Kinku, consisting of her mother Mime, Kennen, and the new Eye of Twilight, Shen. That night, the Kinku Order fell, alongside the leaders of the clan. Their fate was now left to the survivors of the attack, the only ones who could rebuild what was bloodily demolished. In the mountains, Shen shoulders the duty of the successor. He began rebuilding the Kinku Order by returning to its three fundamental philosophies. 1. The pure impartiality of watching the stars. 2. The passage of judgment in cursing the sun. And 3. The elimination of imbalance by pruning the tree. As Fist of Shadow, Mime's duty was in pruning the tree, training Akali and several other neophytes to become assassins that would kill those that would threaten the balance. By the age of 9, Akali became close friends with another neophyte named Faye, Mime's young apprentice and possible successor. Though Akali was skilled, she was often impatient and rambunctious, often causing trouble for Faye and the neophytes due to being the youngest of them. You cannot fully blame Akali, since she was still growing up. Not all can handle such a responsibility, let alone be the future of your dying clan. While training and playing games, Akali and the rest of the neophytes encountered a band of warriors from the Navori Brotherhood. They are an Ionian nationalist faction formed in the aftermath of the Noxian invasion, currently searching for people to forcefully recruit into their army. Akali and the group of neophytes hid in the trees, not wanting to lead the Brotherhood back to their King Ku temple. Using a variety of tricks and traps, they managed to scare the warriors away by convincing them that the forest was cursed. The wits of the kids was something the Brotherhood could not mess with. It was all fun and games, filling the place with laughter. But in the process, the group accidentally angered a corrupted nature spirit that began rampaging and entrapping the neophytes in vines. Faye and Akali quickly tried freeing them. Faye's order was for them to move in sync, but Akali did not listen. Trying to still save the friends, Faye hastily ran circles around the spirit to distract it, while Akali dragged some of the neophytes to safety. It was going well for them, but all of a sudden, Faye was struck by the spirit and fell to the ground, becoming gravely injured and breaking her leg. At that moment, Mame, Shen, and Kennen arrived just in time to dispel the spirit and save the children. Back at the temple, Akali was praised by her fellow students for her speed in saving them. On the other hand, since their medication is limited, Mame, Shen, and Kennen had only one option in that situation, and it was to cut off the broken leg. When Faye woke up, she realized the severity of her injuries as she was missing a leg and unable to walk. When Akali tried to comfort her, Faye snapped at Akali, blaming her and angered by the fact that she disobeyed her orders. Faye demanded Akali to leave her alone, and Akali left the room. Hearing the distress, Mame entered the room and comforted Faye, vowing to find a way to heal Faye's leg and allow her to walk again so she could fight as her apprentice once again. Akali, overhearing the conversation, saw the kindness Mime harbored for Faye and tearfully walked off. Akali could not shake the feeling that it was her fault, and it was doubled down when she saw her mother comfort the agony of Faye. Despite the sad childhood, Akali and the neophytes continued to train for the future of their clan. At the age of 14, Akali formally entered her King Ku training, determined to eventually succeed her mother in becoming the new Fist of Shadow. Though she possessed no magical talents like the other acolytes who would fill her role, she proved her worth of the title by sheer skill. Sharpening her skills to perfection, putting in the work despite the disadvantage of not having any magical talent, and most importantly, changing her stubbornness as she pursued discipline. There might still be stubbornness left inside of her, but Akali tremendously outgrew her previous self. Soon, Mime stepped down from her role as Fist of Shadow and focused on mentoring the other neophytes, officially granting Akali the title of her successor. Truly, Akali proved that no matter the conditions, claiming the prize rests on your shoulders. Days went by, and even if there was peace in their hidden village, others faced a horrible fate. As the Noxian invasion ended and the Shadow Order reached an uneasy accord with the King Ku, Akali slowly saw the suffering of her people, enduring the unfortunate situation. She began to question her purpose as the Fist of Shadow, and whether or not she was truly fulfilling her duties in pruning the tree. Is remaining silent the answer to this chaos? If I do, am I still worthy as the successor of the Fist of Shadow? These were just some of the questions echoed through Akali's thoughts. Shen would constantly urge restraint, teaching her meditation techniques and mantras to tame her spirit. However, Akali believed Shen was holding her back, constantly arguing and defying him as she took down Ionia's enemies in her own way. At first, Akali listens to Shen, but she cannot just turn a blind eye to the suffering of her people. She strongly believes that something must be done. Finally growing sick of Shen's views on Ionia's balance, Akali insulted the entire order by declaring their impotence, claiming their lack of action in favor of spiritual balance has led to more Ionians suffering in the material realm. Them remaining silent in this problem just indirectly favors the oppressor, and Akali can no longer be a part of it. She officially left the order, discarding her title as Fist of Shadow, while Shen let her go without further argument. Shen believed that this was a path that Akali must walk alone, with hopes of her returning to the order one day, though he knows that is a decision only Akali can make herself. Shen wished Akali clarity in the midst of chaos. Akali ventured into the path that no one else dares to pursue. Now living as an independent assassin, free from the restraint of the King Ku Order's teaching, Akali lived as a vigilante, traversing the urban underground of Ionia and killing those who caused her people harm. From a silent keeper of balance to putting justice in her own hands, Akali fully abandoned her previous life. Continuing with her new mission, Akali found out about a selfish councilman in the coastal village of Waylay, a hidden phantom port with mystical properties. Akali went on a mission to assassinate a councilman from Pubo, who had sold out his own people to Noxian invaders in exchange for gold and safe passage through. She visited her tattoo artist, Boli, a Vestayan artist who ran a tavern in the port. The reason behind her tattoo is not yet clear, but it could mean that Akali aimed to instill fear in those who recognize the tattoo, a fearless assassin avenging the oppressed. Destiny seemed playing this time, because while drawing a tattoo of a dragon on Akali's back, Pubo councilman walked into Boli's tavern, accompanied by 3 guards. Akali planned to kill them on the spot, but Boli urged her to do her business outside of his tavern this time, to which she agreed. Once outside, Akali wasted no time. She approached and killed the councilman's guards by hiding in a smoke cloud, and then firing several kunai before finally killing the councilman himself. It may feel right for Akali, but it looks like she's just feeding an empty space inside her. Despite being an independent assassin and having left the King Ku Order, Akali still retained a close relationship with Shen, who continued acting as her mentor. They may have 2 opposite views, but their bond is something that they cannot just fully tarnish. They peacefully coexist while holding on to their beliefs. One day, the 2 came across a Noxian boy in the Navori province, cutting wood from a guardian tree. While Akali plans to punish the Noxian with brute force, Shen suggested to look for a different approach. As the Noxian loaded up his cart, Akali arrived and broke the wagon's wheels with her shuriken, discovering that the Noxian was actually a young boy, to Akali's surprise. As the sap of the guardian tree began to flow into a shrine, it awoke its protector, a large stone guardian that slowly walked towards the Noxian boy, and the scene escalated quickly before their eyes. By granting Akali his ability to see into the spirit realm, Shen revealed to Akali that the protector was powered by the anger of the forest. Seeking to restore balance and avenge the guardian tree by killing the Noxian boy, now Akali must decide who is the wrong one in this situation. Shen wanted to let Akali be wiser, but against Shen's wishes, Akali rushed forward and attacked the protector, with little to no effect. While trying to lift the wagon off of the Noxian boy, Akali realized that the only way to restore the balance was if the boy planted a new tree in its place. By taking a seed from a nearby branch, Akali had the boy plant the seed into the ground before Shen used his spiritual powers to instantly grow the seed into a sapling, which resulted in taming the stone protector. Lifting the wagon off of the boy, Akali gave him a warning not to harm the land, as Shen used his powers to grow the sapling into an even larger guardian tree, wrapping itself around the shrine guardian. The situation ended in peace, both the human and the spirit in safety. The Noxian boy learned a lesson that time, but so did Akali. Shen proved that violence is not always the answer. In Jayun, a large mountainous island region in the southern Ionian archipelago, Akali got word that Zed recently assassinated the Kinku master Althon, a cousin of Shen. Akali rushed to Shen, where she found him in the Olgothi forest, killing corrupted spirits. Akali told him the news about Master Althon. Furthermore, Akali stated she knows the town that Zed is staying in. Akali suggested that they must confront Zed, and Shen reluctantly agreed. Eventually, the two reached the Thongs, a settlement located in the Jun Highlands. They found out from the innkeeper that Zed had already left and attacked a blossom festival before heading north to Shual, a nearby settlement. The two of them need to act more swiftly if they want to catch Zed. Akali suggested following the tracks of Zed, but Shen stated that he had to travel south to slay demons that had been terrorizing a village. Akali tried to convince Shen to follow her to Shual, but Shen remained dedicated to his duties as the Eye of Twilight, urging his former student not to chase Zed alone. Akali, disregarding Shen's warning, took a boat and sailed down the quickest route to Shual. Both of them have duties to fulfill, and Akali is committed to stopping Zed as fast as possible. Shen and Akali parted ways for now, aiming to solve things in their own way. Traveling to an inn near the Kinku Temple of Koishin, Akali found a group of Zed's acolytes disguised as Kinku, including Zed's apprentice, Shield Kane. Kane told Akali that their masters were inside the inn, and Akali threatened them by calling a group of Kinku warriors to defend the temple. Zed then exited the inn, and surprisingly, Shen was also there. He ordered Akali to let the Shadow Order walk free, since Zed declared the Code of Tuan, an honorable call for temporary peace that allows them to let each other walk free without combat. It was definitely confusing for Akali, and it's clear that she was not satisfied with just letting Zed go. Akali dashed in to kill him, which Zed easily avoided by shadow shifting away, while the rest of his acolytes quickly fled the Kinku temple, Angered by Akali's recklessness, Shen told her never to fight Zed, and that he'll fight him alone in the future, officially declaring that the armistice between the Shadow Order and the King Ku has ended. Shen eventually revealed to Akali what transpired in the inn. Zed came to warn Shen that the serial killer Kada Jin had escaped and that he sought to bring him back to prison. Though Zed wanted to ally with Shen and capture Jin, Shen refused and insisted on catching Jin on his own without the help of the Shadow Order, declaring that if he saw Zed interfere, then he'd personally kill him and finally settle their scores. It was that moment when Akali fully understood the gravity of the situation. She had been acting hastily, without fully acknowledging every angle. With a heavy heart, Akali took responsibility for her actions. The two of them continued their mission, and this time, Akali followed Shen as they investigated a trail of intricate clues in search of the murderer, Kada Jin. Shen's investigation eventually led him to believe that Jin was working with the Kashuri faction, a radical nationalist group with ties to the Navori Brotherhood. The trail led Akali and Shen to Nanthi, a nearby settlement, and Shen believed that the village elder was a potential target of Jin's murder spree. Once at the scene of the crime, Shen stops Akali from looking at the corpses, stating that she simply isn't ready to see the horrors that Jin committed. Eventually, Jin's traps activated as dozens of bombs hidden in lanterns across Nanthi began exploding, killing many and causing massive damage to the city. Akali, noticing the explosion from afar, fuels her anger against Jin and vows to kill him for what he'd done. Akali noticed a small ship in the distance and deduced that that was where Jin was escaping. Swiftly, Akali demanded to know where it was headed, and she learned that it was headed to the Piltover, the city of progress. Akali once again decided to tread on a path that only she could cross. Akali set sail alone, aiming to track down Jin, and she eventually landed in Piltover. On her search, Akali questioned and interrogated many of the locals, which led her to the undercity of Zhuan, the city of iron and glass. In Zhuan, she learned that Jin had been attacking Piltover merchant clans that did business in exporting weapons to Ionia. By questioning the Piltover enforcers, Akali found herself at a theater in the Zhuanite neighborhood of Mistfloor, where Jin was said to have battled with the Pharaoh's clan and the principal of Intelligencer, Camille. At the theater, Jin revealed an elaborate trap for Akali, wishing to make her the fourth victim in his disturbing art piece, as 3 Piltovans hung from Ionian trees strapped to machines, and the dance between Jin and Akali commenced. The machines began firing harpoons at Akali, who narrowly dodged them by tossing a smoke bomb. Akali's agility lets her survive for the moment, but traps aren't the only weaponry that Jin has. A few moments later, Akali was knocked out unconscious because of an explosive blast created by Jin's rifle. Being the mastermind that he is, Jin anticipated Zed and Shen's arrival. He set a trap by tying Akali up in a tree near a decoy of his. Jin tried to kill the two of them with Zhuanite machinery, but Zed managed to toss a shuriken to Akali, cutting her rope and freeing her from Jin's trap. While Jin was ready to fire a shot into Shen's head, Akali burst out of the smoke and punched Jin to the ground, grabbing his gun and preparing to kill him for his crimes. Anger rages to Akali's blood, and she is one trigger away from ending Jin's life. Shen pleaded for her not to, as he needed to bring Jin to Ionia alive. Before Akali could kill Jin, Zed pushed her aside and grabbed Jin. He then demanded to tell him how Jin got out of prison. Jin simply replied with cryptic riddles, stating that Zed already knew who freed him, making Zed throw Jin to Shen and Akali's feet. He then stated that their barbarian was done, as Zed quickly fed Juan. Jin was finally captured as another layer of mystery unfolded. Jin just laughed it all, thinking everything was just a theatrical play. A few months passed, and Shen and Akali continued to live by their own goals. Both of them learned lessons from each other, and their journey gave insights that were still hard for them to accept respectively. It looks like the two of them will continue to contradict their methods while retaining their connection. Since the war was not yet fully over, Noxus began a second incursion of Ionia, sending massive armies accompanied by the undead juggernaut, Scion. When the Ionian war hero, Aurelia, began a resistance, she requested aid at a seaside village and received assistance from Kinku members, led by Akali and Kennen, the spiritual leader Karma, and the Ion wanderer Yasuo. Thus the war between Noxus and Ionia once again commenced. The champion stood bravely on the front lines as the Noxus reached the borderline. Scion roared as he charged straight along with his men, but that did not scare the Ionians, as the champions were with them to defend the freedom of their land. With all of the events that had happened, Akali stayed true to herself. She would never back down in the face of the oppressor. During the defense against the Noxian army, Akali targeted Scion and struck him with her Karma and smoke bombs before joining Aurelia and the rest of them in a final charge against the Noxians. The champions were successful in defending the land, and Akali stood proud of the path that she chose. Morals differ per person. Some of them believe in the saying, an eye for an eye, while others lean more towards resolving things peacefully. It's really hard to pinpoint whose methods were right or wrong, especially if both of them only wanted what was best for the situation. There will be a lot of instances that will test one's ideals, and Akali stood strongly with her principles. Not everything happens for a reason. Some things need to be sorted out. Some wise words from our lead character for today. His name is Akshan, the Rogue Sentinel. We cannot choose where we will start in life, and unfortunately for some, they have to begin in a cruel place. Akshan grew up as an orphan in the Shuriman city of Marwi. As unfortunate as it is, brutal warlords ruling the place made it even a living hell for their citizens, subjugating the civilians and taking what they wanted. No one dared to stop the warlords, which was understandable if they didn't have the strength to fight back. And even if they did, the warlords' influence could just make their lives miserable. Even though most of them thought that they shouldn't oppose the warlords, Akshan viewed things differently. As a young boy, Akshan refused to let these misdeeds go unnoticed, and often intervened in the sight of injustice. But just like what everyone expected, his actions eventually angered the powerful warlords, leading to his demise. The warlords beat Akshan to near death, leaving him unconscious and dying in the street. Sadly, his brave heart wasn't enough to save him. Akshan was soon found by an elderly woman named Shadia. She took Akshan into her home and miraculously nursed him back to health. While staying with the old woman, Akshan discovered Shadia was a member of the Sentinels of Light, an ancient order dedicated to protecting the world from the horrors of the undead. It was the first time for Akshan to encounter someone from the Sentinels of Light, showing him that there's more for him to unfold. Despite Akshan's shortcomings as a stubborn and troubled youth, Shadia saw immense potential in him due to his dedication to fighting injustice. Maybe his brave heart was enough after all, enough to make a change in the world. Because of that, Shadia offered Akshan to safely live with her, and in exchange, he'd dedicate himself to the Sentinels of Light Order. It was the best thing that happened to Akshan, and he happily agreed to, finally giving him the opportunity for growth while sleeping in a safe place. Years went by, and the training to become a sentinel became the focus of Akshan, as Shadia began to mentor Akshan about everything she knew to survive as a solo sentinel. The two of them quickly formed a bond. Akshan's sentinel skills grew under Shadia's tutelage, but Akshan slowly noticed his mentor growing more distant. When the time came, Shadia finally revealed to her pupil the source of her concern, that a harrowing was coming, larger than the world had ever seen, with an army of undead from the Shadow Isles. It will be an event that no one can stop. The only option they have is to face the harrowing straight on. With limited options, Shadia stated that their only hope in defending against this future threat is laid in a collection of ancient sentinel weapons buried in Shurima's crypts and tombs. However, they found most of their weapons gone, stolen by local warlords who sought to unlock their powers for themselves. The Sentinels tried to negotiate the return of their weapons, but the greedy warlords would not even listen even one bit. With time running out, they would have to enter a battlefield with only what they had left. As they took stock of their remaining arsenal, one peculiar relic gun caught Akshan's eye, but it was quickly snatched away by Shadia, who forbade him from ever using it. This weapon was known as the Absolver, a gun that was enchanted to revive anyone who was recently killed by someone if it killed its target. Shadia believed that only fate should wield the powers of life and death, but Akshan disagreed, believing that fate needed a little help. Akshan wanted to further argue, but Shadia just ignored him. It just shows that Akshan never liked the idea of letting things be, and fate can be altered by your own hands. Akshan continued to pry for more information about the weapon, and his persistence eventually paid off. But it wasn't the response he was ready for. Shadia finally revealed the truth about the relic gun. She once used it to revive a brave young boy. She wielded the Absolver and slayed Akshan's would-be murderer many years ago, restoring him to life. The revelation caused Akshan to ponder what had made him so worthy of being revived. It was a long night for Akshan, making him question everything that there is. Shadia could not afford to answer all of Akshan's questions, since the Sentinels were too busy gathering more ancient weapons as best they could, which led to Akshan spiraling down and being unable to help with the mission. While Akshan questioned the antiquated rules of his order, Shadia continued to press the warlords to return their weapons, leading to tensions between the warlords and the Sentinels of Light. The tension between the two groups became more intense. The Sentinels of Light just wanted the warlords to understand that the weapons were not meant to be held for selfish reasons, and their arrogance would doom the whole world. The warlords did not like the Sentinels' words. They believed that the Sentinels were just trying to steal the weapons from their possession to use them for themselves. One day, a tragic event occurred. Akshan found Shadia murdered on the streets, and it's evident that the warlords were behind this monstrous act. Akshan carried his mentor and put her in the sentinel base of Shurima. Afterwards, Akshan disregarded his late mentor's wishes and armed himself with the Absolver. He even made a few modifications to the relic gun. Filled with vengeance, Akshan decided to abandon the Sentinel's cause and prepared for a new mission to avenge his fallen teacher. That day, Akshan swore to hunt for his mentor's killer, delivering comeuppance to the warlords one at a time. A couple of days passed, and Akshan managed to settle the score with some warlords, but the one who killed his mentor was still on the loose. Busy with his revenge, the great harrowing would arrive sooner than expected, blanketing the world in black mist. Lucienne, also known as the Grim Hunter of Undying Spirits, was accompanied by a Sentinel rookie, and together they head to the Sentinel base in Shurima in search of the Absolver. In due course, the two encountered Akshan, who shared what had happened to Shadia and then explained his mission to bring her back. It was baffling news for Lucienne, but they could see the determination in Akshan's eyes. Akshan then departed to hunt down another warlord. The two sentinels followed Akshan to the warlord's compound and watched the Absolver in action. It was a swift act, and after dispatching the warlord, the trio raced back to the base to see if Shadia was resurrected. When they find her body still lifeless, Lucienne tries to recruit him, but Akshan remains unfettered and once again leaves to face another warlord. As the two sentinels prepare to return to headquarters, they notice that Viego is in the town below, searching for another fetter. Lucienne, with his ally, immediately made their move and confronted the ruined King Viego, then unleashed an army of ghouls against the two sentinels, putting them in great danger. It didn't take long before the ghouls outpowered Lucienne and his ally. They were helplessly beaten to the ground. As they lay dying, Akshan returned with a change of heart. He quickly dispatched the ghouls and took the bodies of the two sentinels back to the base. A few moments later, Lucienne and the rookie sentinel were reawakened, and they immediately realized they were revived by the Absolver. Akshan finally understood Shadia's life goal was the Sentinel's cause, and that's why he came back. Akshan then agreed to join them, and they returned to Sentinel headquarters. Upon reaching the base, Senna scolded both Lucienne and the rookie for leaving in the middle of the night for a secret mission. She also scolded Akshan for his dress code violations. With added clarity in his mind, Akshan joins the rest of the Sentinels and Gwen, who was a former doll transformed and brought to life by magic. The Sentinels mount their final assault against Viego on the Shadow Isles, aiming to stop the madness of the ruined king. Upon their arrival, the Sentinels execute their plan to catch Viego. As Senna draws out Viego, the Sentinels ambush him. Viego quickly turned the tide of the battle, dispatching both Senna and Gwen in the blink of an eye. He then created a portal to Camavor and took the fetters through as he escaped from the scene. With his movement, Akshan managed to slip through the portal as well. He tried to take Viego out with the Absolver, but soon realized his weapon was ineffective against the ruined king. However, he is prompted by the recently revived Queen Isolde to shoot her instead. Akshan fired at the queen, returning her to eternal rest once again. With Isolde gone, Viego begins to weaken. The Absolver finally worked, bringing Senna and Gwen back to life. With their combined efforts, the Sentinels managed to defeat the ruined king and imprison him with hallowed mist. It was indeed a hard-fought battle, and Akshan played the key role in their victory. Akshan, Senna, and Gwen return to the Shadow Isles and reunite with their allies until they sense another dark presence approaching. Thresh, the Chain Warden, arrives and reveals that he is now unbound from the Shadow Isles. He demanded one of their souls in exchange for Senna's escaping, or all of their souls if none complied. The Sentinels tried to resist him, but he proved too powerful. The rookie offers their soul to Thresh instead. As Thresh prepares to harvest his soul, the rookie unleashes their Wayfinder, teleporting everyone back to headquarters and escaping the grasp of the Chain Warden. The rookie surprisingly outsmarted Thresh, and their lives were spared thanks to his snap decision-making. Now, with Viego being defeated, Akshan decided to return to Shurima and continue to honor Shadia's legacy. After returning to Shurima, Akshan begins to forget his mentor and tries to find mementos to keep her memory alive. One day, he recognized a peculiar bracelet on the arm of a street urchin, realizing it once belonged to Shadia. He immediately interrogated the child, and the young girl revealed that she stole it from one of the warlords. Determined to reclaim his master's lost jewelry, Akshan prepares to confront the warlord. Later that night, Akshan successfully sneaked into the warlord's palace and held the warlord at gunpoint, demanding a confession. Akshan ordered the warlord to admit that he killed Shadia after finding the rest of her jewelry in his possession. But the warlord refuted the claim and asked what Akshan wanted instead. Taking a second to ponder the question, Akshan realized he wanted peace, and because of that, he executed the warlord. As Akshan walks back to the city, his memories of Shadia continue to fade. He knows that she would not have approved of him killing the warlord out of vengeance, but he had done it for himself, yet it did not grant him the peace he desired. Looking towards the bracelets for solace, he noticed an inscription on one of them, an old sentinel mantra: "Give all, and all may live." Akshan suddenly had an epiphany and fired his grappling hook away. He swung from building to building and eventually found his target, the urchin from yesterday. He then finds the young girl sleeping in an alley and wakes her. Akshan offers the child Shadia's remaining bracelets, knowing it is what she would have wanted. Despite parting with the last remnants of his mentor, he finally achieved the peace he was looking for, knowing Shadia would approve. Vengeance may seem the answer whenever someone does a horrible thing to you. It is easy to spiral down to anger and despair, especially if it wounded you too deeply. However, there are times that even though achieving vengeance wouldn't satisfy one's resentment, Akshan experienced it himself. But even though Akshan threaded the path of revenge, he eventually sought a better way to honor his mentor. Minotaurs are a group of enormous humanoid bovines that are the proud warriors settling in the Great Barrier Mountains, located inside Noxus, by the southeast Valoran continent. Alistar grew up in one of the Minotaur clans, and historically, they were the ones who protected the overland trade routes to Zon, which is the place also known as the City of Iron and Glass. The Minotaur clans gained a fearsome reputation as strong beasts, but most of them still prefer avoiding Valoran's wider political conflicts. During his early years, Alistar was known as a noble warrior and respected among all clans. Despite their painted image, he always urged his kin to forge greater bonds with the other races. Wishing to reach out to them, Alistar wanted to prove that Minotaurs were not just mindless and wild creatures, Perhaps connecting with other races could help them change the stereotypical images. Unfortunately, most civilizations saw minotaurs as nothing but beasts and monsters, souring their relationships with outsiders. The majority of the minotaurs ended up accepting the role, portraying the way they were viewed. With a villainous image drawn to the minotaur clans, it was only a matter of time before someone took advantage of it. And that's when the Noxian Empire entered the scene. Noxus is a powerful empire with a fearsome reputation, especially for the neighboring cities in Valoran. When the Noxian Empire came to the Great Barrier, they requested a parley with representatives from the Minotaur clans. The emissary of Noxus, a matriarch of House Twain, stated that the Empire was preparing to take the eastern coastal city of Basilic, the port city located at the footholds of the Great Barrier. The Noxian representative also mentioned that they could not go through with the plan without the support of the Minotaur clans, thus explaining the reason for their visit. While many of the Minotaur's representatives were eager to accept the offer and join Noxus, seeing this as a way to gain power and recognition, Alistar remained skeptical. He already encountered Noxian scouts long ago. That's why Alistar knew them to be duplicitous and cunning people. Alistar delivered the message to his clan, and thanks to his vital information, the clan recognized the Noxian Empire as incredibly distrustful and potential invaders. After the discussion, Alistar's clan sent him and 50 of their mightiest warriors to personally meet the matriarch and reject her alliance on behalf of the clan. Eventually, they reached the place where the meeting was previously held. But when Alistar arrived to announce his clan's position on the issue, he discovered that most of the larger Minotaur clans had already pledged themselves to Noxus. The situation turned dire, mainly because of the conflict of interest. Seeing Alistar and his clan as opposition to the Noxian Empire, they were viewed as the enemy, despite being of the same race. The clan representatives who already pledged their alliance with Noxus betrayed Alistar, attacking him and his warriors for their new Noxian masters. Chaos unfolded in the blink of an eye, and in the swift and brutal battle, Alistar managed to kill many of the Noxian soldiers, along with the traitorous Minotaurs. He even managed to choke the life out of Lady Twain. Alistar and his warriors fought valiantly, but they were massively outnumbered. In the end, Alistar and his surviving warriors were captured and relocated to the Noxian capital, accused of the crime of inciting rebellion within the Empire. Killing Alistar and the warriors could have been the easier route for the Noxian Empire, but seeing how skilled they were in the previous chaos, they were instead cast as reckoners in the arenas of the city. Alistar and his warriors became part of a gruesome, bloodthirsty event called the Fleshing, a 21-day festival of non-stop fights within the Reckoners' arenas. Sickened by the idea, Alistar does not want to let Noxus get what they want. He told his warriors to show resiliency, not fight back, and never sate the bloodlust of these Noxian spectators. His warriors listened, and because of that, Alistar became the last one standing of his clan by the end of the festival. Alistar was constantly hated and feared by the Noxians. He was forced to fight and act like the beast they all assumed he was. But Alistar remained resilient. However, resiliency could only take someone to a certain limit. Adding up with the loss of his warriors, everything piled up for Alistar. The situation slowly drove him to madness, making Alistar finally accept the bestial nature these Noxians forced on him. His insanity completely broke down, and Alistar was now transformed into the image he wanted to change. Day by day, matches were being held to satisfy the Noxian spectators. This made Alistar switch from restrained defense to brute force attack. He began to rampage, and the crowd loved it. Alistar even became the star of the Reckoner's arena, enslaved as a gladiator against his will. The madness made Alistar lose his identity, and he also started to forget the memories of his own home for every gruesome kill he committed. One day, a servant girl in one of the arenas visited the infamously savage reckoner in his cell. Her name is Aelia. Alistar bellowed and charged the bars of his cage, expecting Aelia to fear or goad him like every other visitor he'd had. But her reaction was entirely the opposite. Instead, Aelia treated Alistar with the first act of kindness that he had never seen in many years, tapping the kindness buried inside of him. Aelia returned every day, talking to Alistar gently and with respect. Eventually, her sincerity touched Alistar's soul, reawakening his kindness, which was once forgotten. Because of that, the true kindness in him spread through the arena, something that the Noxian spectators had never seen. Aelia and Alistar exchanged their stories each day, and through their many talks, they realized that both of them had the same experience. Alistar sympathized with Aelia as he learned that her homeland, much like Alistar's, was also claimed by Noxious. On the other hand, Aelia saw how much Alistar had suffered since she had been watching him from afar. Being enslaved as a reckoner drastically changed Alistar, and it became the reason that pushed Aelia to finally leave the city and take Alistar with her. Aelia began to formulate a plan of escaping, and while doing so, Alistar's memories of his home started to return to him, remembering the home he wished to return to instead of the awful betrayal by the other clans. With a busy and chaotic life in Noxious, Aelia and Alistar need to time things perfectly. As the escape day finally comes, the two of them have to act swiftly. Aelia brought Alistar the key to his cell, thus the beginning of their escape plan. They hurried to a river where a cargo barge awaited them, ready to sail them away from the city. Everything was already preset. It all relies upon their execution and mostly luck. Unfortunately, it seemed like fate was not in their favor. Noxian agents burst from the shadows just as Aelia and Alistar boarded the cargo. Eager to protect his only living friend Aelia, Alistar hurled himself directly into the battle, but became once again lost in his own rage and bloodlust. Aelia constantly called out to Alistar to calm him down and escape with her, but he was too blinded by his rage to hear or notice her calls. It was a messy fight, and obviously Alistar came out on top, but that made him too occupied. By the time he had slain the attackers, the cargo boat had already left, and Aelia was nowhere to be found. Now, without the boat, Alistar fled south on foot instead of searching for Aelia, fearing she had been captured or killed. Alistar now dedicates his life to finding his friend and never going on a rampage again. Weeks after Alistar's escape, a political coup led by the disgraced general Jericho Swain shook the empire to its core, leading to massive reforms in the political structure of Noxious and the culture of the Reckoning arenas. Because of this, the event of Alistar's violent escape from the arenas was mostly forgotten. It also gave the opportunity for Alistar to go as far as he could, and no one would be after him, however. Alistar wasn't aware of it. Alistar continued to travel alone through Noxian territories as quietly and subtly as he could, fearing to be found out for his crimes. However, his hate for Noxious remained, and Alistar wanted the Empire to fall. That's why in every city he had been, Alistar incited rebellion and fought to protect the people oppressed by the cruel Noxian regime, all while maintaining a low profile. With every act of kindness he shows the downtrodden of these territories, Alistar hopes to clear the shame he feels from the horrific acts he committed as a reckoner. Of course, Alistar never forgets his true purpose in roaming around Noxious. He asks for Aelia in every place he passes through, continuing his search for the servant girl, responsible for freeing him all those years ago. As the saying goes, betrayal never comes from your enemies, making it hard to predict and defend. Everything can quickly change due to betrayal, and the enemies will surely capitalize when that time comes. Surely the Noxian Empire was the whole reason for the twist in Alistar's life, but the betrayal of his own kind was the one that opened the path. As he continued the search, Alistar's journey had been rough. It was never easy, but thanks to his unbreakable will, Alistar managed to control his temper and never become the beast that he once was. That would be the story of Alistar for now, and maybe he would be successful with his mission. Stories about Amumu have circulated around Shurima culture for centuries, but his true origins are an enigma and the subject of debate. Shurimans have told countless origin stories about Amumu, but the validity of these tales is uncertain, as nobody can agree on a single story. Some people claim that Amumu is a young undead prince, while others claim he's a wandering spirit. Another theory explains that Amumu is actually a Yordle, a race of spirits who generally take the appearance of mammalian bipeds. They believe that this Yordle embedded himself into Shuriman culture, though even this is only partially agreed on. His origin remained a mystery, and none were strongly established. Because Amumu has been a staple figure in Shuriman culture since ancient times, there are countless different stories that mention him throughout history. These stories vary in many ways, but one detail is universally seen throughout all of them. Amumu is a mummy, cursed with eternal loneliness due to his deadly touch. A curse that is pretty much self-explanatory. The said curse was the reason why Amumu eternally wandered the desert in search of a friend. Let's unfold the different tales first, before diving into Amumu's true history. One of the legends about Amumu connected him to the first ruling family of Shurima, claiming that they were struck by a terrible disease that forced Amumu to quarantine in his chambers. Hearing Amumu's weeping through the walls, a servant girl would often visit Amumu. It didn't take long, and the two young kids eventually became friends. The servant girl continued bringing courtly news and tales about her mystic grandmother, which made the young prince happy. One day, the girl brought news that Amumu's eldest brother had died from the illness, making Amumu the official emperor of Shurima. The sadness can be felt through walls, and the servant girl knows how much the news hurt Amumu. Pitying him for enduring this news alone, the servant girl decided to go into his chambers and comfort him. As Amumu embraced his friend, he realized that his touch had infected her with the same blight. And just like how his entire family ended, Amumu's friend received the same fate. On the day of her death, the girl's grandmother became enraged and placed a terrible curse on the young emperor, trapping him in a permanent moment of suffering for eternity. Long years have passed, and it was believed that someone set the cursed prince free from his chamber. This led to the assumption that up to this day, the mummified cursed prince limped across Runeterra, forever mourning the death of his friend while holding an incredible threat. He then was called the Sad Mummy. Another tale portrayed Amumu as a cruel young emperor who forced his subjects to worship him like a god. It was believed that the young emperor sought the legendary Eye of Angor, an artifact believed to grant eternal life to whoever gazes at it with an unflinching heart. For years, Amumu hunted for the relic while being carried by a host of slaves. The slaves carrying Amumu were forced to serve as the sacrifice to deadly traps as they searched through dangerous catacombs. A lot of innocent lives were taken by numerous accidents inside different tombs, but eventually, they finally reached the room containing the Eye of Angor. The young emperor immediately rushed in to gaze at the artifact, thrilled to accomplish his mission. However, his actions made the slaves unchecked. Seizing their opportunity, the slaves escaped and sealed the doorway, trapping the child emperor in darkness. At long last, the slaves were free, but the young emperor was the one who was in a trap now. The young Amumu endured darkness for years, breaking his sanity to the point of clawing his own skin, and then covering the wounds with bandages. Amumu's life was extended by the Eye of Angor, allowing him to reflect on his past transgressions, but was cursed with eternal loneliness in the process. And just like the previous tale, it was also believed that Amumu was finally free, roaming around Runeterra with tremendous grief. One of the most peculiar stories of Amumu claimed that he was the first and last Yordle ruler of Shurima. It was indeed baffling, since Yordles are a race of spirits that have the appearance of mammalian bipeds. To top it all off, most of the Yordles reside in a mystic place known as the Bandle City, and it's rare for them to be in different areas, though the possibility still remains. Amumu's term in Shurima was a bit unclear, but there was something that he wanted to prove. Amumu, being a firm believer in the goodness of the human heart, sought to prove his point, and swore an oath to live as a beggar until he made one true friend. He was convinced that his people would rally to help him, and this experiment would testify to his belief. Thousands of his people passed by. However, nobody extended a helping hand to the impoverished Amumu. It took a couple of years, as Amumu's sadness piled up each day, and he eventually died with a broken heart. Some say that Amumu did not truly die, believing that he continues to wander the desert for eternity, hoping to find someone who can restore his faith in humanity. A curse could probably be the reason that prevented him from dying. Needless to say, the majority still believed that Amumu was still limping across Runeterra. Different folklore spread through different places, and there were also some stories about an encounter with the sad mummy. One of those was the story of Khaldun. As his story starts, the gods were angry, shook the land and cracked the earth. It was into one of these fissures that a young man ventured. He found an opening, the entrance to a tomb, hidden for the jackal knows how long. The man had little ones to feed and a wife to please, and so he ventured in, lured by opportunity. The air was cool in the tomb, a merciful relief from the scorching heat outside. The young man lit a torch. Its light made shadows dance before him. He stepped cautiously, wary of traps. He was poor, but he was no fool. The walls inside were smooth obsidian and carved with ancient writings and images. He could not read. He was a simple man, but he studied images. He saw a boy prince sitting cross-legged upon a sun disk borne by a team of servants, a beaming smile upon his face. Chests of coins and riches were piled before him, the offerings of strangely garbed, bowing emissaries. He saw other carvings, again showing the smiling prince, this time walking among his people. Their heads were pressed to the ground before them. Stylized rays of sunshine radiated from the boy's crown. Before one of these images was a small gold statue. It alone was worth more than he could have hoped to earn in 10 lifetimes. The young man took it, slipping it into his satchel. He did not intend to linger. He knew it would not be long before others came upon this place. When they did, he wanted to be gone. Greed makes fools of even the greatest men, and he knew that others would willingly spill his blood to claim that golden statue, and the other riches that were surely further in. Avarice was not one of the young man's faults, however. He felt no need to delve further. The other treasures hidden here were someone else's to claim. He looked upon one last image before he left the tomb. It showed the boy prince dead, lying on a bier. Those closest to him were wailing, but further back, people were celebrating. Had the boy prince been loved, or had he been a tyrant? There was no way of knowing. That was when he heard a sound in the darkness that made his skin crawl. He looked around wide-eyed, holding his torch up before him. Nothing. "Who's there?" he said. Silence was his only answer. The young man shook his head. "It's just the wind, you fool," he thought. "Nothing but the wind." Then he heard it again, more distinctly this time. A child was crying in the darkness further into the tomb. If heard anywhere else, his paternal instinct would have been to go to the sound. But here, in the darkness of a funeral tomb? He wanted to run, but he did not. The sobbing touched his heart. It was filled with such misery and grief. Was it possible there was another entrance to this tomb? Had a young boy found his way down here and become lost? Torch held high, and he crept forward. The weeping continued, echoing faintly through the gloom. A wide chamber opened before him, its floor black and highly reflective. Golden artifacts and jewel-inlaid walls glinted within. Gingerly, he entered the room. He stepped back sharply as his heels sent ripples spreading out across the floor. The floor was not made of reflective obsidian. It was covered in water. Kneeling, he scooped a handful of it to his lips. He spat it out immediately as he realized it was salt water. Here, in the heart of Shurima, 1,000 leagues from the nearest sea. He heard the sound of the boy weeping once more, closer now. Holding his torch before him, the young man glimpsed a shape at the edge of its light. It appeared to be the child, sitting with his back to the man. Carefully, he stepped into the room. The water on the floor was not deep. The hairs on the back of his neck stood on end, and fear clutched at his chest. Yet he did not turn to run. "Are you lost?" he asked as he stepped closer. "How did you get here?" The shadowed figure did not turn, but he did speak. I don't remember," he said. The sound swam around the young men, echoing off the walls. The boy spoke in an old dialect. His words were strange, but understandable. "I don't remember who I am." "Be calm, child," said the man. "All will be well." He stepped closer, and the figure resolved itself before him. His eyes widened as he witnessed the shape before him was a god's statue carved in onyx. Nothing more. It was not the source of the crying, nor the child's voice. That was when a small, dry hand grabbed him. The young man looked down. The linen-wrapped corpse of the tiny prince stood beside the man. Dull, ghostly light emanated from the deathly boy's eye sockets, though his entire face was bound in burial wrappings. The corpse child held the man's hand. "Will you be my friend?" the boy asked, his voice muffled by linen. The young man lurched backward, breaking free of the child's grasp. The young man looked down at his arm in horror. His hand was shriveling, turning black and withered. The wasting touch then began to climb up his arm. He turned and ran. In his shock and haste, he dropped his lantern. It hissed as it fell into the lake of tears, and darkness descended. Still, he could just make out the glow of daylight up ahead. He ran toward it, scrambling desperately even as the wasting death crept up his arm towards his heart. At any moment he expected to feel the deathly boy's grasp upon him, but did not. After what felt like an eternity, but could only have been a matter of heartbeats, he burst from the darkness into the desert heat once more.
"I'm sorry,"
echoed a mournful voice from the gloom behind him.
"I didn't mean to."
And thus the tomb of Amumu was unearthed, and the deathly child was released into the world. Each tale was never fully completed, though despite the different versions of Amumu's history, there were some common denominators to those folklores. On the other hand, an old storyteller named Khaldun claimed that he survived an encounter with Amumu, and he continued to tell his story to his grandkids, having delved into his tomb and accidentally left it open once he escaped. According to Khaldun, Amumu's cursed touch withered away his arm with decay, being the reason behind his missing arm to this day. The Cryo-Phoenix, the Frostbringer, the Winter's Mother, the Undying Eagle, and the Goddess of Winter. These were the known titles crowned to the spirit god, and there could probably be more in the local tribes. Anivia is an ancient demigod who represents the eternal cycle of life, death, rebirth, and the changing of the seasons. Anivia's appearance is a massive eagle-like creature composed entirely of a crystalline blue ice. She also has a single fuchsia crystal on her forehead. Her egg form is an icy globe that glows with white magic and appears swaddled in a nest of icy spikes. While she is a peaceful being, Anivia is not a pacifist. This should be a strong reminder to whoever wants to face her. Anivia, along with her many siblings, namely Ornn, the god of the forge and magma, Volibear, the god of storms and warfare, and 7 other unknown gods, sprung from Runeterra during its formation. The 10 ancient demigods began to forge the lands of the Vorjard itself, which is currently known as Freljord. Anivia's birth in particular is believed to have brought the first winters into the world, with some even claiming she is responsible for creating true ice, a very rare material that never melts. When the first mortals arrived in the ancient Vorjard, Anivia welcomed them willingly. Witnessing their fragility to the cold weather, she sheltered and guided them to secluded valleys where they would establish their own tribal communities and harden themselves to the elements. While nurturing and watching over these tribes, the mortals would come to revere and worship her and her siblings as gods. Legends state that although Anivia hoped that these tribes would remain united, blood feuds and infighting made them susceptible to a massive invasion from a greedy king in the south. The said king marched through the mountains, seeking to claim the wild magic of the Vorjard for himself. Angered by the outsiders, Anivia summoned a massive snowstorm that lasted a century, obliterating the ancient army in just one blow. This served as a lesson to never provoke Anivia, or else the coldest outrage would surely burst out. Despite the tragedy that had occurred, the thirst for power of mortals remained constant. A young woman named Lysandra, alongside her 2 sisters, Avarosa and Cyrilda, sought to harness the magic of the world and claim dominion over the entire Vorjard. Of course, in order to do so, each sister scoured the world for ancient powers to harness, with Lysandra seeking to tame the wild magic of the land itself. Anivia's brother Valhir, also known as Volibear, and Ildhag grew angered by Lysandra's defiance and sought to destroy the 3 sisters for their transgressions. However, this time, Anivia, alongside her other siblings, was more inclined to work with the sisters rather than declare war. Later on, the eldest sister, Lysandra, made a pact with other worldly masters, which were called the Watchers. Then these three sisters formed a mighty alliance and led a horde of warriors called the Iceborn. These powerful mortals were attuned to elemental magics of the ice, capable of wielding and utilizing the true ice substance, and practically immune to the frigid cold of the Voreard, now called the Freljord. Seems like war is something they cannot prevent, as mortals desire more power. As Lysandra and her sisters gained power and marched with their armies, they slowly erased the influences of the Freljordian demigods. The tradition transitioned in favor of venerating the three sisters as goddesses, affecting the worship of Anivia and her siblings over time. This may sound great for them, but it just worsens their situation, since it fuels the anger of the demigods even more. Not to mention, other tribes clashed, since there were still some who vowed to the demigods, while others looked up to the newly crowned goddesses. Legend has it that Anivia sacrificed herself against a march of towering Balestriders, colossal and ancient creatures now corrupted by the influence of Lysandra. However, she was incapable of truly slaying these creatures. She instead plunged into the ice beneath their feet and shattered her own body, entombing the Balestriders beneath the ice and snow, forever locking and freezing for all eternity. It's believed that even death cannot touch Anivia herself, as many stories tell of how she had been struck down a handful of times throughout history. Anivia was always followed by a magnificent birth. For as long as the Freljord exists, her soul remains immortal. Each rebirth may take hundreds or thousands of years before she rises again, but they always coincide with the dawn of a new era for the Freljord, causing her appearance to be both a wondrous blessing as well as an omen of great or terrible changes on the horizon. She may be gone for now, but Anivia will surely rise again after some time. Who knows what changes will ensue when her rebirth is done. The war between the mortals continues, while Anivia goes to her deep slumber. Over the course of the years, Anivia is ancient enough to have witnessed countless mortal civilizations, and is highly revered by many tribal communities of the Freljord. She saw how society changed from the old times, but since more tribes began to worship her during her slumber, Anivia is clueless about how many stories and legends have been told in her honor, cementing her as a staple for most Freljordian mythology and culture, while waiting for her return. One of the oldest stories of Anivia pictures a comedic relationship with her demigod brother, Ornn. The story tells how her brother Ornn felled one of her favorite perching trees to build his house, the Horn Hall. Annoyed by this, Anivia sought a mini revenge on her brother by tickling his nose with her feathers as Ornn slept. She was able to do so, causing Ornn to sneeze out a gout of flame and setting his bedsheets on fire. Having the plan quickly escalated more than she anticipated, Anivia panicked as the blaze of fire scorched through the walls of the wooden house. She flapped her wings to fly away and accidentally stoked the fire even hotter within the dry Freljordian air, causing all of Horn Hall to light ablaze. Anivia managed to escape and survive, but Ornn's place did not end well. Shortly, Ornn woke up on top of a pile of ashes, completely in a bad mood. Feeling disturbed in his sleep, but unaware of the prank Anivia had played on him. It was an event that Anivia hasn't told Ornn to this day. On the other hand, the peaceful nomadic tribe Notai highly revere Anivia. They are one of the tribes that praise Anivia even in the old times. They travel along the waves of frost, which they believe were spills from Anivia's massive wings. Notai were famous in Freljord, and they were well known for their songs and storytelling. They have many songs that detail Anivia's magnificent birth, bursting from a giant egg of ice and hurling tiny shards into the sky to eventually fall as snow. If other civilizations in Freljord delve into short stories, the tribe of Notai focused on songs inspired by Anivia herself. Another tribe called the Morn Crow has sagas telling how the frigid winds and blizzards scour through the Freljord. They believed that those actually originated from the first beats of Anivia's wings when she first birthed into the world, creating the title, the Frostbringer. Their ideals of whom to worship were unclear, but they recognized how powerful Anivia was. Meanwhile, the Avarosan tribe has a legend about an iceborn war mother named Ula Shatterspear, who was favored by Anivia herself for saving a young hawk from a Rimefang wolf. Throughout Ula's life, Anivia protected her from harm until she finally fell in battle after witnessing 100 winters. After her death, Ula's soul was welcomed by Anivia with wings spread wide. It is believed in the Avarosan tribe that they can achieve the same fate as Ula if they live with a kind heart, praying that Anivia will guide them on their journey. Just like in the myths of the tribes, Anivia's rebirth is soon inevitable. Her rebirth oftentimes takes a century or so, which is obviously more than the lifespan of a mere mortal. Anivia re-emerged from her egg once more, marking the start of a new era for the Freljord, and bringing great change. The rebirth can be felt across the Freljord, and everyone immediately knows what's coming. Different preparations were made by the tribe, holding on to their beliefs as they welcomed the demigod. Anivia then appeared before Ashe, an iceborn warmother of the Avarosan tribe. Ashe was the one who continued her deceased mother Greena's search for the mythical throne of Avarosa. Being the new warmother, Ashe was seen by Anivia as the one who could finally reunite the tribes of the Freljord. Ashe has somewhat gained the favor of the Cryo-Phoenix with just a single glance. From that point, Ashe's destiny was now intertwined with Anivia's plan, believing they would be the ones to unite all tribes in Freljord. A lot has changed during Anivia's slumber, and it is safe to assume that the world she knew before is entirely different in the current era. With Anivia's return to the Freljord, more and more shamans and spirit walkers of the old demigods feel her presence. A new era heralds to the Freljord. However, Anivia is unaware of what great threat she has come to face. There are several unknown quantities in the equation, which sparks multiple possibilities. Mortals could potentially target Anivia again just to gain her power. However, no matter what happens, Anivia will surely rise back again to this world, bound in the cycle of death and rebirth. A long time ago, there were two mages living in Noxus, namely Grigori Hastur and Ameline Kiosar. The two mages fled from the capital of Noxus due to their uncertainty about Borum Darkwill's rule, the current emperor. During that time, Grigori wasn't aware of Ameline's full story, and it remained that way throughout their escape. The truth is, Ameline was a runaway from the Ravenbloom Conservatory, a school run by the Black Rose. It was the place where Ameline was experimentally fused with a demon named Tibalk. Eventually, Grigori and Ameline managed to escape, with the hopes of living peacefully somewhere far from Noxus. The couple made a home in the Iron Spike Mountains at the border of Freljord and Noxus, located at the northern Valoran. Their love blossomed, and Ameline became pregnant, filling the couple with pure joy. In anticipation of her child's birth, Ameline crafted a stuffed teddy bear based on the mysterious shadow bears rumored to roam the lands around them. As she applied the finishing touches to the toy, Ameline suddenly went into labor, and so that day, Annie was born. As a newborn, Annie was given the teddy bear that her mother made for her. When Annie was a toddler, she and her father got ill with a fever that was so hot that Ameline couldn't even touch them. Ameline tried using ice water from the river to ease her daughter's fever, but since she had no clue how long Annie could endure the pain, she became desperate. Ameline resorted to using the powers of the demon Tibalk to save her daughter. By infusing the demon into Annie's stuffed bear, Annie's illness was magically cured, but it was at the cost of Ameline's own life. The next day, Grigori woke up feeling better than before. He looked around the house and only saw Annie in her crib, cured of her fever and playing with her stuffed bear she now named Tibbers. Grigori picked up Annie and tried to search for Ameline around their vicinity, but no matter how hard they tried, Ameline was nowhere to be seen. Their lives continued, and Annie was slowly growing up. That time, Annie's latent magical abilities began to manifest, allowing her to manipulate the flames of the fireplace without her father noticing. As a child, Annie believed naively that her mother would return one day. Annie could often be found sitting by the fireplace in her mother's rocking chair and clutching Tibbers tightly while waiting for her mother's return. No one knows what truly happened to Ameline. That's why they can't blame Annie for her wishful thinking. A couple of months passed by, and without any trace of Ameline, Grigori accepted that she would never return. As more people began settling around the Iron Spike Mountains, Grigori moved on from his loss, and later fell in love with one of these settlers named Lyanna, who had a daughter of her own named Daisy. Seeing a second chance for a happy family life, Grigori soon married Lyanna, and the two families joined together, making Lyanna Annie's new stepmother, and Daisy her new stepsister. Everything was getting better for the newly forged family, but Lyanna began to grow disturbed by Annie. She often finds Annie's morbid crayon drawings depicting Ameline and Tibbers. Lyanna knows how hard the situation is for Annie, but her drawings are a bit creepy for a little child. On the other hand, Daisy grew close to Annie and treated each other as sisters. Because of that, Daisy was the first one to witness Annie's magical prowess. She grew terrified of Tibbers and Annie's fire magic, which often sparked from her short temper. Daisy did try to tell their parents, but they just brushed her off, thinking she's just a kid with a wild imagination. Despite the situation, it didn't stop Annie and Daisy from forming a strong bond. One day, Annie and Daisy went outside to play. While roaming in the forest, the two chased a blue fairy. It is a playful winged spirit, also known as a pix or pixie. They ran around the forest as laughter and small giggles echoed through the trees, eventually leading them to a river. Realizing that the river could be dangerous for them, Annie protested against chasing the fairy further. However, Daisy began skipping on stones to reach the fairy, and when she was about to catch it, Daisy lost her balance and slipped down. As the water started to take Daisy, Annie reached out with her bear and allowed her stepsister to grab on. As Daisy held on, Annie's magical abilities began to flare up as Tibbers glowed with a light fire. Frightened by Annie's magic, Daisy panicked and let go of Tibbers. Daisy drowned in the river while Annie watched helplessly. Eventually, Annie made it back, sobbing as she delivered the message to her parents. At that point, Annie's family was cracked once more. Emotions filled the cabin. None of them wanted that to happen. Argument ensued as the adults pointed fingers at each other, while mourning the death of her stepsister. Annie overheard Lyanna as she blamed Annie and called her a monster to Grigori's face. Overwhelmed with grief and emotion, Annie ran to her room. She is currently in a vulnerable state. leading to her slowly losing control of her magic. Annie accidentally set her room on fire, and shortly, the entire house caught aflame. Grigori ran into his daughter's room and carried her out of the burning house. As the house began to collapse, some rubble from the ceiling started to fall, forcing Grigori to throw Annie to safety as he sacrificed himself to save her. Annie and Lyanna survived, but Grigori was crushed to death by the falling rubble. The turn of events was never-ending, and it felt like an accident after accident occurred like a falling domino. Everything happened too quickly, causing a tremendous shock for Annie. As the whole house was in ashes, Lyanna finally lost it. She violently expressed her spite, blaming Annie for losing her daughter, husband, and everything in her life. Lyanna knew that something was off about Annie since she saw her drawings, but she didn't expect that everything would transpire to this moment. Lyanna snatched Tibbers away from Annie and tried to tear the bear apart out of anger. Being the last memory from her mother, Lyanna's action triggered Annie's full rage. Annie summoned the demonic Tibulk by animating her teddy bear for the first time, viciously tearing Lyanna into pieces in just seconds. Witnessing her stepsister drown, her father crashed by the falling debris, and her stepmother got torn apart, all of those happened in front of Annie just this day. Now, completely alone, traumatized, and orphaned, Annie wandered off into the countryside with only her bear Tibbers to keep her company. No one would be able to fathom how wrecked Annie's mental state is, and who knows what would be her next actions from that point onwards. Annie wandered the northern parts of Noxus while avoiding the capital city, believing that most city Noxians would be similar to her hated stepmother. Occasionally on her travels, Annie would use her adorable appearance to convince a family to take her in and care for her. It's hard to blame her, since she's just a child with limited options for survival. Unfortunately, her magical prowess remains uncontrollable, causing deadly flames when anyone tries to separate Annie from her stuffed bear. It became an endless cycle for Annie for her to survive, and she became more immune to this setup the more that it happened. At some point, Annie was adopted by a family who gave her a new set of clothes, her signature pink and purple outfit along with her horned tiara. It's unknown what happened to them, but they were presumed to have been killed by Annie's uncontrollable fire magic. It is also important to remember that Annie doesn't intentionally kill every family that she has been with. But without feeling any remorse for those incidents, knowing her true intentions became hard to tell. Thus, some rumors about Annie crawled to different places. As Annie continued in her journey, she later on ended up at a tavern run by a bartender named Marcin. Ominously, Annie skipped through the tavern doors and asked Marcin for a cup of milk. Marcin was confused at first, but since Annie looked like an innocent child, he complied with Annie's request. As he got the girl a cup of milk, Annie paid with a full bag of coins. She doesn't know how currency works. All that Annie knows is that she has to pay, leading to her paying more than necessary. Marcin became more confused, but decided to not question Annie. However, a nearby bounty hunter overheard and caught a glimpse of the large sum of gold, and with the rumors circulating to some place, the bounty hunter approached Annie and demanded to know where she found such money. As the bounty hunter continued to provoke the young girl, Annie unleashed Tibbers, who immediately shredded the man apart and set the tavern on fire. Annie happily thanked the bartender before walking out as the entire structure crumbled into ashes. It just shows that Annie still has the courtesy to those who respect her, but at the same time will kill anyone who harasses her. Unfortunately, others would suffer the collateral damage. After hearing rumors about a girl with fire magic roaming the northern Ironspike Mountains, the Ravenbloom Conservatory sent a scout named Finn Retrick to investigate. The events pointed to something that Finn had been deciphering for a couple of years, since he personally knew Ameline in the past. Something tells him that this mysterious girl will be the answer to Ameline's disappearance. Finn traced all the reported burned places, narrowing the tracks of where the girl might go next. In due course, Finn found Annie and immediately recognized her as Ameline's daughter. His mission ever since was to retrieve the demon Tibalt, and it didn't take long before Finn realized what Ameline had done with Annie, who's the host now of the said demon. Finn brought Annie back to the school with him to be enrolled as their newest student. And since Annie was used to being adopted multiple times, she quickly trusted Finn and joined him. In the conservatory, Annie befriended most of her classmates, all of whom were youths wielding magical abilities. This included an Uvi cat Vestaya named Danny, a boy named Sidel, and a prodigy student named Faye. For the first time, Annie felt that she had finally found a place where she fit in. Annie showed a powerful talent for fire magic to the school and became extremely important for the academy because she was directly linked to Tibalt, an important asset that the school wished to regain control of. Day by day, Annie was proving to be a powerful mage thanks to the guidance of her instructors. However, due to her chaotic past, Annie remained a temperamental and mischievous student. Her misbehavior proved too difficult for the faculty staff to control and discipline. They were clueless on how to interact with a short-tempered child with tremendous power. Unfortunately for the academy, they would suffer the same fate as Annie's temper eventually got the best of her. She summoned the full force of Tibbers and set the entire school on fire, forcing everybody to evacuate as the academy burned to ashes. It would take time before Ravenbloom can fully recover from such destruction, but the higher-ups still cannot afford to lose Annie, fearing that other nations would use Annie as a weapon or harness the demon Tibalt before they do. Annie remained as a mischievous, dark child, ready to incinerate anyone who will piss her off. Miracles are something that happen only once in a million, or maybe even less. But they do happen, making it something to look out for and cherish. Looking at the mightiest peak in Runeterra, the mountainous and sparsely inhabited region in the west of Shurima, and the place also known as the Beacon to Dreamers, Mount Targon is the perfect place for life-changing events, the ones that you can call miracles. The story begins in Lunari, an ancient organization and religious order venerating the aspect of the moon of Mount Targon, and Diana serves as the aspect of the moon, being the physical embodiment of the deity that the Lunari pray to. On one fateful night, Aphelios and Alun were twins born to the Lunari. Giving birth to twins is rarer than usual, but what made Aphelios and Alun's birth was the timing. They were born during a lunar convergence, a phenomenon when the moon of the spirit realm eclipsed the moon in the physical world. Because of the significance of their birth on a lunar event, the twins were celebrated as children of destiny, growing up as loyal zealots of the Lunari faith. The two embraced the night and hid in the shadows, away from the oppressive Solari. Also located in the mountains, Solari is an opposing organization that worships the aspect of the sun of Mount Targon, creating conflicts against the Lunari. The two organizations often fought due to their contradicting ideals and beliefs. However, this time, the Lunari firmly believes that the twins will be the ones who will stop the nonsense war. During the early age of Aphelios and Alun, they already showed signs of what they were potentially good at. Mirroring the two moons that marked their births, the twins undergo different trainings, representing each moon during the lunar convergence. Aphelios trained tirelessly with the mystical moonstone blades, becoming physically strong as a symbol of the physical moon. On the other hand, Elune, who was gifted magically, trained to be a seer as a symbol of the spiritual moon, using her magic to reveal hidden paths and truths using the light of the moon. Aphelios and Elune stood tall throughout their rigorous training, exceeding expectations as their bond became the foundation of their hard work. Eventually, Elune's training would require her to leave the Lunari Temple, the place where the two had been raised, separating her from Aphelios more often. Saddened by her sister's increasing absence, it pushed Aphelios to find his own purpose. Aphelios underwent a ceremonial journey in order to discover his orbit, which is the Lunari term for finding one's purpose in life. The path of the twins, which began as intertwined, slowly moving in opposite directions as they fulfill their roles in Lunari. On his religious journey, Aphelios discovered a pool full of poisonous bluish-violet dusk petals, also known as noctum flowers, hidden in a cave. These rare flowers bloomed beneath the water's surface, allowing the poison to be distilled into a liquid that, if consumed, was thought to open one's mind to the power of the moon. Drinking the noctum's essence is part of his ceremonial journey, and Aphelios does so without hesitation. Right after he consumed the said liquid, Aphelios felt a pain so intense that his entire body became numb, allowing his body to be completely immune to pain. The effects on Aphelios were too intense. His vocal cords tightened up and rendered him almost completely mute while under the influence of the noctum essence. Despite the painful experience, Aphelios successfully survived the ritual, carrying a noctum flower on his way back to the temple. Not long after completing his journey, a rare phenomenon unfolded. An ancient Lunari fortress located in the spirit realm called the Maris Omegnum began to phase into the physical world, showing up in the Mount Targan. This event hadn't occurred in centuries, making it almost a myth, but it happened that day. Lunari from all over Targon gathered to the location of the ancient temple, hoping to witness the event as a sign of a new era for the Lunari and a shifting of power in the cosmos. Traditionally, the Maris Omegnum would open up to a magically gifted individual to occupy it every time it phased into existence. With this year's chosen occupant, Elune was the chosen one. Aphelios, to the Lunari's surprise, personally requested to witness the event and see his sister move on to the spiritual fortress. It would be the last time Aphelios may see her twin sister. That's why the Lunari complied with his request. Meanwhile, as the Maris Omegnum phased into reality under a veil of moonlight, the oppressive Solari discovered the gathered Lunari. Swiftly, they initiated an ambush to purge the Lunari and prevent them from gaining more power. Just as expected, Lunari was caught off guard, but they tried their best to defend the place as the ritual continued. The chaos alerted Aphelios, making him rush to the battlefield in that instant. He fought bravely to protect his people, but even with his newfound strength, it wasn't enough to defend the ambush. Aphelios was defeated, left with his moonstone blades shattered, desperately reaching towards the noctum flower he retrieved from his journey. As Elune rushed into the temple, she reached the heart of the fortress, while Aphelios consumed the noctum flower at the same time. Elune's magical abilities were amplified within the spiritual fortress. In that exact moment, Aphelios found he was capable of feeling his sister's powers, embracing him. and hearing her voice as she materialized a new moonstone weapon in his hand. Within the Maris Omegnum, Elun's powers would be magnified and allowed her to project her magic anywhere in the world, as long as it found a focus in. In this case, it's the Noctum poison coursing through Aphelios' veins. Using her new amplified powers, Elun pushed both herself and the temple back into the spirit realm, while Aphelios stood up once more and fought off the Solari with a new arsenal of moonstone weapons. Together, the twins showed why they were the chosen ones, protecting both the spiritual and physical realms respectively. As the dust settled, Lunari survived and the ritual was completed, while the Solari retreated. Days passed by, and Aphelios figured out something. By using the poisonous Noctum essence, he could hollow himself out by numbing his body, becoming a living conduit for his sister's lunar magic. Elun, on the other hand, would remain alone within the spiritual fortress, guiding her brother from afar, seeing through his eyes and providing him with his mystical arsenal. Their souls were simultaneously close, yet realms apart, converging into something they couldn't wholly understand. Their destinies were probably written by the day they were born, which was the current situation that they are in. Now realizing their true purpose, the twins became the weapon that the Lunari needed, an agent to protect them in the newly shifting power balance of Targon between the Solari and Lunari. Aphelios and Elun shoulder the responsibility of a better tomorrow for their citizens, hoping to end the oppression once and for all. For a moment, the twins thought that their paths were no longer connected as they ventured into different roles in the Lunari. Confusing as it is strangely a bit of both, connected to each other, but realms apart. However, the twins believed that they were the ones who could play this role, which made their bond stronger. Beginning to fulfill their destiny, the twins went on many missions together to protect the faithful Lunari from oppression. As the master of their respective craft, the combination of their newfound abilities was outstanding. The assassin training of Aphelios was complemented by Elun's guidance and magical assistance, creating a deadly duo that no one could compete. Over the course of their countless missions, Elun created a wide arsenal of weapons she provided her brother, each weapon being uniquely tied to a spiritual creature within the Maris Omegnum, and Aphelios wielded them flawlessly. Elun's abilities as a seer became more keen, and she began to instruct Aphelios whom to target. On most of their missions, Aphelios was sent by his sister to assassinate many Solari targets that threatened their people. One of these targets was a talented sun forger who enchanted Solari weapons with the power of the sun. The said sun forger was the one responsible for providing deadly weapons for the Solari oppressor, and eliminating him would weaken the force of Solari. It wouldn't be wise to approach him up front, since he is for sure surrounded by guards. Aphelios then waited for the right time and assassinated their target with the weapon Severum under the cover of night. Once again, the twins managed to balance the power between Lunari and Solari. As days go by, another mission is presented to the twins. While preparing in a cave temple, Aphelios felt his sister comforting him from the spirit realm, sharing his senses and sending him visions of both the past and his next target. It is a nostalgic connection for Aphelios, but he focused on the latter of the message instead, eyeing the mysterious barbarian from outside of Mount Targon. After drinking the poisonous Noctum flower and numbing his body, he felt Elun's presence once more, and then summoned Gravitum in his hands. Aphelios then emerged from the cave and scaled the mountain, guided by his sister and armed with his new gravity cannon, wherein he drew floating islands toward himself. Upon reaching his destination at the side of the mountain, Aphelios witnessed a group of Solari warriors, infamously known as Burning Ones, surrounding the same outsider he saw in his visions. A battle quickly unfolded as the Solari warriors targeted Aphelios. Unfortunately for them, Aphelios pulled out Severum and Crescendum. Despite the numbers advantage, the fight wasn't even remotely close. With a combination of two different weapons, Aphelios killed the Solari warriors effortlessly. The barbarian outsider thanked Aphelios for saving him from the Solari warriors. However, defending the barbarian wasn't originally the plan. He was the target that needed to be eliminated. It's evident that Aphelios was hesitant to do so, but his fate with his sister outweighed his doubts on his mind. Unwillingly, Aphelios was forced to kill the man as part of his mission to retrieve a mysterious scimitar stolen by the barbarian. It was Lunari's property after all, but Aphelios felt that killing the barbarian was not necessary. Aphelios began to inspect the scimitar that he successfully claimed. For some reason, it felt familiar to him, but could not fully remember if he truly had seen such a weapon. It's evident that the blade is made out of moon silver, a metal forge under the moon's light, imbued with a small amount of the moon's magic. After fully realizing what the weapon was, Alun stated that the scimitar's owner was fleeing from something, though unsure of what. Filled with mystery, the twins wanted to unfold the truth. They knew that their next mission was to locate the owner and bring that person back to the Lunari. The twins encountered countless missions, and each one of those had a vivid reason why they needed to accomplish such a task. However, their new mission was different. Sure, there have been multiple uncertainties with their path, but not when it comes to visions. Uncertainties are something that make anyone double-think their decisions. Of course, it's always easier to thread a path with a clear direction, objective, and reasonable course. But we must not forget those uncertainties also fuel the thrill of the unknown, making accomplishments much sweeter once achieved. Not all events need an explanation. It's just up to you to find out. And with that, Aphelios stood committed to completing his mission and walked into the night with the crescent blade in his hand. This time we will be heading to the coldest place of Runeterra, the land of Freljord. It may sound uneventful based on the description alone, but you will be surprised how many cultures there are in that place. However, whenever there are differences among mortals, conflicts follow. Here's the story of an Iceborn living in Freljord, rumored to be chosen by Anivia herself to be the one to reunite all tribes. Her name is Ashe, the Frost Archer. Avarosan is one of the dominant tribes in the Freljord, and their history comes a long way. The original Avarosan was one of the oldest tribes, named after Avarosa, one of the legendary Three Sisters. During the early stage, the tribe was led by Grena, Ashe's mother. However, the number of the tribe slowly diminished throughout the years. It seemed like growing their tribe became problematic as other tribes emerged in Freljord. After a couple of years, Grena gave birth to a beautiful child. With her pale skin, blue eyes, and long white hair, the child was named Ashe, and it looked like she was one of a kind. The Avarosan tribe was slowly decreasing, and the birth of Ashe gave them a little hope that their future bloodline would continue. But with that being said, the best gift in this situation for them was Ashe is an Iceborn, meaning she was gifted with an ancestral connection to the magic of her lands and the rare ability to wield the power of true ice. Growing up in a small tribe, Ashe further showed her abilities, putting more pressure on her to be the successor of her mother. And if that wasn't enough, the Avarosan tribe also began to theorize that Ashe could be the reincarnation of Avarosa, though it was too far-fetched at that time. The theory remained as it was for the time being. Throughout her youth, everyone assumed that Ashe would follow her mother as the tribe's next leader. However, this was never a glory Ashe desired. The grim responsibility of her warlike lineage and extraordinary gifts left Ashe feeling isolated, burdened, and alone. Carrying a huge responsibility before felt like a dictation of what Ashe should do right from the get-go, forcing Ashe to step up despite her young age. Thankfully, Ashe has a friend that eases the pressure whenever they meet. Her name is Sejuani, an iceborn girl like her from a sister tribe. Sejuani would stay with the Avarosan tribe for the summer hunts around the Ornkal Rokas, a coastal pilgrimage site located at the footholds of Ridgeback Mountains in northern Freljord. Sejuani and Ashe would often play around and hunt for their tribe, building their friendship stronger and defining their childhoods. However, since the tribes in Freljord held too many customs and ideals, their connection was cut short just as they reached their teens. Somehow, Grena had offended Sejuani's grandmother, and the fellowship between their tribes ended suddenly. The political difference grew, and the girls could not hold their friendship the way that it was. The lives of the Avarosan tribe remained the same, but it was getting dire as their reputation followed the tribe's number, steadily decreasing with time. Grena's prime years were already over, and she felt like time was running out for her tribe. The situation pushed Grena to muster her courage and finally make a move to fulfill her lifelong quest, the search of the throne of Avarosa. The Avarosan tribe has been searching for the said throne, but it wasn't the priority. They must survive and secure their future bloodline first before venturing into a possible myth. It is believed that the throne of Avarosa has a hoard of treasures and magical items, and it could be the way to finally return the greatness of the tribe that they once had. Eventually, Grena led the tribe in searching for the lost throne, going on expeditions around Freljord as they held on to their fate. Along the journey, Grena's belief in prophecies and legends led her to take risks, which often left her tribe enfeebled. Some even started to question her rule, but it didn't stop their faction from moving forward. Later on, Grena instructed her tribe to march through the foreign land occupied by another tribe. The situation escalated quickly, making their mission dangerous and turning it into an unnecessary raid. As the tribes clashed against each other, it was clear that the residents of the land had the upper hand in terms of mastery of the place. Unfortunately, Grena was killed, and it snowballed into a bigger problem for the Avarosan tribe. Grena's sudden death made it easy for other neighboring tribes to claim their place. Most of her tribe was wiped out, while young Ashe was left on the run. From carrying the responsibility of leading her people to a better future, to being the only Avarosan survivor, this made Ashe finally realize the gravity of her situation and how desperate their tribe was. Her grief became the reason for Ashe to take on the mantle and continue the mission of her mother. Alone in the cold mountains while being pursued by the previous invader of their tribe, Ashe followed her mother's last map to a deserted glacier. It wasn't easy since she had to stay as quiet as possible while surviving in the woods. Thanks to the hunting skills she developed with Sejuani, finding food was not a problem. Not to mention the snowfall covers her tracks, allowing Ashe to pursue deeper into the Freljord. The search seemed endless, but on one fateful day, Ashe stumbled to a supposed grave of Avarosa inside a cave. The place seemingly was different from the ones that she was searching for, meaning the grave of Avarosa is different from her throne. Fortunately for Ashe, Avarosa's magical bow of true ice was there, waiting to be claimed. Having the blood of an iceborn, Ashe was able to wield the weapon of the Freljordian goddess, allowing her to summon frost arrows as ammunition and shoot enchanted crystal arrows. And with that, Ashe used the weapon to avenge her mother's death, then turned west. And even though Ashe has a new weapon at hand, precision is still something she must perfect. Wielding the magical bow will be a waste if Ashe cannot land her shots. She may have experience in hunting, but Ashe is no expert in bow weaponry. She can land an arrow in stationary targets, but the moving ones were a whole different story. At first, Ashe was frustrated for not landing no matter how stealthy she had been. The bunny would hop around like nothing ever happened. But then her commitment to her tribe helped Ashe control her emotions, relax her nerves, and align her aim perfectly. Day by day, her accuracy was getting better, and the improvement was clear, making it easier for Ashe to hunt for food. No one can stop Ashe from refining her skills. It even went to the point wherein Ashe could land several arrows simultaneously on a falling icicle. Believing she finally reached the peak of her archery, Ashe continued to march across the Freljord. Living alone in the forest is surely difficult due to the scarcity of resources. Ashe's options were slowly getting limited once more, and she must do something to survive. One day, Ashe came across an old friend. Their path once again crossed, as Sejuani was doing an expedition around the area at that time. Seeing Ashe alone and starving in the woods, Sejuani took pity on her and brought Ashe back to the Winter's Claw. She then told Ashe about her plan to overthrow Kalkia and asked for Ashe's help. Ashe was thrilled and immediately agreed, as they both swore an oath that day, making them battle sisters. With her newly mastered skills, Ashe was determined to help her old friend, thinking Sejuani would do the same for her. It was indeed a heartwarming reunion, but unfortunately, it was short-lived. As far as Ashe knew, overthrowing the throne was the only plan, but Sejuani's plan also involved raiding the neighboring tribe and stealing their supplies, while planning to raid more tribes in Freljord. Ashe does not approve of this raid, and an argument between them arises. With their different views on uniting Freljord, the two former battle sisters were now sworn enemies. Ashe left the Winter's clan and proceeded to her own quest, leaving Sejuani in the ensuing raids. Throughout her quest, Ashe gained a reputation by protecting the many scattered, hearthbound tribes she encountered. Whether it was because of duty or loneliness, Ashe acted according to her instincts. She spurned the custom of taking thralls and chose to adopt these desperate people instead of full members of her new tribe. It was something new to Freljordians, and Ashe's fame quickly spread through the region. Saving someone will surely make them remember about you, but doing so while wielding a weapon of a known goddess will definitely spread more rumors. Soon, many began to believe that Ashe did not just carry the weapon of Avarosa. She was the legend herself, reborn and destined to reunite the Freljord. This made more people follow Ashe, believing she was the reincarnation of Avarosa. And so, Ashe with her new followers marched through the snow as the new Avarosan tribe emerged. And just like what Ashe experienced before, scarcity of resources remained a problem for her. Tall tales would not feed her followers, and their long march south left the tribe on the verge of starvation. Ashe did not want them to perish in her hands, so she leveraged the myths surrounding her, using them to form alliances with the powerful and land-rich southern tribes, promising to unite them into a nation capable of challenging neighboring kingdoms. The plan was indeed promising, but her lack of experience made Ashe a bit too naive. These new alliances brought new dangers, and Ashe quickly found herself at the center of a political feud. As Freljordian tribal leaders are known, they were expected to be wed to form an alliance, but taking a husband from one of the major tribes would anger the others. Ashe could take several husbands, but this would only bring the conflict to a boil within her own household, and the ensuing bloodshed would shatter the alliances she had fought to build. Ashe must think quickly in order to avoid political conflict in Freljord while saving the new Avarosan tribe. Eventually, her answer was an impoverished vagabond from a mountain clan that had been nearly wiped out, the warrior Tindamir. He was neither a spirit walker nor blessed with any elemental powers, but upon his arrival in Ashe's new capital, Tryndamere had thrown himself into every dueling ring he could find. Tryndamere fought with abandon, desperate to prove the destitute survivors of his clan were worthy of adoption by one of the stronger tribes. But even for the Freljord, his brutal fighting style and extraordinary vitality were unsettling, and many suspected he was touched by dark magic. A lot viewed Tryndamere and his clan as a bloodthirsty army, which became the sole reason why tribes avoided them. The narratives were ignored by Ashe. She offered to adopt his people as her own if he became her first and only blood sworn. This will benefit both sides, as Ashe can now continue her campaign without worrying about needing to be married first, while Tryndamere's clan will find a place to call home. Tryndamere accepted reluctantly, finally forming a political marriage between them. Their quest continues, and it seems like their bond grows as well. Even though it was a political marriage, the attraction they felt for each other was palpable, and slowly a true affection blossomed. Now, the Avarosan tribe are those who are loyal to Ashe, while others war. Ashe works day and night to establish a single alliance throughout the Freljord. They are an agglomeration of progressive tribes that believe in diplomacy through the teachings of Avarosa. They dwell mostly in the slightly warmer regions, and many settlements under their banner are agrarian. Though Ashe's methods are peaceful, she is still backed by a powerful and committed army. Ashe has many tribes allied with her, and several people such as Braum the Heart of the Freljord, Gregos the Rabble-rouser, and of course her blood-sworn Tryndamere. Up to this day, there are several rumors that are still roaming around Freljord. One of those was a rumor about Ashe meeting Anivia, the demigod herself. Some even say that Anivia chose Ashe to unite all tribes in Freljord. Looking at the stars is sure dreamy. It oftentimes makes you wonder where it all begins. Perhaps celestial entities could be the reason behind the beginning of the creation. Which begs the question, can a mere mortal stand against such being? Let's answer that question as we go back to the beginning. This is the story of Aurelion's soul, the Star Forger. Born at the beginning of creation, Aurelion's soul and his kin were alive for eons before Runeterra ever existed. They wandered through the early universe, seeking to fill it with wonders. Aurelion's soul's passion was creating stars. He forged systems and galaxies as he traveled. He rarely met any equals in power, and stayed away from the aspects, stellar beings that live in the celestial realm. Aurelion's soul viewed them as egotistical and uninterested in creation. That's why he instead focused on his own philosophies. Aurelion's soul continued to fly through the vacuum, creating numerous stars along the way. From nothingness into flashing lights, the empty vast space is slowly changing the way Aurelion's soul wants. This allowed the space to be habitable, and worlds started to exist as they revolved around a star. It became a domino effect, and his creations gave many other celestial beings a purpose, such as Bard and Soraka. But of course, not everyone was happy with these sparkles of lights. Some woke up from their eternal sleep, and the new creations were irritating for them. These creatures are known from the void, and they are determined to wreck the worlds so they can return to their eternal slumber. Unfortunately, Aurelion's soul was not aware of any of the mentioned effects, since he was still busy lighting up the vast space. Eventually, Aurelion's creation went to a halt. It had been a few eons since he roamed around the cosmos, and Aurelion was curious about how well his creation has been doing. When Aurelion's soul returned to one of his earliest creations, he was surprised to see that there was a world orbiting it, a planet he had not formed. Aurelion realized that his creations sparked multiple scenarios that weren't his intentions, making him more curious about the events in that vicinity. Going back to the mentioned world, the aspects seemed heavily invested in it. Some of them even descended and used the body of a mortal as a host, which further fueled Aurelion's curiosity. The said world was named Runeterra, where mortals had sprung up. Having a closer look, Aurelion saw different civilizations living in such places. Some were in deserts, others in frozen mountains, and the rest were scattered in the forest. These civilizations started to build different empires with different purposes, aiming to conquer other lands, pursue advancement, or just balance peace and harmony. These mortals offered wide perspectives that Aurelion hadn't seen. Aurelion finally grasped why some of the aspects have the change of heart. Or maybe it was just naive thinking on his part. Eventually, Aurelion realized that these mortals were aware of his existence. He even heard some pray and offer gratitude towards him. The mortals urged Aurelion's soul to come closer and guide the inhabitants, begging for his wisdom to explore the world. Flattered by the opportunity to have his glory praised, Aurelion's soul descended upon Mount Targon. While most cannot see or even comprehend his true form, Aurelion's soul takes the form of a cosmic dragon when not in the celestial realm. In this form, he is larger than even Mount Targon, Runeterra's tallest mountain. His skin is dark blue, resembling the color of deep space, and glistens with the light of stars. He glows in this form in light and dark shades of blue, and his head is white with sharp spikes resembling teeth around his mouth. What could be considered his hair is a deep purple and dark blue. As the cosmic dragon descended to Runeterra, the Targonians named him Soul after their son, and the aspects demanded they make him a gift to thank him for his creation. This came in the form of a golden crown, which they offered to him. Aurelion was touched by the gesture of the Targonians. It felt like they truly appreciated his creation and his passion for making stars. As soon as Aurelion touched the golden crown, it became clear that this was no gift. The crown attached to its head was etched with magic so powerful that even he could not remove it. It restricted his powers and placed him firmly in the control of the aspects. Aurelion not only fell to the traps of a mortal, but it was also orchestrated by the aspects of Targon, essentially putting a leash on him. Aurelion's soul realized what was happening, but before he could retaliate, he was thrown back into space and prevented from coming near Runeterra. With Aurelion's soul at their command, the aspects channeled his powers into a massive sun discs that the mortals had made. Using his energy, they raised up mortals into god warriors, and when the first sun disk fell, a more powerful one took its place. Aurelion's soul was forced to watch as these so-called Ascended destroyed first their enemies, then void creatures, and finally themselves. Some aspects believe that Aurelion deserved his state since everything was the byproduct of his creation, from the world formation to battling against void creatures. But Aurelion firmly believed that none of those were his responsibility, and he must find a way to free himself. Meanwhile, the stars he had created from the distant galaxies began to fade because of neglect. It's been almost a century, and he was still unable to free himself, preventing Aurelion from saving the dying stars. The aspects ferried him between different planets to complete tasks for them, not realizing that the crown's bonds were slowly weakening. However, Aurelion knows that the only thing he is to do is to wait. He is adamant that when he escapes, he will take revenge on the aspects and destroy Runeterra for detaining him. Aurelion's chances of avenging himself rise when a series of magical cataclysms render the planet almost defenseless. Void creatures versus Ascended turning into Darkens, and Darkens versus the aspects were only some of the wars that kept everyone busy, and other civilizations were fighting against each other too. Everyone was too greedy for more power and control. They almost forgot that there was a Starforger waiting for its time to annihilate them all. Eventually, Aurelion's soul was called back to Runeterra by a previous incarnation of Pantheon, the aspect of wars. As always, he appeared in the sky as a glowing comet, invoking various reactions and emotions from the people below. As he witnessed the people react to him in ways he had seen before, Aurelion's soul thought about how humans never learned from their mistakes and how circular the pattern of history. He scoffed at the primitive nature of the people below, hearing their names for him and deeming them all incorrect. Believing that these lowly creatures could never understand what he truly was. They called him a comet, a dragon, but none of them were aware of his true form. When he arrived on the mountain on which Pantheon was waiting, the aspect ordered Aurelion to seal a breach into the void that had formed in the mountain. Aurelion did not immediately obey, since he knew that the void creatures also wanted to tear down Runeterra, and their conversation angered the aspect. But since Aurelion was still under the aspect's command, he was forced to obey the Pantheon. Aurelion destroyed some of the various energies and void-born creatures that emerged from the rift. However, he was not able to seal the rift, as there was a sentient being keeping it open. Aurelion's soul felt the energy emanating from the rift and realized that this being was laughing at him, essentially mocking his presence and his current situation as a leashed pet for aspects. But that could be the worst thing to do in front of a celestial being like Aurelion. Infuriated, Aurelion's soul would not let such mockery pass. He formed 3 fledgling stars out of the elements around him and threw all 3 at the rift. The stars seared the abyss closed with an explosion so massive that it destroyed the mountain that the rift had formed on and essentially decimated everything on it, along with Pantheon's physical form. Across Runeterra, mortals saw what many called a second dawn, caused by the light that was released by the explosion. Most of them were not aware that the destruction they saw was the one responsible for powering up the ancient sun disk, along with other magical weapons. This was just a sneak peek of what Aurelion could do. Stars would descend from his hands effortlessly, and wiping the whole universe wouldn't be a problem if it wasn't for the crown. As the aftermath settles, Aurelion's soul needs to face the consequences of his actions. He had killed Pantheon's physical form and disobeyed orders from the aspects themselves. Aurelion remembers all of the stars he created, and the cost of his actions was the life of a star, which physically and emotionally hurt him. His fury brought fear to the world, wiping everyone in the mountains and nearby in the blink of an eye, even the innocent ones. With the tremendous energy imploded in Runeterra, the aspects from across the universe rushed to the scene and directed Aurelion somewhere else. As he left Runeterra, Aurelion's soul sensed that a new host, possibly Atreus, was chosen to bear the spirit of Pantheon. However, despite the chaos, Aurelion savored the reactions from the aspects. As he launched himself out of Runeterra, Aurelion senses an emotion he had never felt from Targon before. Fear. The fear of what he might do next. Aurelion returned to the galaxy, waiting for the moment of his freedom. Stars will surely reign when the time comes, and the best that the mortals could do was to pray for salvation. It is believed that Aurelion's soul has been called back to Runeterra once more, though it is unclear for what purpose. Moreover, as he summoned Inviolus Vox to the planet to wait the time when dragons across the universe shall descend upon Runeterra, the story is about a quiet Vestayan woman with a strong appetite for knowledge. She may be a bit misunderstood by her tribe, but she is definitely a caring person, always ready to help those in need. This is the story of Aurora, the witch between worlds. Somewhere in Freljord, there's a hidden village lurking in the land of Amumu. They are part of a Vestayan tribe known as the Brini, a secluded tribe of rabbit-like, but mostly human. They remained isolated from other Vastayan tribes, causing their inherited magic to be more diluted. One fortunate day, a gifted child was born. Pale skin with a freckled face, blue eyes, and orange hair. Her name is Aurora. Aurora was born with the innate ability to interact much more closely with the spirit realm, making many friends that only she could see. Aurora's parents believed this to be just her wild imagination, but Aurora's great-aunt Havu encouraged her unique abilities and passions, allowing her to revel in her own company. Aurora continued to play with her imaginary friends, as the tribe calls them, letting the young girl be more connected to the spirit realm unintentionally. Slowly, Aurora started to believe what others were telling about her friends, that those creatures she saw were just part of her imagination. Aurora tried her best to alter her thinking, forcing herself to ignore them, but she could not just unsee these creatures roaming in their village. However, as Aurora grew up, she started to understand her ability more, realizing these so-called imaginary friends were actually spirits. It was puzzling at first for her, since a lot of questions arose, like why the rest of the Brittany tribe cannot see the way that she can. But with the support from her great-aunt, Aurora sought the truth and figured only she had the special ability in their tribe to peer through the veil between the mortal and spiritual realms. Aurora was delighted with such a gift, and this could also be the anchor of her thirst for knowledge. Aurora wanted to know more, study these creatures, and trace their origins. Using this special, unique sight, Aurora meticulously documented and studied these spirits to help others understand the world as she saw it. Maybe having this ability meant she was destined for something, and only Aurora could unfold this mystery. Aurora spent most of her time researching and developing her studies, which could be the reason why now wears a pair of large circular glasses. Her usual outfit consists of a teal, wide-brimmed witch hat, a white fur-lined coat over a teal and white sleeveless tunic, teal shorts, and brown thigh-high open-toed leather boots. She has also been seen draped in a large, dark teal hooded winter cloak lined with beige fur. She carries a dark brown wooden wand with a brass-colored metal handle. Aurora grew up to be a smart lady, but others began to call her different titles due to her wardrobe and studies. One of those was the Spirit Researcher, but the most fitting one was the Witch Between Worlds. These titles never bother Aurora one bit. Explaining her side would be impossible if she's the only one who has this unique ability. She remained committed and determined with her studies. Eventually, more spirits pop out, seemingly trying to communicate with her. While more and more spirits appeared before Aurora during her studies, she began to discover some that felt lost between the realms, disturbed by mortal affairs. For Aurora, everything finally makes sense now. These spirits are not just lurking around and trying to play with her. They are asking for help from the only individual who knows their presence. With the innate caring character in her, Aurora knew that this was her calling. There's a little bit of hesitation, mainly because Aurora was not aware of what's outside of their village. She was more nervous about navigating the foreign areas, but it has also opened the possibility of finding more answers out there. But even with uncertainty, Aurora mustered her courage and ventured outside of Amumu, leaving her village for the first time, so she could further extend her research. Aurora wants to help these spirits return to the spirit realm, and she believes that maybe the answer is somewhere in Freljord. Her journey wouldn't be easy since different tribes occupy the land, and the majority of them have political feuds. And most importantly, the harsh environment will surely be the main problem for her. Aurora must be ready to stand firmly in her chosen journey. So far, her solo mission has been peaceful. Aurora ventured to the forest, hoping to find some fruits while carefully exploring the unknown territory. During her travel, Aurora encountered a particularly monstrous spirit in the shape of a twisted elk. Unlike the previous one she saw, this one was totally different. Aurora started to observe first, but the spirit immediately felt her presence. The spirit was feral and afraid, lashing out with blood-stained antlers. Aurora tried to calm him down, and surprisingly, the spirit listened to her. Aurora eventually managed to gain his trust, but her attempts to heal and help him always failed. The spirit may have trusted her as an ally, but boundaries were still clear. However, Aurora was still determined to help the elk spirit. She instead convinced the spirit to travel with her and used her powers to tuck him away in the spirit realm while she worked to unravel what was afflicting the elk spirit. The two sought through the forest, trying to find answers along the way. Their journey became more interesting as Aurora and the elk encountered more spirits, each more powerful than the other. They also sought help from known spirit walkers along the place, giving them opinions about their situation. It became like a pieces hunting game for Aurora, gaining different information as they tried to complete the puzzle. Unfortunately for them, not all pieces they gained were valuable. Some were just far off. Aurora remained optimistic in their journey, believing failure is part of research, and proving something is not a waste of time since it narrows their options. After encountering a number of powerful spirit walkers, shamans capable of communing with the spirit demigods of the Freljord, they were simply at a loss at how to help the elk spirit, and suggested that she sought out Udyr, the Freljord's most powerful spirit walker. And so Aurora made their way to the said shaman. It didn't take long to reach his place, but you can also say the same thing with Aurora's visit. As soon as they set foot in Udyr's place, he immediately recognized the immense power in Aurora's new friend. Aurora explained their situation, but it was instantly shut down. Udyr knew that the fearsome elk spirit was simply too lost to commune. However, Udyr instead urged Aurora to seek the demigods themselves for answers, believing it was not his place to intervene in this one. Aurora respected Udyr's decision and still thanked him for his suggestion. With that, Aurora and the elk continued their journey, aiming to find the least hostile demigod to communicate with. Sometime between the founding of the Freljord and the present, Aurora ventured into Hearthhome, located in the Broken Mountain in eastern Freljord, also known as the Great Ram's Domain. And of course, her purpose was still finding a way to help her newfound elk spirit friend. The cave is humongous, indicating that the resident of the place is surely huge as well. It was a bit intimidating, but Aurora stayed true to herself, proceeding with clean intentions. Aurora politely entered the vicinity, and that's when she finally met Ornn, the demigod of forging and craftsmanship. She then approached Ornn, who's seemingly in the middle of forging. Aurora tried to talk with Ornn, but he dismissed her instantly, claiming he was too busy to help. It has been a couple of rejections for Aurora in her journey, and even one of the demigods had the same response as well. However, Aurora won't take no for an answer this time. She is determined to win Ornn's attention, mainly because Ornn rejected her for a different reason. Others truly cannot help her since it's beyond their capability. But it's evident that the only reason that was stopping Ornn was his workload. This gave Aurora the impression that Ornn knows the answer. He just doesn't want to help. After their conversation, Aurora looked around the place, which was highly disorganized and messy. In that instant, an idea came to her mind. Aurora started cleaning the place, and Ornn still paid no attention to her. At first, Ornn thought that this was just a burst of energy and Aurora would eventually be tired. On the other hand, Aurora busied herself by tidying and organizing Hearthhome, finishing what she had started. Later on, her efforts did reach the demigod's approval, and Ornn was greatly pleased. Impressed by her efforts, Ornn apologized for his earlier brusqueness and began to answer Aurora's queries. Ornn revealed the location where Aurora could find information about her spirit friend, and he even revealed the name of the elk spirit. At long last, Aurora finally knows the name of her friend, Hasterer, a once powerful demigod who lost his identity and became a distorted shadow of his old self. Aurora was thankful for Ornn's help, and they became friends. As a gesture of their newfound friendship, Ornn forged a wand for Aurora, granting her the ability to create portals at will. Ornn may be a grumpy one, but Aurora managed to lighten up his mood, thus forming a warm bond between the two. Aurora eventually left Hearthhome to seek answers about Hasterer, but she often returns to visit her grumpy friend Ornn and reminisce about the past. Despite having vital information, it is still a long journey for Aurora and Hasterer. Everything started with simply researching spirits, and it snowballed into finding the reason behind a demigod's current distressed form. Aurora did not see this situation coming, but even though she didn't, she would probably still cross the same path. Aurora continues to study the spirits, fulfilling her desire to know more and help others. Let's head south this time and talk about the great empire in the vast desert, none other than the Shuriman Empire. They may have fallen in today's era, but Shurima was one of the fastest thriving civilizations of their time. And of course, behind that is a great emperor who ruled the land towards greatness. Here's the story of Oma Azir, the Emperor of the Sands. Born in the royal family of the Shuriman Empire, Azir was the last son of the emperor. Being part of a royal family must be great, especially if they are the great ruler of a thriving empire. Unfortunately, Azir never received the same love from the emperor compared to his siblings. The unfair treatment was evident. Seemingly, those who had the potential to be the ruler received more attention, and it was even highly unexpected that he would be the one to become emperor. This may sound like a lonely situation, but Azir did not pay that much attention. The throne was not something he wanted to compete. Instead, he spent most of his time studying the texts rather than training for combat. It's the custom that the next ruler should know how to fight. But since it's clear that he is not a candidate for that position, studying was the chosen route of Azir, and he loved it. The library has been the place for Azir. He is in the vicinity almost every day. On a fateful encounter, Azir met a slave looking for texts for his master in the library. Being knowledgeable in every area of the place, Azir led the way where the boy could find the mentioned texts. They were able to find it in no time, and then headed back out while chatting. On their way back, the boy saw the text that Azir was trying to read. Azir admitted that it had been a struggle for him to know those texts by himself, and was reaching how to. In order to show his gratitude to Azir, the boy offered to help him read the text. Azir thought it was a joke, but surprisingly, he was able to help Azir understand complex grammar from ancient text. After this, the two quickly became friends, and Azir named the boy Zerath, even though slaves were not allowed names. The boy was delighted, and he took this gratitude to his heart by accepting the name given by a member of the royalty. Zerath proceeded on his way, but the two promised to meet more often in the future. Having a new friend, Zerath oftentimes adheres to Azir's side, disguising the setup as Azir's requested guard. This setup worked well, allowing the two kids to bond more. One day, while the royal family was traveling in the desert, a group of assassins attacked their route. In the midst of the chaos, Azir and Zerath had gone out to plot the stars, trying to figure out their current location. They didn't have the strength to fight back, so the best option they had was to scan the place and look for a place to hide, hoping that they could somehow escape the chaos. Unfortunately, luck was not in their favor. The assassins circled their wagon, and one of them saw the kids and went straight for Azir. Xerath managed to suppress the attacker, while Azir plunged the dagger that was pointing into his throat. A few moments later, a commander of the Emperor named Renekton arrived and managed to slay the assassins. Azir and Xerath were safe, but the rest of Azir's brothers were killed during the attack. Overwhelmed by the events, Azir promised that one day he and Xerath would be brothers. Renekton escorted Azir and Xerath back to the Empire, and then reported the events to the Emperor. Saddened by the news, the Emperor ordered Renekton to train Azir, who had been avoiding combat training. Azir, now heir to the throne, began to train in combat under the tutelage of Renekton. Day by day, Azir was improving with his combat skills. He learned to wield the sword, but the spear fits his fighting style better. Due to the training, Azir's physique was developed. He continued to do so while rocking a long, dark hair tied in dreadlocks and various trappings of royalty. He didn't wear a shirt, but his chest and arms were adorned with all kinds of Shuriman amulets and necklaces. He wore white baggy pants with red ribbons around his hips, completely transitioning from a studious kid into a worthy warrior. The pressure was now on Azir's shoulders, since he was now the eldest son of the Emperor. He would automatically inherit the throne if the Emperor failed to raise other sons as candidates. While Azir's training was in progress, the Emperor tried his best to raise a son with his wives. It seems like he still doesn't want Azir to take up the throne, and maybe this would be solved by a newborn. Strangely, fate was not aligned with the Emperor's desire. All the sons of the Emperor's wives began to die before they were born. Eventually, one survived and was born, but during a great storm, the Emperor's wife was killed along with her newborn son. It was said that the Emperor went mad with grief and took his own life, leaving Azir to take the throne. Azir was shocked by the deaths of his family, basically leaving him alone in the royalty. It felt like he was just a passenger in everything that had happened to him, and it does not stop there. The situation does not allow him to grieve because the Empire needs a leader. It was that moment when Azir finally grasped and accepted his fate to be the next ruler of Shurima. And with Xerath at his side, he took control of Shurima as its emperor. No more passenger in the waves of the sand. He must take charge once and for all. In the first couple of years, some citizens were doubtful of their new leader, viewing him as a passive character similar to his youth. However, Oma Azir exceeded all expectations. Over the next decade, he expanded Shurima's borders and ruled with a harsh but just hand. He instituted reforms to better the lives of slaves and privately developed a plan to overturn millennia of tradition and eventually free them all. Those who were taking advantage of the poor raised their eyebrows with the new emperor's vision, creating political disagreement in the empire. Azir kept his plans secret, even from Xerath. He was only pulling the strings behind the curtains for now, which caused the issue of slavery to be a continual bone of contention between Azir and Xerath. The empire had been built on the back of slavery, and many of the great noble houses depended on enforced labor for their vast wealth and power. Such monolithic institutions could not be overturned overnight, and Azir's plans would be undone were they to become common knowledge. Despite Azir's desire to name Xerath his brother, he could not do so until all of Shurima's slaves were free. However, their strong bond was slowly decaying as the two held different perspectives on their journey. Through these years, Xerath protected Azir from his political rivals and guided the expansion of the empire. Azir married and fathered numerous children, some by wedlock, others by ill-advised liaisons with slaves and harem girls. But even though Azir did some things off the track, the Empire was indeed thriving, and it was even safe to say that Azir was the best emperor throughout Shurima's history. Seeing Azir become greedy as a ruler, Zerath stoked the Empire's grand vision of an empire greater than any the world had ever known. But to stand as ruler over the entire world, Zerath convinced Azir that he would need to be all but invincible, a god amongst men, an ascended being. As the kingdom reached the zenith of its power, Azir announced he would undertake the Ascension ritual, that the time was right for him to take his place alongside Nasus and Renekton and their glorious forebears. Many questioned this decision. The Ascension ritual was highly dangerous and intended only for those near the end of their lives, those who had devoted their lives to Shurima, and those whose service was to be honored with Ascension. It was for the Sun Priest to decree who would be blessed with Ascension, not the hubris of an emperor to bestow it upon himself. But the people's words would not dissuade Azir from his rash course of action, for his arrogance had grown along with his empire, and he ordered them to comply on pain of death. The day of the ritual finally came, and Azir marched toward the dais of Ascension, flanked by thousands of his warriors and tens of thousands of his subjects. The brothers Renekton and Nasus were absent, having been dispatched by Zerath to deal with an emergent threat. But still, Azir would not turn from what he saw as his great destiny. He climbed to the great golden disk atop the temple at the heart of the city, and in the moments before the Sun Priest began the ritual, he turned to Zerath and finally freed him. And not just him, but all his slaves. Zerath was stunned into speechlessness, but Azir was not yet done. He embraced Zerath and named him his eternal brother, as he had promised he would all those years ago. Azir turned as the priest began the ritual to bring down the awesome power of the sun. Azir was unaware that Zerath had studied more than just history and philosophy in his quest for knowledge. He had learned the dark arts of sorcery, all the while nursing a desire for freedom that had grown like a cancer into a burning hatred. At the height of the ritual, the former slave unleashed his powers, and Azir was blasted from his place on the dais. Without the protection of the runic circle, Azir was consumed by the sun's fire as Zerath took his place. The light filled Zerath with power, and he roared as his mortal body began to transform. But the magic of the ritual was not intended for Zerath, and such awesomely powerful celestial energies could not be diverted without dire consequences. The power of the Ascension ritual exploded outward, devastating Shurima and laying waste to the city. Its people burned to ash, and its towering palaces fell to ruin as the desert sands rose to swallow the city. The sun disk sank from the sky, and what had taken centuries to build was brought to ruin in an instant by one man's ambition and another's misplaced hate. All that remained of Azir's city were sunken ruins and echoes of its people's screams on the night winds. The day of the supposed Emperor's ascension became the start of the downfall of Shurima. The catastrophic event buried everyone in the vicinity, and even though there were still some Shuriman who were deployed elsewhere during the event, none of them had any experience in ruling an empire. The throne of the empire is up for grabs, but the question is, who should be the one claiming it? Politics immediately ignited uncontrollably as the Shurimans fought to be the next emperor of Shurima. The Ascended renamed themselves as Sunborn and continued to clash with each other. Their battle brought devastation to Shurima, and the citizens began to call them Darken instead, which was the Shuriman term for the Fallen. Without a clear vision of their next leader was emerged in the land, it was even more catastrophic since Shurima just fought a war against Ikathia and was dealing with the void problems. It was Azir who had been expertly navigating the Empire's problem, but without him, everything went astray. The Great Darken War went out of control as the Shuriman Empire met its downfall. After all that happened throughout the years, Azir saw none of it. For him, all was nothingness. His last memories were of pain and fire. He knew nothing of what befell him atop the temple, nor what became of his empire. Seemingly not dead nor alive, Azir continuously drifted towards the end of time. It has been thousands of years after Shurima's doom, and Azir remained lost in timeless oblivion, until one day, a girl entered the ruins. Average height, curvaceous and somewhat toned, with long jet-black hair that falls down her back, and shiny blue eyes. Her name is Severe, a descendant from the bloodline of Azir. During her exploitation of the ruins, an accident happened, making her fall deeper into the ruins. Her blood spilled into the tomb, which became the reason for Azir's resurrection. At long last, Azir was reborn, but was yet incomplete. His body was little more than animate dust given form, held together by the last vestiges of his indomitable will. Gradually resuming his corporeal form, Azir stumbled through the ruins and came across the corpse of a woman with a treacherous knife wound in her back. He had no idea about Severe, but saw in her features the distant echo of his bloodline. All thoughts of empires and power were forgotten as he lifted his daughter of Shurima and bore her to what had once been the Oasis of the Dawn. The oasis was empty and dry, but with every step Azir took, clear water began filling the rocky basin. Azir immersed the Severe's body in the restorative waters of the oasis, and as the blood washed away, only a faint scar remained where the blade had pierced her. And with that act of selflessness, Azir was lifted in a column of fire as the magic of Shurima renewed him, remaking him as the ascended being he was meant to become. The sun's immortal radiance poured into him, crafting his magnificent hawk-armored form and granting him the power to command the very sand itself. Azir lifted his arms, and his ruined city shrugged off the dust of centuries spent beneath the desert to rise anew. The sun disk lifted into the sky once more, and healing waters flowed between temples, heaving themselves back into the light at the Emperor's command. Resurrection, and then ascension. After thousands of years, Shurima will stand once more. Azir climbed the steps of the newly risen Sun Temple, weaving the desert winds to recreate the city's last moments. Ghosts formed of sand relived his city's last moments from long ago, and Azir watched in horror as Zerath's treachery unfolded. He wept as he saw his family murdered, his empire fall, and his power stolen. Only now, millennia too late, did he finally understand the depths of hatred harbored by his former friend and ally. With the power and prescience of an ascended being, Azir sensed Zerath somewhere abroad in the world and summoned an army of sand warriors to march alongside the reborn emperor. Without an empire to lead, Azir embodied a new goal. As the sun blazed from the golden disk above him, Azir swore a mighty oath. "I will reclaim my lands and take back what was mine." Since then, Azir marched through Runeterra, searching for Zerath. You probably heard about the celestial beings roaming around the cosmos since the earliest of time. and some of them could probably be the reason behind some creations in the universe, with different celestial entities minding their own worlds. There's one who was called the Cosmic Vagabond, showing great interest in preserving the emerging life in the cosmos. His name is Bard, the Wandering Caretaker. Telling the tales of the celestial entities was something unique compared to the mortals, and for us to effectively understand their origin, let's tackle the celestial realm first, or the realm of creation. To put it simply, the celestial realm is all of space and time. It encapsulates all planets, such as physical and spiritual realms, stars, galaxies, and all other forms of energy. It is where the celestial entities live, a place where time and space function differently compared to other realms. And of course, if there's a realm inclusion for everything, there's also the realm of nothingness called the Void Realm. Bard is a celestial who existed at the creation of the universe within the celestial realm. Initially drifting aimlessly, Bard found a new purpose when the celestial dragon Aurelion Soul forged the universe's first star, producing a symphony of creation. As Aurelion continued to pursue its passion for creating stars in the vast cosmos, Bard traversed the celestial harmonies of the universe and began to attract new companions called Meeps, celestial spirit creatures, spawned from the residual inspiration used to create the stars. As an ethereal celestial being, Bard created a corporeal form in order to traverse and interact with the physical world. His corporeal form has a stitched body with wooden peg legs and a masked face. Bard's true form is able to abandon his body while it deflates. Just like any other celestial beings, it will be easier for them to have a physical form, so mortals can understand and not be too afraid of them. And once everything was finally set, Bard was ready to set foot in the physical world with his magical horn weaponry. As Bard continued his travels, the Meeps alerted him to a world with a unique song of its own called Runeterra, a realm filled with primitive and chaotic music that disharmonized with the rest of the cosmos. While he appreciated its inherent beauty, he realized that this song had become destructive and needed intervention before it could threaten the fabric of the universe. Other universes have problems too, but not only does the world of Runeterra possess the potential of such destruction, making Bard think that this world must not be underestimated. Venturing into the planet's physical realm, Bard first touched down on the land of Ionia, located on the Valoran continent. He then created a physical form from the trinkets and fabrics of a sham player's wagon. Bard roamed Runeterra for an extensive period, confusing and bewildering anyone he encountered. But the same goes for Bard, since Runeterra has been pretty unique and unpredictable. On his travels, Bard discovered that many powerful and unknown objects, such as the world runes, had mysteriously been left scattered on the planet's surface by some unknown entities. The said runes pile on the potential threat of disrupting the balance of the universe, becoming the gateway for the mortals toward insufferable doom. As a caretaker, Bard personally took the task of retrieving these misplaced objects and restoring cosmic harmony in an effort to protect Runeterra from the forces that lay beyond. The entities sleeping in nothingness, the mysterious watchers from the void. Seeing into the future, Bard saw an impending cataclysm that would span across all realms, anticipating when he must choose a side to maintain the cosmic balance. Bard believes that it is better to avoid that path. As early as possible, he must pave a path that leads to a peaceful balance, even if he's the only one to do so. Years passed by, and Bard watched how different societies rose and fell in the land of Runeterra. Empires like Shurima, Noxus, Demacia, Ionia, and Targon were just a few of those societies spanning different eras, each having their own peak and demise. There are small groups as well, like a wide variety of Astaian races and mortals, forming small tribes to unify their kind and settle in their chosen lands. Throughout the decades, the majority of civilization had objectives that were often different from one another, creating conflicts for themselves. Those scenarios indirectly helped Bard since they kept the mortals occupied while Bard continued with his mission, aiming to collect all dangerous world runes. Fitting to human nature, countless wars happened across Runeterra, and some artifacts were used during those scenarios. Like one time in the midst of the vicious Noxian invasion of Ionia, a group of villagers settled around a mountain with a sacred temple at the very top of it. The Noxians eventually discovered the village, and in their conquest to take over the continent, sought an immensely powerful egg-like artifact of celestial origin in the mountain. The Noxians slaughtered most of these Ionians and ransacked the village in search of this artifact. Meanwhile, the village sage used the powerful artifact to obliterate a group of these soldiers, causing collateral damage to the surrounding area and slicing an entire mountain in half. Bard instantly turned his attention to the shockwave made by the artifact as he rushed to the site of the invasion. Flying through the clashing Ionian and Noxian armies, Bard quickly flew up the mountain steps and grabbed the artifact, taking it to the peak and placing it on a sacred pedestal. From there, Bard blew into his cosmic instrument, summoning a chorus of meeps to witness him as he used his powers to transport both himself and the artifact into the celestial realm, away from the hands of mortals who could potentially weaponize it. Bard swiftly accomplished the task like it was nothing, but the mortals who saw the event were stunned. For them, it was like a cosmic intervention, thinking the artifact summoned the unknown flying entity. Although there could be layers of truth from what they thought had happened, the situation was not exactly how they perceived it. Those who witnessed the event saw Bard's transportation manifest into a three-pointed constellation in the sky, and then they named the place Bard Mountain, honoring the celestial being. Bard stayed true to his goal to preserve the world, and by doing so, he often had encounters with mortals. Just like what happened somewhere in the mountains of Ionia, many people witnessed his mysterious deeds, from naming the place after him to influencing the culture itself. Bard became a mysterious figure to the residents of Runeterra. Some artists and performers considered him a source of immense inspiration for great works of art, while others would be bewildered and confused by his bizarre nature. According to a balladeer traveling from Fairliard to Demacia, his mother had an ancient chime that managed to attract a stray meep shortly before floating away. After chasing the flying chime, Bard himself appeared and placed the man in a dreamlike state, temporarily transforming him into a meep and allowing him to perceive the universe, as Bard does, temporarily. In this form, he realizes the coming dangers that Bard is attempting to avoid before returning to his mortal body. It was indeed a bizarre story, making a lot of people wonder if the meeps were just humans too. Once again, it was another conspiracy far from the truth, crafted from only what they could comprehend. But the speculations didn't end there. In a different land on Runeterra, a man named Old Gaff claimed that he saw Bard in the sky once, flying across the heavens like a falling star. The day after the said incident, old Gaff was sweeping the floors at his house when he witnessed a similar entity to Bard named Bird, the Bellringer. The unknown entity created a physical form from his pots and pans before waddling away to a nearby temple as if it were looking for something. Bewildered from what he had just seen, old Gaff followed the wandering entity. At the temple, he found Bard summoning a massive vortex of meeps, all singing and dancing in a beautiful choir as they rose upward before disappearing in a flash of light, leaving only a single chime in old Gaff's hands. Bird was also nowhere to be found after what seemed to be a ritual. It was only the chime that was left on the scene. Another mind-blowing tale to tell with proof to back it up. But the story will also rely on how old Gaff interpreted and then expressed what he saw. Mortals tend to give meaning to something they don't understand, thus becoming the anchor of different folklore about Bard across the physical world. No one really knows how many of those stories were actually true, especially the accuracy of those claims. But the consistent part of every tale was the music they heard during the encounter. Throughout his journey, Bard seemed to like the uniqueness of Runeterra. He continues his mission to protect its beauty by restoring cosmic equilibrium, safeguarding immensely powerful artifacts that could potentially be misused by mortals in the future. There had been a few incidents when mortals accidentally gained access to some world runes, but luckily for Bard, only the celestial beings like him were the ones who knew how to operate the cosmic artifacts. However, Bard noticed a promising mortal who seemingly understands the danger of the world runes. While his hands were full at maintaining the balance in the universe, his old archmage traveled around Runeterra to store the world runes. Bard's reasoning was untold, letting the archmage collect and do his self-proclaimed duty. Maybe he trusts the old man, or Bard would just collect those from him when the time comes. But for now, there was no clear indication that the two of them even interacted with each other. Most recently on his travels, Bard has taken notice of Zolani, a Darkin who has just recently possessed a brand new Yun, the Prodigy. A huge catastrophe will surely arise as another Darkin aims to kill Zolani, and their battle will surely create tremendous chaos. However, it's unclear what Zolani's significance to Bard is, as he hasn't been shown to intervene. The war commenced, and the battle between Aatrox and Zolani could be felt from miles away, becoming a massive threat to the world itself. But Bard remained unfazed, letting the fight brawl out as other heroes in Runeterra tried to stop the chaos. As massive as it was, the outcome of the battle was a mystery. There are rumors telling that an old archmage used a world rune to contain the destruction. Perhaps Bard once again trusted the ability of this mysterious mortal. At least 50 years in the future, one of the survivors of the Noxian invasion at Bard Mountain lives to become an elderly storyteller, remaining on that very same mountain. Here, the storyteller would tell 3 teenagers various stories and describe the many constellations in the skies that represent significant events of the past. The arrival of the Watchers in the Freljord, the fall of Shurima, and the ruination of the Shadow Isles. A lot of events happened over the span of the centuries, but the aforementioned events were the 3 most integral parts of history in Runeterra. In the final constellation, he talks about the 3-pointed mask of Bard himself, which he witnessed on that very same mountain many years ago as a child. Bard remained a mystical figure to the mortals, and continued to be a folklore for future generations. Ever since Aurelion's soul forged his first star and added a few more in the distant galaxies, life blossomed into existence. But not everyone was happy with that outcome, especially the Voidborn. This is the story of Bel'veth, the Empress of the Void. The Void was once an empty nothingness, but upon the birth of a new dimension, the Runeterra, in a sense, almost everything was the byproduct of Aurelion's soul's star creation. Celestial Realm and the Void were the only realms that were supposedly in the cosmos, but physical realms popped out as life thrived in the cosmos. Just like what Bard, a celestial being, had noticed, Runeterra creates a disharmonized noise, disturbing the Void's silence as new entities were forcefully pulled into reality. These phenomena led to the creation of the first Voidborns, holding the task to silence the noise from the physical realms. These Voidborns were the subjects of the Watchers, the ancient beings of the Void. Since they were created for a sole purpose, the Voidborns held an innate desire to consume all of reality so they could return to the perfect silence of the old Void. If other entities believed that there was another way to handle the disharmony, the Watchers straight out preferred the old times, and the Voidborns were the ones tasked to do so. Throughout the years, the Watchers watched the mortals through small open rifts in Runeterra. Even though they could not access the physical world yet, they were confident that time would eventually work in their favor. And just as the Watchers had expected, the opportunity presented itself as the mortals' innate destructive nature paved the way. In fact, there are two events that opened the gateway from the Void. One was the time when Shurima fought Ikathia, and in desperation to overthrow the Empire, Ikathia released the Void in the battle, causing the Void War event. Another one was when the Watchers attempted an invasion of the Freljord by influencing a reclusive leader of the Frost Guard named Lysandra. The mortals may have won both events, but it still gave the Watchers a part of what they wanted. As chaos continues, more rifts between the dimensions would rip open and increase the abrasive contact between both realities. The Void, mutating from the constant contact with the Runeterran reality, would develop an allergic reaction that took the form of a cancerous pocket of reality located underneath the deserts of Shurima, called the Lavender Sea. Littered with hideously remade shapes and forms meant to mimic the world above, this pocket would mutate so heavily that it practically became sentient, managing to deny the commands of the Watchers and embrace its own desires, wishing to consume and remake all of existence in its image rather than destroy it. And so another threat to Runeterra was born, but this time it was outside of the Watchers' control, nor the mortals. A separate entity aiming to recreate the world the way it wanted without following anyone. The Lavender Sea and the creatures inside of it were still considered as Voidborn, and since they were the byproduct between the Watchers and the mortals' consistent battles, the Lavender Sea held both principles, consuming the world but creating a new one ruled by them. Starting with the Reformation, the Lavender Sea started to consume more living creatures near them. They also can absorb the knowledge and emotion from whoever they consume, allowing them to gain more concepts about society and all. After consuming more sentient beings, the Lavender Sea took inspiration from those it consumed and began to crave a leader to represent itself. Something that could physically interact with the mortals of this reality, but they couldn't do so yet, since their prowess was still insufficient. Perhaps a catalyst could unlock their full potential. Eventually, a strong candidate was sensed by the Lavender Sea, as this person roamed in the vast desert of Shurima. The Lavender Sea did not waste any time and immediately made contact with a Shuriman boy named Malzahar, declaring him the prophet of the void and granting him visions of an empress to feed mortal minds and memories to. Malzahar was overwhelmed, feeling he was the chosen one to serve the Voidborn. He embraced his new purpose and dedicated his life to the unification of all life, fully trusting the new emergent void to be the gateway to Runeterra's salvation. Malzahar played his role well, feeding the Lavender Sea as he strategically operated the birth of the Empress. Eventually, a large rift was opened in Shurima, and Malzahar managed to sink the entire Shuriman port city of Bel'veth into the void, allowing the Lavender Sea to completely consume and assimilate the city and some of the surrounding ocean. It was a massive feast as the entire city crumbled to the might of the new void. By consuming the collective consciousness of the entire city, Bel'veth was finally born as a physical manifestation of the Lavender Sea. Naming herself after the city she consumed at her birth, Bel'veth was born from the combined memories, experiences, and emotions of everyone who lived in the city when it sank, granting her millions of years worth of knowledge and near omniscience. Still hungering to consume and remake all of reality, she then devised and perfected a plan to consume both Runeterra as well as ultimately stop her progenitors, the Watchers. Malzahar continued to be her prophet, setting up the next city she would devour as Bel'veth ran rampage wherever she set foot. No realms will be safe once Bel'veth devours enough power to combat anyone. No more celestial realm, no more Watchers from the void. Only the new world of void led by the Empress herself when the time comes. From within the Lavender Sea, Bel'veth continues to enact her intricate plan, telepathically communicating with many mortal minds in the world above, most notably her prophet Malzahar. Bel'veth also tried to communicate with other Voidborns, but the one that she urged to accompany her with the mission was Vel'Koz, the Eye of the Void. Being one of the first Voidborn created by the Watchers, his task was to keep an eye on the physical realm, study every aspect, and inform the Watchers. Despite holding a century worth of knowledge about the mortals, Vel'Koz has zero empathy for them. All of the mentioned feats pushed Bel'veth to actively gain Vel'Koz to her side. Bel'veth also sent out many Voidborn Remora, drone-like creatures spawned from the Lavender Sea and shaped after the sea life that surrounded the city of Bel'veth. Living as extensions of Bel'veth's will, they were often sent out as swarms, overwhelming enemies to further Bel'veth's plans. At some point, a group of specialized Remora, later nicknamed Lamplights, fought the Void Huntress Kai-Sa while traveling through an underground passage in the Shuriman Desert. These Lamplights soon fled to the Sai Khalik, a desert region, and made contact with a colony of Zersai, granting the hatchlings and callers a peculiar soft blue glow and seemingly mutating them to follow Bel'veth's commands. Angered by the intruders on their territory, a furious Dunebreaker attacked and killed the Lamplights. Kai-Sa and Talia, a nomadic earth mage from Shurima, helped the Dunebreaker to annihilate the Voidlings. The efforts of Kai-Sa and Talia were impactful enough to restrain the invasive Remora from advancing to the vast desert, but the Voidborn still managed to accomplish their task and mutate a new species. Zersai, once a sentient group of beasts roaming around Shurima, were now Voidborn, just like the Remoras. At first, the battle seemed to be won by Kai-Sa and Talia. However, it was a short victory, as the Queen of Zersai unburrowed from the ground. Her name is Rek'Sai, and she is by far the largest of her kind. The battle between Rek'Sai and Kai'Sa became the reason why Kai'Sa fell through a massive hole underground and landed inside the Lavender Sea itself, which Bel'veth anticipated thanks to her careful planning. It turns out that everything was Bel'veth's plan to finally meet the infamous Void Huntress, slaughtering their kind. Bel'veth revealed herself in a vaguely disguised form to Kai'Sa, the face of a middle-aged woman with gray skin, deep purple eyes, and a third eye in the center of her forehead. Draped on the side of her head is a dorsal fin-like structure mimicking a strand of hair. Her face isn't very animated, almost like a statue, and her mouth doesn't match her speech. Her shoulders have large spikes acting as shoulder pads, and she wraps herself in her wings to mimic the appearance of a regal cloak. Standing 10 feet tall with a 22-foot wingspan, she has a tail that drags behind her with a massive bulb at the end. Bel'veth's true form looks more like a golden stingray-like voidborn, growing into a gargantuan size and revealing her face to be a false head attached to a lure-like appendage. Her true face is revealed to be located at the center of her body, where the chest would be. A massive gaping maw with teeth and 4 beady purple eyes. The protrusions on her shoulders are revealed to actually be horns, and her wings completely unfurl, appearing as massive pectoral fins with pointed stingers at each tip. Even with human-like features, Kai'Sa attempted to attack Bel'veth in response to their first encounter. However, Kai'Sa was restrained as Bel'veth slowly shifted into her true, monstrous form. Trapped and cornered, Kai'Sa began to realize that this creature was the embodiment of the entire city, as Bel'veth formally introduced herself, revealing that she named herself after the city she consumed, something that Kai'Sa thought was impossible for Voidborn to be capable of. That moment, Kai'Sa noticed how intelligent the Empress was, indicating that not only was Bel'veth as massive as the fallen city in Shurima, but she also extremely surpassed the intellectual capability of all Voidborn Kai'Sa had encountered. Slightly frightened by the alarmingly intelligent Voidborn, Kai'Sa exclaimed that she would kill Bel'veth by any means, to which Bel'veth simply shrugged the threat, telling Kai'Sa that she wouldn't be able to do so no matter what course of action she would take. Bel'veth sees herself as truly inevitable. It would only be a matter of time before everything was swallowed by her and then recreated. Confident in her capabilities, Bel'veth even explained that she already calculated and formed a perfectly intricate plan to consume all of reality and that of others. Bel'veth also told Kai'Sa that Kassadin, who attempted to stop her already, ended with little to no success. Shocked by the revelation about her father, Kai'Sa accused Bel'veth of lying, despite Bel'veth stating that she simply doesn't see the use in lying. It was a long back and forth, but the conversation was far from over. By explaining her plan to eventually stop the Watchers from completely destroying reality, Bel'veth began to bargain and offered Kai'Sa a choice. Help her find a way to defeat her Watcher progenitors, and in return, Bel'veth will spare humanity for a period of time. Or resist, and simply be destroyed with the rest of existence, either by Bel'veth or the Watchers. Obviously, Kai'Sa hated the options, as both led to the impending doom of Runeterra. Kai'Sa wanted to stop the Voidborn from destroying their home, not to agree with a pseudo-agreement presented by Bel'veth. To be clear, Bel'veth could just kill Kai'Sa on the spot and squash her effortlessly, since Kai'Sa swore a threat straight up to her face. But Bel'veth has other plans. and as a smart tactician like her, Kai'Sa could potentially be a major piece to her grand plan against the Watchers. Bel'veth explains that though her victory is inevitable, she is willing to give mortals a chance to fight against her by sparing their lives for a short period of time. The main reason for this was her overflowing confidence, believing no amount of time would help the mortals succeed against her. At that point, Kai'Sa was furious at the prospect of working with this void monster. Kai'Sa attempted to attack Bel'veth, but it was once again no effect. Bel'veth then stabbed Kai'Sa in the chest with the tip of her wings and lifted her up. She firmly told Kai'Sa to seek out the Watchers and find a way to destroy them before sending her flying upwards toward the surface, emerging out of the sands and leaving with Bel'veth's proposition. Their conversation was leading nowhere, since it was evident that Kai'Sa was adamant about her principles, and because of that, Bel'veth was the one who made the decision for Kai'Sa. Bel'veth strongly believes that she will get what she wants either way. Do you think Kai'Sa would ever find a way to help the mortals fight against the Watchers and Bel'veth? Or maybe Bel'veth is truly inevitable, and siding with her is the best decision for the fate of all realities? Would you believe me if I tell you that a behemoth of burnished metal, cold as steel, fueled with steam and crackling electricity, has the warmest heart for the needy? Surely something must have happened for it to make sense. Is he programmed that way, or did he manage to surpass his coding? According to his own words, a single gear turning can make all the difference. I guess it's up to us to unfold the answers in his tale. This is the story of the great steam golem named Blitzcrank. Venturing to the land of Piltover, located on an isthmus between Valoran and Shurima, a progressive society occupies the land. They may not be as massive as the Shuriman Empire, but their advancement in technology was known to the world. That's why the place was known as the City of Progress. It is a dreamy place to live in, especially for those who have a thirst for knowledge. However, this so-called dreamland is just the top side of the place. Beneath the city, there's a place called Zaun, the city of iron and glass. It is a polluted place, way different from the topside city. Zaun welcomes unorthodox research, wherein countless factories and laboratories constantly spew pollution into the environment. This is just the tip of the iceberg, as the political aspect between the topside and undercity weighs heavily on their setup. With that being said, it's easier now to imagine how Zaun operates. One day, a massive chem spill devastated the entire districts of Zaun. This event was indeed inevitable due to the lack of surveillance in the city. To combat this incident, a series of mechanical golems were sent out to clean up the mess. They were designed to remove the toxic waste claiming the neighborhoods. Those lumbering golems toiled continuously in extremely hazardous locations, fulfilling their programming to better the city for the people of Zaun. However, some of the robots showed malfunctions during their mission. This means that the mechanical golems were not perfectly immune to the toxins. They were just a band-aid solution and not for long-term use. Eventually, one particular golem was rendered inoperative and discarded as useless scrap. The mechanical golem was tossed into the trash, ending its mission and purpose of existence. It wasn't until the esteemed inventor Victor discovered the abandoned golem. As a machinist, Victor saw the potential within its inert chassis, thinking that the golem could be more than a rusting piece of metal in the trash. Victor ran a series of experiments to improve the automaton. He even implanted a priceless Hex-Tech crystal, which he found in the deserts of Shurima, into the forsaken golem as an immense upgrade. The operation took some time, but Victor's expertise in machinery triumphed. As the machine rumbled to life, fizzing arcs of lightning danced around their frame. It was an unexpected side effect of the Hextech crystal within their chassis, and because of that, Victor named the mechanical golem Blitzcrank. From a thrown-away robot into a big, techmaturgical golem built out of golden and bronze-colored steel plating, the big steam engine attached to its back was retained, fitting from its original creation, but it's no longer the main source of power. Upon gaining new consciousness, Blitzcrank was sent down into the most toxic parts of Zon. The golem must prove that they were more than capable of laboring just like their steam-powered brethren, and so Blitzcrank did. Victor witnessed the mechanical golem miraculously accomplish tasks with vastly improved speed and efficiency, realizing that his custom-built golem had actually been learning rather than simply laboring. Blitzcrank showed multiple signs that were not evident to other man-made golems, adjusting its approach for a much more efficient result. It was at that moment when Victor realized how potent his creation was, and it was clear that Blitz could massively exceed Victor's expectations. With a new coding and power source, Blitzcrank continued to complete his purpose, pouring more effort each day. As Blitzcrank fulfilled its duty of cleaning up the chemical spills of Zon, the golem began to innovate, interpret, and extrapolate its daily directives, wanting to serve the people of Zon much further. Blitzcrank's intelligence would grow so much that the golem would interact with the Zonite citizens on a regular basis, something unheard of for a laboring steam golem. Meanwhile, Victor would attempt to replicate his achievement, to no avail. The mad inventor wanted to recreate his invention and maybe add a few layers of innovation once successful. But unfortunately, his success with Blitzcranks was not anchored to the process or specific methods that Victor did. Blitzcrank's blossoming consciousness became a complete enigma to Victor, but the answer was most likely the product of the Hextech crystal. As Blitzcrank continued to learn and grow, concepts such as moderation and nuance remained alien to the golem. Most of the time, Blitzcrank would pursue any effort with their entirety or not at all. The job was either 100% done or none from the start. This would cause Blitzcrank to overdo or misinterpret requests at times, such as smashing down the front of a tenement to help a single resident who lost their keys. It caused another problem, but Blitzcrank can't understand the disappointment from the resident because, for the golem, the request was accomplished. At one point, Victor dispatched Blitzcrank to clean up the runoff of caustic chemicals, reasoning that the most efficient means to prevent further pollution was to eliminate the source of said pollution. Blitzcrank proceeded to destroy the factory. Its lightning-wreathed fists did not stop until it was reduced to a mound of rubble and twisted iron. Blitzcrank did become sentient and resolved the issues logically, but the golem still lacked empathy, which was the reason why the golem could not understand concepts of the situation. Due to Blitzcrank's previous actions, a local chem baron who had owned the factory became enraged when the golem destroyed it. The company demanded that Victor either destroy the golem or pay a steeper price in blood, basically telling the inventor that he must take responsibility for his creation, which was actually fair for the company side. The situation took a toll on Victor. He was devastated since Victor didn't want to shut down Blitzcrank, but paying for the whole factory was also too much for him. Having witnessed Blitzcrank's growth in sentience, Victor considered Blitzcrank as a living being, which adds more weight to the situation. Leaving Victor with no choice, he eventually concocted a scheme to smuggle Blitzcrank to safety. However, he later found out that his creation had already left to ensure the safety of its creator. So Blitz and Victor parted ways to solve the situation. As Victor returned to Piltover, the topside city, to continue his studies, he discovered that his teacher, Professor Stanwyck, had held a symposium about Blitzcrank, presenting their creation as his own, and taking Victor's credit. This puts Victor in an awkward situation, triggered by what he witnessed, but at the same time lacks the evidence to debunk Professor Stanwyck's claims. It would take a lot of effort for him to prove his case, and Victor does not want to back down. Determined to reclaim his creation, Victor tried to communicate with the higher-ups, but his pleas did nothing for him with the indifferent higher-ups. Pursuing the matter, he asked Jace to help verify his case, but his schoolmate refused. Victor tried all the possible actions for him to debunk the lies, but without any proof to back him up, it was easily painted as envying Professor Stanwyck's great creation. With the odds stacked against him, Victor was unable to bring the truth to light. Because of this, bitterness had the best of him, and he resigned from the university. He then returned to his work, knowing that bettering lives and creating change was more important than credit and ego. At least, that's what Blitzcrank would have wanted, and surely the golem was doing that right now. Going back to the sentient mechanical golem, Blitzcrank had been busy since the day the golem left its previous location. Luckily, Blitz doesn't have to worry about its energy source. The golem can do what it wants with limited rest. Having grown into self-sufficiency, Blitzcrank decided to take up its own mission independent of their creator, looking to resolve Zaun's local problems and provide a better life for its citizens. It looks like Blitzcrank fully understood what harms the Undercity, and no amount of political feud could persuade the golem otherwise. Blitzcrank would often patrol the city, serving to assist and protect any Zaunites without pausing for instruction. Always searching for any problems in need of solutions, Blitzcrank aims to shepherd Zaun down the path of becoming the greatest city in the world. It's also rumored that Blitzcrank has slowly been upgrading its own form, adding modifications to its body to help further its goal. At this point, many suspect that this cold, homogeneous piece of metal has developed sympathy for Zaun, while others think that Blitz was just programmed that way. It became a small argument for some since Blitzcrank's state was indeed intriguing for a man-made robot. One day, while swinging around Zaun with its rocket arms, Blitzcrank found itself at the Rising Howl, a massive hexdraulic conveyor designed to allow vertical travel between the sump to the boundary markets atop Zaun. Blitzcrank stopped at the elevator to enjoy the noise and unique sounds from the massive machine, curiously surveying the many passengers riding it. Aside from showcasing its ability to perform a logical comprehension in every situation, Blitzcrank also expresses its innate curiosity, like an innocent child discovering the things around them. Later on, Blitz finally entered the elevator. As the howl began to descend from the entresol level, it abruptly jammed, causing a terrible malfunction as it painfully braced against the support beams before dropping entirely. As the elevator quickly fell and the passengers screamed, Blitzcrank attempted to grasp onto the support beams and stop the howl from falling. During the chaos, a young boy almost fell out of the howl's window. Blitzcrank extended its hand like a grappling hook aimed to grab the kid. Thanks to the golem's quick response, Blitz managed to grasp the boy with his arm in mid-air. Blitzcrank eventually managed to hold on to the support beams, abruptly stopping the elevator and saving the lives of all the passengers. Once the elevator began to stabilize, the howl's passengers were directed to medical workers by the conductor, who graciously thanked the golem. Blitzcrank simply responded by saying they were fulfilling their purpose before bidding the passengers a good day. Since then, Blitzcrank has been a helper to the citizens of Zaun, while a massive headache for those factories with dangerous chemicals. No one can stop the golem, nor figure out how to. Blitzcrank remained an enigma for a lot of people who encountered the golem. In recent events, Blitzcrank helped out a young man named Ekko, the boy who shattered time, when he was fighting a gang of chempunks. Blitz grabbed some of the gang members and blasted them with a wave of electricity to protect the young boy. After this, the two of them became friends since their principles were obviously aligned with each other. Ekko then introduced Blitz to the rest of his gang, including Zeri, also known as the Spark of Zon. At one point, Blitzcrank became badly damaged after a violent encounter with a couple of scrappers, causing the detachment of their arm. Luckily, Zeri was nearby to help save and repair them. Blitzcrank showed tremendous growth, gaining a circle of friends with a common goal. It was clear that Blitz exceeded the premise of coding programmed to him, but the question regarding whether it's possible for the golem to learn empathy was still up in the air. Have you ever imagined how greed can push a mortal to certain extents? It is a hard thing to answer, since at this point, the skies are the limit. Depending on how they were raised, mortals would do everything that crossed their minds. Inherent values will surely play a role in how greedy a person could be. But what if a child was discriminated against right from the get-go? Let's unfold the story of Keegan Road, also known as Brand, the lesson in the temptation of greater power. In the freezing part of the Valoran continent named Freljord, countless tribes settle in different areas. Heading to the western coast of Freljord, there's an icy peninsula in the region named Lokfar, wherein a settlement was formed and called Raigan's Reach. But before becoming a forever burning entity, Brand was born by a normal human being named Keegan Road in the said settlement. His mother was a healer and his father was a reaver. Because of this and the fact that his father never stayed to raise him, Keegan earned the nickname Reaver Bastard among the people of Raigan's Beach. Since he was young, Keegan was ostracized by the villagers of Raigan's Reach for being the son of a reaver, and therefore being a symbol of bad luck in the village. At first, everyone just avoided the child, and the hatred form grew as the villagers began insulting him with the moniker Reaver Bastard. Throughout Keegan's life, the villagers subjected him to constant physical and verbal abuse, causing him to develop an aggressive and resentful personality. Keegan and his mother Crazia were shunned from the settlement, with the only reason they weren't banished from the place entirely being that Keegan's mother healed the denizens of Raigan's Reach. Due to all of this, Keegan was often the subject of ridicule from the townspeople, often being called names and getting into fights. It was a childhood that no one deserved. Being discriminated against for something he had no control of was the main reason why Keegan turned out to be a violent young man. After some time, another family moved into the settlement. That was when Keegan met Zvana at the age of 13. The local girl was accepted by the residents, along with her family, allowing them to move into Raigan's Reach without any problem. Zvana became the only friend of Keegan. She was the only person, other than her mother, who treated him genuinely, forming a bond between the two, even though the rest of the residents looked down on Keegan. As the young friends grew up, Zvana became a reason to lessen Keegan's anger issues. Eventually, their connection blossomed as Keegan and Zvana became lovers. However, the discrimination towards Keegan never stopped. Not to mention that his mother was the only healer of the village, forcing her to work all the time. This means no one else can shield Keegan from the unjust treatment. Zvana was the only companion for Keegan for all those times, but it was also meant that she was the only one who would receive Keegan's misdemeanor. Zvana truly understands Keegan's situation, but she cannot deal with it forever, especially when Keegan's temper gets worse. Eventually, Zvana had enough of the situation, and their relationship stopped at some point. The reasons were never told to Keegan, but it was most likely because of Keegan's temper against the townspeople that were cruel to him. Soon, she married another member of the village named Malvir, disappointing Keegan as he had lost the love of the only person who cared about him. Keegan felt alone. He may still have a loving mother with him on the tribe, but she was too busy fulfilling her role as the only healer. It felt like he was trapped in a place where people around them only take advantage of him and his mother, while still looking down on them. At some point, Crazia wanted to resign herself and Keegan to their cruel treatment, fearing that they would be exiled and left to die in the wilderness. Due to her paranoia, she tried to urge her son not to make things worse for both of them, but Keegan remained defiant and said he refused to be a coward like her. Despite her protectiveness towards her son, Crazia tends to be a bit abusive towards Keegan, due to him being a constant reminder of her husband and his crime, which caused them both to be outcasts in the first place. However, Keegan couldn't be too mad at his mother, believing she was having a hard time too. But this setup just somewhat fuels the disruptive behavior of Keegan. On one unfortunate day, Keegan's whole world turned upside down. Working for almost close to no breaks, it was clear that his mother's health would drastically fall. There are no other healers in the town, meaning no one else could treat Crazia, as she was the one in need. Eventually, her body gave up, leaving Keegan alone in the hateful village. Keegan cried his eyes out, and he was the only one that did so. No one comforted him, nor paid respect to the town's healer. Keegan alone was the one who mourned for Crazia's death. After his mother's death, Keegan wished to take out his hatred towards the village for not grieving Crazia's death. She had overworked herself to death for the village's sake. Though he blamed Raigan, the leader of the town, for stoking their beliefs in the first place, it was indeed an outrage for Keegan, but no one even cared. Later on, Keegan was informed by Zavanna that the townspeople of Raigan's Reach wanted him to leave. His stay was no longer welcome, since his mother was the only reason why Keegan was still in the town in the first place. It seemed like Zavanna still cared for Keegan, as she offered him food to help him survive, though Keegan refused because he wanted to die in exile. Emotions were really all over the place for Keegan, and that could be the reason why he came up with a plan to at least avenge his mother. After packing up and getting ready to leave, Keegan snuck into the home of Raigan, the person that Keegan hated and blamed the most. He poured gasoline on the floor of the home, and as Raigan woke up, Keegan told Raigan that he and all the other townspeople had killed his mother by slowly wearing her away with how they treated her, and that he was now sending Keegan out to die. He then sets the house on fire, and vengeance is the only thing on his mind as the fire swallows the leader's house. The fire also crawled to the body of Keegan, since he was the one who started it. Keegan then walked away, intending to leave Raigan's Reach and go into the wilderness. After getting to the top of a hill, Keegan looked back and saw that the fire had spread throughout the entire settlement. Realizing that Zavanna's home had burned down, he ran back to find her, regretting his actions, since this was never his intention. He only wanted to burn down the leader, but the collateral damage spread so fast. Eventually, he found Zavanna, burned down, only their dead body lying next to her family's bodies. Keegan kneeled to the floor, looking dead and empty inside as he experienced a complete mental breakdown. After the villagers witnessed his role in Zavanna's death, they all mocked Keegan, who looked devastated. Most of the villagers survived, except their leader and Zavanna's family, and the image of Keegan being bad luck just further resonates in that moment. Keegan dragged himself away from the village, feeling completely numb after this series of events. For the next succeeding days, Keegan spent his time looking for another settlement while barely eating. Everything was still fresh for him, and even after going his separate ways, Keegan's bitterness from all of the torment his fellows subjected him to never faded. Keegan wandered through the wilderness for weeks, hunting wildlife to survive. He was slowly getting back on track, since his survival instincts were the only thing that pushed him alive. Keegan must at least secure food for himself, or else he would die pathetically from hunger. At least, that's what the thoughts running on his mind. His ego won't let him die meaninglessly, because it would just make the villagers from Raigan's Reach happy, something Brand hated the most. As the freezing environment from Freljord makes it hard for Keegan to hunt, he wanders into a cave, hoping to wait out a blizzard. But then, fate finally favored Keegan when another mysterious person entered the vicinity. An old man with violet skin due to prolonged contact with the world runes. His body is full of tattoos in runic styles. He is bald, but has a scrappy black beard tied together at the end with a hair ring. A giant scroll is attached to his back, held there by the leather sash. He wears fairly detailed, loose, dark blue pants with high leather boots. Around his waist he wears a leather belt with a book tied to it. His name is Rise, an old archmage who has been collecting world runes across Runeterra. Upon entering the cave, Rise saw Keegan, who was suffering from the harsh environment. He then healed him of his frostbite and his severe burns from the fire at Raigan's Reach. Despite the overflowing aura of hatred from Keegan, Rise saw potential in him, thinking that he could offer a better route for Keegan and use his determination for a better purpose. Even though Rise does not like the idea of taking an apprentice with him, he still decides to take Keegan as his student. Keegan agreed, since there was nowhere else for him to go, and surviving was his top priority for now. With the guide of Rise, Keegan learned a new concept. He never knew such powerful artifacts were just scattered across Runeterra, and helping Rise to obtain those opened the eyes of Keegan. His temper still shows, but it is getting better the more that Rise and Keegan go on various retrieving missions. The progress was indeed promising, and it looked like Keegan already let go of the past, as he embraced a new purpose in life. However, this was not the situation at all. After Keegan had been Rise's apprentice for quite some time, they now tracked down a world rune, a magical artifact that could give the user a large amount of magical power. All of their previous missions were just simple retrieving of less powerful artifacts, and this time they were aiming for the most dangerous ones. Keegan and Rise worked swiftly, obtaining the world rune without any problem. However, the undying thirst for vengeance made Keegan greedy, which allowed the world rune to tempt him into becoming Brand, the embodiment of burning vengeance, leaving Keegan's personality as nothing but his resentment towards the world. Keegan chose to keep the world rune for his own gain, ditching Rise on their mission. Later on, the rune transformed Keegan, making the creature who would eventually come to be known as Brand. A shadow of the man he once was, Brand began his search for more world runes. After transforming into Brand, the world rune took full control of Keegan's body, becoming a cataclysmic pyromaniac obsessed with gaining more power and burning the world to ash, seeing mortals as weak and wishing to rule as a god. Now becoming a different being, Keegan's entire body drastically changed, burned gray and black skin. His skin is interrupted by an orange streak along his chest that emanates light. His hands and scalp are this same shade of orange and are continuously on fire. Crevices where his eyes and mouth would be are replaced with orange light. Brand wears nothing but a pair of brown pants with a belt around each leg, with the lower half of these pants being burned off. Brand became obsessed with hunting down his vessel's former master, Rise, trying to tempt him to rule with the World Rune's power alongside him, and taunting him when his apprentice Kala nearly gave in to the temptation of a World Rune. Brand's personality was heavily influenced by the World Rune, fueling Keegan to get revenge on the world for how he had been treated, reducing Keegan to nothing more than the embodiment of his desire for vengeance. This place will burn, not by cinder flying or breath of wind, but by the vengeance of my hand, Brand stated as he aimed to burn everything to the ground. We often hear that friends turn into enemies, but would you believe it could work the other way round? Settling differences were often the reason behind conflicts. As an example, tribes in Freljord clash against each other due to political feuds. As more tribes emerged in this frozen land, more views came along with it, making it near impossible to unite all Freljord. However, a kind soul was nurtured in a small tribe, growing up with a philosophy that kindness can bring people together. With that in mind, here's the story of Braum, the heart of the Freljord. Traveling to the harsh environment of Freljord, the cold breeze was the custom of the place. A lot of tribes functioned differently, molding their youth for the betterment of one's future. On one fateful day, a child was born, and it was indeed a special event, since he was an Iceborn. An alteration to some creatures in Freljord, granting them the ability to resist the cold and wield true ice. Being an Iceborn was considered a special gift, since Freljord's environment was unforgiving, and those who were born to resist such coldness definitely had the advantage. As a child, Braum was larger than other Freljordian youths. Seemingly, he was growing too fast, or maybe he was just too large for his age, and it could be a bit of both. Despite displaying a potential great warrior, his mother taught Braum not to use his size to intimidate or bully, and taught him that true courage was not about dominating. It was about helping those in need. This made Braum a bit confused. As a young child, he doesn't understand the depth or consequences of one's actions yet. His mother continued teaching him a kind approach to a situation, nurturing the physique advantage of Braum, instead of letting him become a violent man. The strategy looked effective, since the best way to teach and guide someone is when they are still young, planting the seed early so it will blossom beautifully in the future. One day, an enemy tribe was attacked by ice giants, and Braum's mother did not hesitate to help them, despite being an opposing group towards them. Braum was confused about why her mother would help their enemies, but thanks to her kindness, the said tribe became allies. It was at that moment when Braum finally understood his mother's philosophy, that all of Freljord was a family. He then pledged to bring that family together, since tribes in Freljord were mostly against each other. As Braum grew up, he helped people in his hometown by saving them from danger and bringing hope wherever he went. He becomes the man that his mother wanted him to be, and Braum proudly carries the philosophy of his mother, showing kindness can bind everyone. Eventually, he realized that he was needed in more places than his home. It was a tough decision to make, but Braum was determined, seeing his purpose in this path. With a heavy heart, Braum bid his mother a tearful farewell as he went off on his quest. His mother gladly let Braum go, proud of how she raised her son, and she definitely did so. The rest of the tribe also gave Braum a warm goodbye, setting him off in good spirits. And so, Braum went on a journey to help those in need. No definite destination, just roaming around and helping anyone who would see. Braum believed that it was the best way to unite the Freljord. Showing camaraderie was his best weapon in defeating the enemies. His heroism and good deeds inspired people all over the Freljord to tell stories about his feats, but some were unrealistic and exaggerated. Braum earned plenty of titles as he ventured through the icy place. As his titles suggest, he has a heart of pure gold. Braum is a selfless, friendly man who enjoys helping people simply because he likes being altruistic and hopes that his actions will inspire others. Ever since witnessing his mother's act of kindness on a neighboring tribe, despite being enemies, he has taken his mother's teachings to heart and sees worth in all of the Freljord's people, calling them all a family of brothers and sisters, and is able to make friends with anyone, regardless of their character. As more stories about him go by, this is how they describe Braum: a large, fair-skinned, bald man with comically large muscles and a brown mustache. He has a large tattoo that covers from its left arm to his pectoral. He wears a large shoulder pad on his right shoulder that connects to a large belt buckle with the symbol of a ram's head, representing his connection to Ornn, the demigod of forging and craftsmanship. He carries a large shield with a ram's head forged in the center, which also has a myth on its own. One myth told that Braum's signature shield was an indestructible vault door made by the demigod Ornn, which he broke from its hinges by punching the rocks surrounding it in order to save a troll boy trapped within. Braum laughed heartily at the stories he'd heard about himself, but rather than refuting them, he embraced them, as he wouldn't let the truth get in the way of inspiring others. However, the truth was that Ornn made the unbreakable door for Hearthhome, but Braum managed to take it off the hinges, used it as a shield, and won't give it back, leaving Ornn surprised and a bit annoyed at the same time. As Braum continued to travel across the Freljord, he then traveled to Reykjavik, a sacred Avorsan pilgrimage site located in the southern part of the Freljord. Braum has been hearing stories from different taverns about a leader who is viewed as the reincarnation of Avarosa, destined to unite all tribes. Braum aims to hear the words of Ashe, a leader of the tribe who followed the teachings of Avarosa of the Three Sisters. He believed that he could learn something from the famous leader, and that's why Braum made his way to the said location. Upon his arrival, Braum met Tryndamere, a barbarian who was determined to prove his worth by dominating every opponent he could face. It was good timing for Braum, since Tryndamere was currently in a duel, giving him a bit of information about what to expect in the place. During the battle, Tryndamere became increasingly lost in his fury and was actually about to kill his opponent. His attacks were more vicious, and it was clear that Tryndamere could slaughter his opponent by the next couple of attacks. This doesn't sit well for Braum. He immediately intervenes by holding up his shield, preventing Tryndamere from landing the final blow. Tryndamere kept attacking the impenetrable shield, aggressively slamming his longsword to break Braum's shield. However, his attack made 0 damage to the shield, mainly because it was not just a normal one. Only the impact from his attacks was the one that Braum should endure. And so, Braum took all the blows. He held strongly until Tryndamere's rage subsided. Later on, Tryndamere's fury went down as he reclaimed his sanity. Some who watched the battle thought that Braum would attack now that Tryndamere was exhausted, but none of that happened. In fact, Braum and Tryndamere became good friends after the encounter. Braum went back to his mission, and he eventually met the leader of the tribe. It was a smooth conversation, since Braum and Ashe shared a lot of values. However, it became a little tricky when Ashe asked what faction Braum was allied to. Ashe was currently in the middle of a political feud, and she was being too careful with her moves despite Braum's genuinity. Braum cleared that he has no specific allegiance, as he believes that all within the Freljord are brothers and sisters, and since then, the Avarosan tribe warmly welcomes Braum. Now finally realizing why people claimed Ashe to be the one destined to unite the Freljord, Braum assisted her with their mission. He became reliant on Ashe as they both share a goal, and the Avarosans have adopted him as their own. He often tells adoring children that he wishes for the Freljord to settle their differences and then retire to become a poro herder. Braum has been the favorite guy of everyone around him, and it was even said that Braum was the one who introduced Tryndamere to Ashe, and the rest of the tale blossomed for the two of them. Throughout their missions, Braum sees no one as an enemy of his. However, the Frost Guard, led by Lysandra, is hunting for him, and he does not understand what they want from him. For some reason, the Frost Guard was always hostile toward Braum. Still, he has fought against the Frost Guard's forces numerous times in order to defend innocents threatened by them. Sometime before the events of Ruined King, Braum hears of a sickness that is plaguing the Freljord's children. While visiting a village, one of the elders mentions that when he was a boy, his father told him that the waters of the Blessed Isles could cure his plague. Although the elder warned Braum of the dangers of visiting the Isles, since the one known as Blessed Isles were now called the Shadow Isles, Braum put the warning in his mind and set sail for the Isles in search of a cure. If it was for the future of the children in Freljord, then Braum would not hesitate to do whatever it takes. Braum ventured on his own, but he did encounter a lot of creatures along the way. One of them was Yuumi, a magical cat from Bandle City. Yuumi rested on his shoulders for a time, protecting him from angry snow spirits stirring up flurries in a hailstorm, while he brought her wriggling fish. It was quite a unique encounter, as the two of them worked together just to catch fish for Yuumi. It was a long travel for Braum, but his determination didn't fade one bit, no matter what the circumstances arose during his journey. Eventually, Braum set sail towards the Shadow Isles. It felt like he was getting close to his goal, but all of a sudden, his boat was attacked by the Black Mist, forcing him to abandon the ship and lose his shield in the process. Braum floated through the shore looking lifeless. He was then rescued by the Buru, a tribe of the Serpent Isles in Bilgewater. Upon regaining consciousness, Braum returned the favor by helping the people of Bilgewater, bringing a massive sea creature into the docks with his bare hands. Later on, Illaoi, the Kraken priestess, returned to the tribe, fresh from facing the Blood Harbor Ripper. She investigated Braum's feat, amazed by his strength. She then asks him to join their quest to stop Gangplank's mission, to which Braum immediately agrees after knowing the purpose of the said quest. Together with Illaoi, Misfortune, Yasuo, and Pike, Braum helps in stopping the revival of Ruined King. While they are voyaging towards the island, Illaoi's demeanor towards Braum implies that she finds Braum physically attractive. Over the course of the adventure, Braum and Illaoi develop a friendship. Illaoi invited Braum to be more intimate, and while he wasn't averse to her advances, Braum respectfully declined because it was an inopportune time due to him needing to focus on the upcoming battles. Having a lover was not yet on his mind, and he still had his own goal to accomplish, besides the quest he agreed on. Once on the Isles, the group met Maokai, the Twisted Treant. There was a bit of misunderstanding between the group and Maokai, but Ahri, a fox-like Vestaya, an acquaintance of Yasuo, stepped in and cleared the situation. Maokai then shared his situation, telling the group that Thesh, the Chain Warden, corrupted his roots. Maokai would be a huge help to further advance in these Shadow Isles, but they must help him first. After quite some time, the group managed to heal Maokai, thanks to the lead of Illaoi. Maokai then offered his leaves, infused with the remaining Water of Life, to cure Braum's people. At long last, Braum finally achieved the goal of his voyage, but his mission was not yet over, since there was still another one to fulfill. Together, the group breached Thresh's libraries of agony. They discovered a lot of information, including traces of Gangplank. Unfortunately, Thresh was also in the vicinity. The crew eventually found Thresh and a battle ensued. Thresh has a lot of tricks hidden on his sleeves, making the battle difficult for the crew, despite the numbers advantage. Thresh laughed at them, enjoying the agony and struggles of the group. Even Braum's strength was no match to the Chain Warden, let alone the rest of the group. But with their valiant team effort, the crew finally defeated Thresh, making him return to the Black Mist. It was a hard-fought battle, but their quest doesn't end up here. The group then followed the trace and found a Gangplank reviving Viego, the Ruined King. Gangplank tried to imprison Viego, but the Ruined King was too powerful. Gangplank failed and became possessed by Viego instead. Viego then flew towards Bilgewater alongside a violent harrowing, an event forcing numerous undead to attack across Runeterra. Viego is in search of his dead wife's crown, the crown of the Shattered Queen. Forced to fight the crew under Viego's control, Gangplank was defeated and imprisoned on Sarah Fortune's ship. Meanwhile, Ahri managed to sense something lingering in the Black Mist and received visions of Viego's discarded memories, seeing the negative parts of his marriage and learning the truth, that his love for his wife was not as pure as he tells himself. The group took Gangplank back into custody, and Alawi interrogated him for a way to defeat Viego. Gangplank then revealed that the discarded memories discovered by Ahri would most likely be capable of weakening Viego, enough to be defeated. Moments later, the crew managed to catch up with Viego, but Viego sent out a gale of black mist, shipwrecking the crew on a mysterious island with mystical winds. It took the crew some time, but the ship was eventually repaired, allowing them to make it back to Bilgewater in time to prepare for Viego's harrowing event. Returning to Bilgewater, Braum caught a rumor of a strange shipwreck with beams of blue light emerging from the sea. Recognizing the ship as his own, he found the ship and recovered his shield. On their arrival, the crew crafted a plan. Braum was more of the muscle of the team, so he stayed out of the planning and let the team handle that part. The crew planned to take the amulet to an ancient Buru forge located underneath the Shadow Isles to have it repaired. And so, the crew swiftly moved while Viego was busy on finding the crown. Once the crew returned to the Shadow Isles, the crew found a facility capable of transferring memories into sunstones. Ahri went to this facility while the rest of the group proceeded to the Buru Forge. As the crew managed to find the Buru Forge underneath the vault, Ahri joined the rest of the group and they bore their souls before Nagakaburos herself, battling the goddess's avatar and being found worthy of her help. The goddess finally cleanses the amulet. Braum was more of an observer in this one, seemingly accompanying the group through the ordeal, without fully comprehending the whole situation. With the successful mission, the crew made their way back to Bilgewater once more. It was the time for them to execute their plan and face off against Viego, the Ruined King. Everyone in the group played their part. Braum's task was more on creating space so Ahri could use her abilities to weaken Viego. That was the time for Braum to shine as he proved his strength in the battle, blocking attacks from Viego's abilities as Ahri closed in. Their strategy looked effective, and Ahri hit Viego with more of his memories, making him relive his death, when an angered wraith of Isolde killed him at the Blessed Isles. While distracted, Sarah Fortune used the opportunity to imprison Viego within the amulet. Though he nearly corrupted her soul and tempted her to follow him in the process, Miss Fortune was ultimately successful as the Ruined King was finally banished. Following their triumph over Viego, the group celebrated their victory and cheered for the new bond they had formed. For Braum, it was never about the destination, it was about the journey. And he did earn a lot of respect from the people of Bilgewater, proving that he was worthy of the title, the Heart of the Freljord. Eventually, the crew parted ways, aiming to fulfill their individual missions this time. Braum returned to the Freljord, escorted by Yasuo, who was on a journey to Noxus in search of Riven the Exile. Braum's journey has been long and eventful. Initially, the goal was simply to find a cure for the children of Freljord, but then, all of a sudden, he became part of the crew stopping the ruined king in his ruination. Braum made a lot of friends, inspiring people outside of his hometown. He even managed to attract someone unintentionally. Eventually, Braum made it back to Freljord and successfully handed over the cure, so the people Freljordians could mass produce it for everyone, which was something out of Braum's expertise. He continued to wander around Freljord, returning to his original mission regarding the unification of all tribes. While doing so, Braum met a young boy named Nunu and his friend Yeti Willump. Braum saved Nunu and Willump from a pack of Arctic wolves, and since then, Nunu looked up to Braum. Eventually, Braum joined the adventure of Nunu and Willump. We all know that mortals are capable of doing something to drastic measures, whether it's for good or bad. They will do whatever it takes to achieve their goal and satisfy their hunger. But what if that thirst for achieving goals was directly transferred to someone's hunger, designed to be an assassin but ended up as a bloodthirsty savage? This is the story of a failed experiment of a blood golem named Briar, the Restrained Hunger. If the Shuriman Empire was known as the fastest growing civilization, Noxus was the biggest empire in Runeterra. Located at the eastern territory of Valoran, Noxus continuously expanded their borders up to Freljord, Shurima, and several city-states such as Piltover and Zaun. But aside from constantly expanding its territory, Noxus was also busy creating something behind the curtains, doing multiple experiments without the knowledge of even their own citizens. The Black Rose is a secretive cabal led by the Noxian aristocracy. Many of their opulent designs feature masks so that they can partially conceal their identities, even from each other. Trust no one. The said secret organization was too powerful and noxious that they could also influence the political aspect of the empire. Some time ago, Borum Darkwill, a grand general, took control over Noxus after gaining the favor of the various other nobles and appealing to their heritage. Despite his own rule, many wanted more influence on the world of Runeterra, building a conspiracy within the Black Rose to try and end his life. A lot of conspiracies emerged during Borum's term. One of those was the threat of Jericho Swain, a visionary top general, taking his throne as the new ruler of Noxus. Because of that, Borum Darkwill entrusted the Black Rose to create living weapons towards the end of his reign, and mainly oversaw the creation of Briar as a perfect assassin. A pale, humanoid girl with gray skin and white hair dyed with blood. Her eyes are cataract with huge white pupils resembling the full moon and bright pink sclera. Briar's claws and teeth are incredibly sharp, and she has pointed ears resembling a bat's. There are metal bolts on her shoulder blades capable of emitting magical energy for propulsion. She appears very thin and almost emaciated, but her bottom half is a bit heavier. She wears a black corset-like outfit adorned with many black leather straps and some red wax seals on the belts on her hip. Her bottom half simply has some black bandages covering her legs, leaving her feet bare with metal stakes stabbing through the ankles. The blood golem creation was complete and turned into a human-like species. But what features of the mortals does Briar also inherit? Briar was created near the end of Borum Darkwill's reign by the Black Rose's hemomancers, mages that control blood. She was designed to be a new type of living weapon created purely out of blood magic and not requiring sustenance to survive. Though designed to be a perfect assassin, Briar was completely driven by a hunger for blood, entering a constant state of hemomania. Black Rose thought that this wouldn't be a problem, plainly looking it down as a small malfunction or side effect in their creation. Despite this, the Black Rose sent Briar off on her first mission, which ended in a gory failure as Briar entered a frenzy and killed everyone indiscriminately. It was a bloodbath as Briar tore everyone's limbs effortlessly, feeding her never-ending hunger for blood. Realizing she was too dangerous to control, the Black Rose created a special pillory with a hemolith gemstone to both restrain and focus her mind, taming her hemomaniac instincts completely. She was now restrained by an arch-shaped pillory adorned with many spikes and runic symbols that glowed a dark red, held together by a hemolith gemstone in the middle of it. It seemed like their response to Briar's frenzy was effective. Briar looked like a tamed being, way different than the previous character she displayed. Because of that, the Black Rose believed that Briar was now ready to accomplish her true goal, targeting General Jericho Swain. When the disgraced General Jericho Swain began his coup over the Noxian Empire, the Black Rose quickly deployed many of their living weapons and experiments to fight him off. Briar was deployed among them and had the special job of killing Swain himself, while other creation acted as pawns, causing chaos and creating an opening for Briar. Knowing that Briar could potentially run loose again, she was given to a handler to help direct her. Once the preparation was complete, Briar was released from her pillory. However, things ended up just like before, as Briar immediately devoured her handler and everyone around her. The chaos unfolded before anyone could do anything, putting the troops of the Black Rose in a panic. Due to Briar's frenzy, she loses her sight to her target. Swain managed to escape her blood frenzy, and his guards managed to capture her, restoring Briar's pillory. Now restrained, Swain was able to transfer Briar to a holding facility, locking her in a cell with many other living experiments that had been employed by the Black Rose. Briar was now sealed in prison under Swain's supervision and removing her from the hands of the Black Rose organization. The plan might have failed due to Briar's frenzy, but the chaos created was enough to cover the tracks of the Black Rose. The incident was labeled as a failed experiment for now, while further investigations were in progress. Black Rose no longer has to deal with Briar's thirst for blood, and the prison will lock her up for the time being. Alone in her cell, Briar was unable to die from starvation and simply focused on her hunger. As a golem created by hemomancy, Briar doesn't need any nourishment to survive, which makes it a bit confusing why she has a thirst for blood. A never-ending hunger. Initially, Briar thought that the many crazed wails of the neighboring cells were her own voices, making her crazy as those voices screamed differently. But then, Briar came to realize those voices were other living weapons like her that were captured, finally gaining awareness of her surroundings. While listening to them, she thought how boring and single-minded her neighbors were. It made Briar a bit self-aware. Not wishing to become like them, Briar instead decided to seclude herself in solitude within her cell. Day by day, Briar became more aware of both self-awareness and the surroundings in her cell. She may be alone in her cell, but it helped Briar to understand things the way they were as her curiosity developed, instead of running mindlessly in a frenzy for blood. Briar sat in solitary confinement for years, finding entertainment in eavesdropping on her guards' conversations, pestering them for raw meat, and agonizing about whether she should race her pet spiders or eat them. That alone showed a tremendous development in her character, finally viewing the spiders as her friends and restraining herself from eating everything. Throughout the years in the prison, Briar would eventually wonder about the world outside of her cell and, while toying with her restraint, managed to loosen the hemolith in her pillory. She thought about the neighboring hemomaniacs and their simple-minded hunger for blood and decided that she wanted to become something more, finding a balance between being calm and frenzied. It seems like Briar was the only one who managed to gain awareness while the rest of her fellow blood golems remained empty-minded. Briar held on to her principles, hoping one day she would escape prison, away from these mindless hemomaniacs. Surprisingly, the years that Briar spent in the cell made her a sentient being, able to decipher things and think for herself. Now, with newfound purpose, Briar wanted to finally see the outside world, like a curious child wondering the unknown. She then devised a plan to escape her prison, finally making a move to free herself from the cell. Since she was not that clever enough, Briar tended to call the guards for random reasons, hoping they would go near her so she could feast on their blood. However, the guards find her moves to be too obvious and eventually get used to her continuous calling. They just brushed off her calls and views it as only seeking attention. But this didn't discourage Briar one bit as she continued to try different tactics. One day, a particular guard was lured closer to Briar's cell. He began to walk closer as he was curious about Briar's intellect. Most of the blood golems were supposedly mindless, but Briar appeared to be different from the guard. When the guard tried to peek at the door window, Briar quickly pounced, allowing her to attack him and feast on his blood. At long last, Briar tasted blood once more, giving her enough strength to break out. Briar smashed the door, finally setting her foot out of the cell for the first time. Timely to Briar's escape, she encounters a young janitor boy cleaning the nearby vicinity. Briar approached him as friendly as she could, asking the janitor if he was escaping too. The janitor freaked out and ran for his life, thinking that Briar would eat him on the spot. However, Briar completely misunderstood the scenario. She thought the janitor knew the way and was leading her towards the exit. That's why she started to run too, following the janitor with the intent of escaping with him. Briar was excited and eager to escape, thinking she was friends with the janitor who was running away from her. She even called the janitor her escaped buddy as they ran through the prison. Later on, the reports reached the guards. Briar escaped from her cell and she must be stopped. While the janitor ran away from Briar, the guards arrived in front of them and aggressively shoved him off the way. The guards intended to save the guard and capture Briar, but Briar thought the guards attacked her friend. This made her furious, allowing her to break free from her pillory and enter frenzy mode. In her hemomaniac state, Briar shatters her pillory and her hair stands on end. Her face morphs into a savage expression with glowing red eyes and an extended tongue. The cuffs of her pillory form sharp red daggers, which can be empowered with blood magic to become longer blades made of blood. "That's my friend and your food," Briar shouted, and it was the last statement that the guards heard before Briar went crazy again. The janitor continued to run away as far as possible while Briar tore everyone apart, eating and drinking their blood, further fueling her powers along the way. Screams echoed through the prison as Briar became stronger the more blood that she absorbed. Briar's frenzy was out of control. It looked like she was also chasing the janitor too. Eventually, Briar broke the exit as she jumped on top of the janitor. While currently in her hemomaniac state, Briar recognized the janitor and called him a friend. This allowed her to get back to her normal state as her pillory was reconstructed. Briar then stood at the outside world, free to explore the world beyond her cell and feast on all the blood she wanted, of course excluding those she considered a friend. Now she wanders the streets of Noxus, learning more about the world and wishing to make new friends. Meanwhile, the Black Rose became curious about Briar's unexpected development. They let loose Briar for now and have been secretly monitoring their living weapon for currently unknown purposes. Maybe someday they could exploit Briar's full potential once they fully analyze her. After developing independence as a result of her imprisonment, Briar became excitable and carefree, always displaying a childlike sense of wonder. She has more control over her hunger and is more open to befriending others, though she is willing to unleash her hemomaniac instincts if she needs to. Since gaining awareness, Briar further understood different concepts. She was well aware that she was created from hemomancy, and hemomancy is a magical art strongly tied to Vladimir, the Crimson Reaper. The situation made Briar think that Vladimir was the one responsible for her life, somewhat considering him as her father. Briar was thinking of calling him her dad, though she was still hesitant to do so. Maybe finding him first and building a connection with Vladimir would allow her to be comfortable with that idea. It was indeed an innocent concept for someone who was created to be a merciless assassin. Being part of a wealthy family surely gives someone an upper hand. One might live luxuriously, easily turning a blind eye to whatever the situation is, as long as they are not directly affected. But not all view things that way. There are some who approach things differently, identifying what is right and wrong, and never get blinded by privilege. This is the story of the finest peacekeeper in both Piltover and Zaun, Caitlyn Kiraman, the sheriff of Piltover. Heading over to a city-state located on an isthmus between the Valoran and Shuriman continents, one might think that this place could be uneventful, since it was not as big as other empires in Runeterra. But they might change their minds once we unfold stories surrounding this place. For starters, the place is divided into two areas, the Piltover, also known as the Upper City, and Zaun, the downtown. It is indeed fascinating to see a city directly above one another, but this setup created social differences. Even though both have titles like City of Progress for Piltover and City of Iron and Glass for Zaun, it was still clear that there was a distinct imbalance between the two places. People of Piltover have more opportunities in life, while those who dwell in Zaun need to survive. Born into a wealthy and influential merchant clan, Caitlyn Kiraman is the daughter of Tobias Kiraman, her father, and Cassandra Kiraman, her mother. Caitlyn swiftly learned the social graces of life in Piltover, but preferred to spend her time in the wilder lands outside it. Equally adept at mingling with the moneyed elite of the City of Progress or stalking a deer through the mud of the forest, she could confidently track a bird on the wing over the merchant districts, or put a shot through the eye of a hare at 100 paces with her father's repeater musket. It was evident that Caitlyn has a sharp observation skill, able to identify and keep an eye on a target wherever it goes. Caitlyn's greatest assets, however, were her intelligence and willingness to learn from her parents. As a wealthy family, her parents knew that there were things that money couldn't buy. They taught Caitlyn various important values, but the most important one was that they reinforced her understanding of right and wrong, even within a life of comfort and privilege. Her mother was one of the highest comptrollers in Clan Kiraman, and would always warn Caitlyn of Piltover's seductions and its gilded promises that could harden the kindest heart. At first, Caitlyn paid little heed. To her, Piltover was a place of beauty and order that she cherished after each trip into the wild. It was understandable, since Caitlyn hadn't experienced anything remotely close to what her mother had said. However, her innocent view of the world would change, as fate had other plans for her. A few years later, Caitlyn surely grew as a woman. Above average height, standing 6'1" tall, slim but muscular build, with pale skin, back-length dark blue hair, and piercing deep blue eyes. She perfectly displays her part of the Piltovan and Ionian race from her parents. Caitlyn has developed her hunting skills throughout her teens, but her skills will be put to the test at Progress Day in Piltover. Progress Day is an annual celebration in Piltover at the Plaza of the Sun Gates. The event is dedicated to welcoming visitors as they display numerous inventions, show different events, and exhibit hex-tech wonders of the land. It is indeed an eventful day, making almost everyone in Piltover busy, which also creates the perfect timing for someone with bad ideas. After some time, Caitlyn returned to find her home ransacked and empty. The family retainers were all dead, and there was no trace of her parents. No one saw this coming, not even Caitlyn, but she didn't let the situation stun her as Caitlyn investigated for clues. After securing the house, she immediately set out to find her parents. Tracking within the confines of a city was very different from hunting in the wild. Caitlyn may have experience in hunting in the woods, but this case was entirely different. However, her natural talent for keen observation was on full display, as one by one, Caitlyn located the thugs who had invaded her family home. With her wits and fierce approach, Caitlyn managed to get more information, not letting the thugs play dumb in the situation. The trail eventually led her to a hidden safe house where her mother and father were being tortured for information. As adrenaline kicked in, Caitlyn swiftly entered the facility. She then rescued her parents under cover of darkness and alerted the Piltover wardens. Since Caitlyn already planned her strategy ahead of time, the wardens arrived shortly after Caitlyn sent the signal, trapping all the kidnappers in sight and safely rescuing her parents. Even though the kidnappers were arrested, not one of them knew the identity of the individual who had hired them, only a proxy with the initial C. It would be a long interrogation after the incident, but for now, treating the wounds of her parents and ensuring their health is the priority. The kidnapping event was messy. Good thing the Kiraman family managed to heal from the wounds as they began to rebuild their lives. However, they may have healed the physical damage, but their mental state was never the same. The fundamentals of Caitlyn's parents had changed. Her mother in particular could no longer face the politics and duplicity of clan life, and gave up her prestigious role, leaving something of a vacuum in the Kiraman leadership. It was evident that they no longer wanted to be part of this chaos due to the trauma they experienced. And though she loved her parents dearly, Caitlyn had no desire to take her mother's place, nor to learn her father's trade as an artificer. Her interest is far off, and she was never raised to be the successor of either of her mother or father's profession. Instead, the incident aligned Caitlyn with her expertise. Her focus turned toward breaking through the web of intrigue surrounding the mysterious sea. She was able to track her parents and save them by herself, boosting her confidence that she could track the mastermind behind this. Her mind could stop thinking about the culprit, and it's reasonable, since that person could pull off the same trick someday, if left unchecked. Utilizing her hunting skills, Caitlyn established herself as a private investigator and quickly made a name for herself as someone who could find anything or anyone. Day by day, Caitlyn would help random citizens, sticking her nose to anything she sensed that needed help. News quickly spread through Piltover as an emerging self-made investigator enters the scene and seemingly has a 100% clean track record. It started with a few search requests from some citizens, and then it ballooned to more people relying on Caitlyn. She may be self-made without proper training, but her skills were off the roof, which made her name more popular in a short amount of time. Caitlyn's parents were extremely proud of their daughter, as Caitlyn held on to the principles she was taught in her childhood. In recognition of her self-made success, Caitlyn's parents crafted her a Hex-Tech rifle of exquisite artifice, with greater accuracy than any musket. The weapon could take a variety of specialized shells and be easily modified in the field. Caitlyn was delighted. The weapon fit her well, and this just further enabled Caitlyn to do more as an investigator. She finally found a purpose in her life where her skills backed her up. But all of this was just the byproduct of Caitlyn's true goal, which was tracing the infamous sea. With a new rifle at hand, Caitlyn grew to become a very skilled marksman. She trained her rifle skills whenever there were no requests from the citizens, allowing her sharp senses to translate into handling a rifle. Once, she joined a sniping competition in Piltover and easily won the trophy. But Caitlyn was a bit dissatisfied, as it looked like her competitor did not take the game seriously. She confronted her closest opponent in the competition, the Piltover Police Department Sheriff Grayson, about throwing the competition for her, suspecting that her parents had paid her to do it. Grayson admitted to letting her win, only because she felt that the girl deserved it, not because of her parents, then asked her what she was shooting for. As Caitlyn continued with her everyday life, she also became very close to Jace Tallis, an academy student that her parents were sponsoring. They would occasionally hang out, since both of them vibe well. One day, Caitlyn was with Jace when his laboratory exploded after a break-in. The accident angered her father about the risk Jace had apparently put her in. Although Caitlyn and her mother were in agreement to speak in defense of Jace during his trial, it ultimately still went against his favor, much to Caitlyn's disappointment. It was a tragic case for Jace, resulting in expulsion from the Piltover Academy. It was even doubled down when Jace revealed to the council his desire to create magic. The Kiramans who sponsored him shunned Jace since he became a social embarrassment. Caitlyn's parents forbade Caitlyn from any further interactions with Jace. The setup lasted until Jace became successful with his Hextech experiment, proving Hextech a viable and revolutionary practice. Jace's services once again became in demand, after which he regained the Kiramans' favor and was yet again sponsored by them. The two became close again. The previous incidents became a clear sign that Caitlyn's parents may have been overprotective of her, a result that could be anchored by the previous traumatic event in their family. Caitlyn continued to do her mission, serving countless requests while searching for more information. A couple of weeks passed by, and a bizarre case unfolded in Piltover. A traumatic case involving a missing Hextech device and a series of child abductions. The wardens of Piltover tried their best to analyze the situation, but it seemed like they needed more help. That was when Caitlyn was summoned by the wardens. Caitlyn had been recommended by one of the wardens, who had also developed something of an affinity for stranger cases. And their battle with a host of rogue chimericks in the employ of a lunatic chem researcher driven mad by his own concoctions. The wardens needed more members on the rank, and Caitlyn was a strong candidate for the position. They have been monitoring her ever since the abduction of her parents, and since then, Caitlyn proved that she was something else, which led to her being offered a formal position in the wardens. Obviously, the sudden offer caught Caitlyn off guard. She never had any proper training to join the justice system, and even if she wanted to join the wardens, climbing the ranks would be the ideal way for her, so she could learn more along the way. At first, Caitlyn refused, doubting that she could fill the role in that instant. But after some thorough thinking about the offer, she eventually came to realize that the warden's resources could potentially get her closer to discovering the true identity of C. This was a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity, helping both the missing children case and her true goal. And a badge would solidify her position, no longer a self-made investigator, but rather a warden within the ranks. Because of that, Caitlyn trusted her guts and accepted the role, formally entering the justice system of Piltover. Joining the ranks of the wardens in Piltover, Caitlyn now wears a uniform so the citizens can easily identify her as an ally working for the betterment of society. Her outfit is a combination of white, dark blue, and bronze colors. She consists of a warden's uniform with a short navy blue skirt, long navy blue stockings with embellishments, and bronze-heeled boots, as she always wears a matching top hat with the uniform, which gives her a classy yet intimidating look. With a badge in her pocket, her outfit was tied together by her rifle from her parents. Since then, Caitlyn becomes a highly respected officer within the ranks of the wardens, always striving to make the City of Progress a better and safer place. She recently partnered with a new recruit from Zaun, the brash and reckless V, a hot-headed and fearsome woman. V is a muscular, athletic, and light-skinned woman. She wears common punk street fashion typical for Zaunite and Piltover youth, atypical for her warden profession. Her most notable features are her mechanical augment-inspired tattoos across her entire back and arms, including a VI tattoo on her left cheek, as well as her natural pink hair. She has gray eyes and a height of 5'8". The description alone showed that Caitlyn and V were the exact opposite of each other. One was a precise worker, while the other one was impulsive. But despite the obvious difference, the two seemed to work well. How such an unlikely pairing came about and been proven so effective is the subject of wild rumor and tavern speculation among their fellow wardens, as well as those they haul away to jail. However, the previous problem came back to bite her as Caitlyn's parents, specifically her mother, continued to intervene with her path. After becoming an enforcer, Caitlyn developed a great sense of duty and responsibility, since she wants to be of service to her people. Her mother often prevents her from doing necessary police work that can stop Silco's evil activities, telling Caitlyn it is too dangerous, and as a result, Caitlyn despises it. She was upset with her mother because she used her power and influence to limit her work to unexciting safeguard duty rather than letting her do meaningful police work. This rankles Caitlyn, especially since she resented being coddled ever since she was a child, and also wanted to prove herself worthy by her merits, rather than being given things due to her family. Despite the situation, Caitlyn was still determined to unfold the frequent abduction cases both in Piltover and Zaun. Most of the time, Caitlyn would do undercover missions and use the name Matilda. Through the cases she encountered and her investigations, Caitlyn came to the theory that someone was secretly at the center of all the violence, and the Undercity was involved. Her investigations on this were never taken seriously, however, because they were being dismissed and unknowingly stonewalled by the sheriff during her time, Marcus, who was in fact in cahoots with the man she was investigating. Even doing things on her own, Caitlyn remained suspicious, trusting her theory. Throughout her missions, V, her partner in law enforcement, would help her crack multiple cases, serving both Piltover and Zaun. The two have a very close relationship, and they've been chasing after Jinx, V's sister, and a dangerous criminal who's been wreaking havoc in Piltover. In a separate missing, they managed to stop a turmoil caused by Urgot, the Dreadnought, and his followers, catching him and later putting him in an isolated island prison. The duo later fights him again when his followers try to free him from prison. Needless to say, Caitlyn's journey as a law enforcer has been a roller coaster ride. There were ups and downs, and sometimes even dull moments, but all of those scenarios just brought Caitlyn and V closer to each other. V even called Caitlyn Cupcake as her nickname. The duo showed their worth as peacemakers in the city, which led to the promotion of Caitlyn as sheriff in town, finally earning the respect that she deserved, not just with the help of her wealthy and influential parents, but because of her sheer determination in solving crimes in Piltover. It seemed like Caitlyn managed to outdo her parents, telling them that she could handle herself without them intervening. Caitlyn became a woman who was very devoted to the community of Piltover. She enjoys her work as a sheriff, where she assists citizens and apprehends criminals while ensuring they have a fair trial, demonstrating that she is fair to both good and bad people. She is strict, disciplined, and level-headed. She will use legal means to ensure that her work is meticulous and routine, while V oftentimes does the exact opposite. These characteristics are what distinguish her as an effective detective. However, Caitlyn can also be somewhat rebellious, as she has been known to break the rules at times in order to carry out her duty, such as following V to join her and chaperone her on missions. There have been rumors that her and V's relationship is more than just professional or a friendship. Caitlyn has proven to be a very compassionate person after witnessing the state of Zaun. She works together with V to protect the city and prevent corruption from continuing. Despite her maturity and elegance, Caitlyn is a big fan of Seraphine, the starry-eyed songstress of Zaun, and will drop all said traits to being giddy and excitable whenever Seraphine is around. This just proves that even though she showcased a strict persona, she was still enjoying her time as an individual, showing all sides of her character. It has been a few years since the incident, and the case of figuring out whose letter C and the one who's responsible for all the abducting cases were still unknown. Precision is the difference between a butcher and a surgeon. Is that line familiar to you? With a mind as sharp as the blade she bears, you probably don't want to mess with her. She is now more of a machine than a woman, classifying her as a cyborg. But if someone still wanted to bypass her, then that person should be ready to face the principal intelligencer of Clan Pharos. Her name is Camille Pharos, the Steel Shadow. As we all know, Piltover is a wealthy place located above Zaun. It is a thriving, progressive city overlooking the ocean, since it's located between the Valoran and Shuriman continents. Fleets of ships pass through its titanic sea gates, bringing goods from all over the world. Merchant clans fund incredible endeavors, including artistic follies and architectural monuments, to their individual power, With ever more inventors delving into Hextech, Piltover has become the destination for the most skilled craftspeople across Runeterra. Being crowned as the City of Progress, Piltover has a lot of ways to earn money in their city-state. But the majority of those revolve around Hextech, a magical technology that fuses elemental and spirit magic to create exquisite artifacts that can be wielded by anyone. Not just the few people out there with a natural aptitude for the arcane. It harnesses the magical power contained within rare hex crystals to function properly. The origin of Hextech can be traced back to the early 900s AN, when the wealthy mercantile clans, self-governed councils, harvested rare crystals from the Brackern, an ancient species of giant sapient scorpions, a creature native to Shurima. Pharaoh's clan is a member of mercantile clans, and their main role is intelligencer for Piltover, with the intent to govern the place better. Most of the family's wealth came through harvesting a rare crystal from the Brackern, just like the rest of the mercantile clans. These hex crystals, or first crystals, contained power normally only wielded by those born with innate magical ability. After Camille's great-great-aunt lost an arm during an early expedition, her sacrifice inspired the Pharaoh's family motto, "For family will I give." And so, the Pharaoh's clan continued to grow. They stood as one of the oldest mercantile clans within the city, boasting a lineage into future endeavors. Later on, the clan came to a point wherein harvesting hex crystals became problematic. Aside from the danger of the mission, Brackerns were a limited resource, not to mention that there were other clans of the mercantile that competed with the gathering too. Pharaoh's family had to find a different way, and that was when they realized to augment the crystals they'd accumulated. Utilizing shadow investments in chemtech and the runic alchemy, the Pharaoh's clan began to perform multiple experiments, aiming to create a hextech version of themselves. With sheer determination and, of course, exceptional precision, they developed less powerful but easier to make synthetic hex crystals, a groundbreaking creation that could be the future of hextech in Piltover. However, this creation was controversial, and there were consequences along with it, especially during the manufacturing process. Synthetic crystal manufacturing has long been rumored to heavily contribute to the Zon Grey, the thick chemical atmosphere polluting Zon. Because of that, the family decided to take all measures, no matter how extreme, to keep the operation going. It was through espionage, intimidation, and murder that Clan Pharaohs did just to hold its monopoly on this priceless commodity and ensure its uninterrupted production in Zon, maintaining the family's place in Piltover's illustrious Blue Wind Court. The family's motto did turn into the darker side as the Pharaoh's clan pulled the strings behind the curtain. Surely being the principal intelligencer for Piltover worked wonders for the family, and the Pharaoh's clan needed to hold on to this title in order to keep their family's secret. As the eldest surviving child of Pharaoh's masters, Camille received every educational advantage at a young age. She had exceptional tutors, learning to speak several foreign languages and play the cellovina at a concertmaster level, proving that every penny spent on her was worth it and showing great signs for the future of the Pharaoh's clan. Camille also learned to read and write ancient Shuriman, which was not an easy feat, while assisting her father on digs in the Odin Valley. Not all Shuriman can read the ancient scriptures, but thanks to the resources available, plus her sharp wit, Camille was ahead of her age. Traditionally, one of the younger children would become their family's principal intelligencer, working with the clan master to secure their family's success by any means necessary. This has been the setup since the Pharaoh's clan believes that the younger ones would be better at the front, while the older siblings would be the ones doing the dirty work. However, Camille's younger brother Stephen had a weak constitution. The principal intelligencer must be quick-witted and extremely knowledgeable about the laws and all the loopholes in the Piltover system. Unfortunately, Stephen could not keep up with the criteria. And so, Camille took his place, translating her skills to be the successor of the clan's position in Piltover. Stephen jealously watched Camille embrace her additional training, and she became quite adept in combat, reconnaissance, and interrogation. Aside from being an intellectual prodigy, Camille proves that she also has potential in physical combat, as well as exceptional communication skills. Her training continued throughout her teens up to her early 20s, and Camille's growth was unprecedented. Clearly, Camille was building up her resume to be the best Pharaohs in their bloodline. Pharaoh's clan was striving, but of course, whenever someone gains tremendous success, becomes the target of someone else. When Camille was 25, augmented Zaunite thugs attacked her and her father, with intent on stealing lucrative trade secrets. Everything unfolded too quickly, and even though Camille managed to protect herself, her parents were not as lucky as her. Camille's father succumbed to his wounds, and in anguish, her mother died soon after. The incident brought tears to the clan, and since they must still move forward, someone needs to fill the role of their parents. Since Camille was already on track as the family's principal intelligencer, Stephen became the clan master. He did get the position during unfortunate times, but Stephen won't waste the opportunity. He doubled the clan's research in human hex tech augmentation, eager to prove himself as a strong leader. It took almost a year of mourning for both Camille and Stephen, but the two must continue pursuing greatness for the clan despite the emotional turmoil. In one fortunate day, Stephen oversaw the induction of Hakim Nadiri, a promising young crystallographer, from the Shuriman coastal city of Bel'zun, as the family's lead artificer, and Stephen found out more about that project, making him stick his eyes to Hakim. On the other hand, Camille requested hex tech augmentation from Hakim to push her beyond her human limitations. It seems like training was not enough for Camille. That's why she wants a body that can keep up with her ambitions. And Hakim is the one who can make that happen. Camille approached Hakim, and the crystallographer was instantly enamored with Camille. Hakim viewed the project as a way to get closer to Camille, and he was right. The two bonded over the preparations and late-night stories of Shurima, indicating that their interest was aligned as they enjoyed each other's company. Oftentimes, Camille and Hakim would meet up once they were done with their individual tasks, and then proceeded to accomplish their goal, which just created more time for them to bond. And since there's an undeniable connection between the two, eventually, Camille returns Hakim's feelings. Looks like Hakim won the heart of the talented woman. Camille and Hakim's relationship grew reckless, as they knew the surgery would conclude their time together. Hakim would move on to other projects, and Camille would once again be fully committed to the principal intelligencer's duties. More than that, Hakim worried that in carving away Camille's heart, he might remove her humanity, which also meant their love would be forgotten too. Both of them know the gravity of the situation, and they are aware of what will happen after the operation, which makes things harder for them. The bond between them was unexpected, but no matter what route they decide to take, the couple must be ready for the consequences. Eventually, all of the preparation was done, and the day for the operation was finally set. However, the situation has been unsettling for Hakim, thinking he can't lose Camille just like that. Days before Camille's operation, Hakim proposed marriage and begged her to run away with him. For the first time in her life, Camille was torn. She may be an exceptional woman, great in every field she learns, but love is something that even the best cannot simply handle. It's evident that Camille wanted to, but her responsibility for the clan was the one that stopped her from doing so. Stephen had no such conflict, as he needed Camille to execute his vision. When he learned of the secret proposal, he devised a plan that would awaken Camille's eyes and remind her what could happen if she left her place. The next time Camille and Hakim were together, Stephen set himself up to be attacked, triggering the past experience Camille had with their parents. When she saw her brother bruised and bloodied, Camille recognized the pattern. These harmful events happened whenever her attention was divided. Camille helped her brother without knowing that his plan worked on her, manipulating her trauma towards his benefit. After the incident, Hakim pleaded with Camille, telling her that was just unfortunate timing, but Camille wouldn't listen. For family, she would give, and that family motto was the only thing that was running in Camille's mind. She then ended her relationship with Hakim, insisting her surgery proceed as planned. Hakim was devastated, but he could not withdraw from the operation since he was the only one who could safely perform the task. And even though stepping away from the project would be the answer to stopping her, it would just create more problems, since the Pharaoh's family would just hire another crystallographer, a risk that Hakim could not take. With a heavy heart, and for the last time seeing the love of his life, Hakim performed the operation, removing Camille's heart and replacing it with Hextech. The procedure was successful, but Hakim could not bear the result. He then resigned from his position and left the place. When Camille woke up, the lab she and Hakim had shared was abandoned. Just like they expected, Camille turned out to be a cold-hearted one. She was even labeled to be more of a machine than a human now. With nothing left to distract her, Camille focused on her work. She even took on further refinements, all hex augmentations, leading some to wonder how much of the woman was left. Once an elegant-looking woman, now a human with robotic features, she is very tall due to having, instead of legs, large prosthetic blades. Her hips are exaggeratedly large, housing her grappling lines. Her facial features are pale white skin and high cheekbones, thick lips, short platinum white hair, and piercing electric blue eyes. She now wears a cyborg armor of black, dark blue, and dark gray colors that cover the entirety of her body, aside from her face. And as Clan Pharos amassed more power and wealth, Camille's missions became darker and more deadly. She became more cold and ruthless, not allowing any emotion to interfere with her duties. Being born into one of the most powerful families in Piltover, Camille is now viewed as an aristocrat with an intense loathing of carelessness and mistakes. The virtues she values most are patience and precision, with no room for errors and emotions. Thanks to her Hextech heart, she did not age, but the years were not so kind to her brother. Yet even as Stephen's body grew more frail, his iron grip on the clan remained. The Pharaoh's clan continued their reign with Camille as the principal intelligencer and Stephen as the clan master. Throughout the years, Camille has been working for Piltover and her clan. As a stone-cold person, work was the only thing that pushed her up every single day. She managed to outlive almost everyone since her Hextech heart slowed down her aging, living over 80 years, but still looking like a woman in her early 40s. When everything seemed to be the way that it was, the past that was buried years ago came back again as Camille learned the truth. She uncovered the depth of Stephen's betrayal, realizing that everything she had done was built on her brother's manipulation. She could have had a different life, a life where she ended up with Hakim, but none of that matters now, because decades already passed by. Most probably, Hakim formed a family elsewhere, lying on his deathbed with his last breath. Camille also revealed that Stephen's machinations were no longer in the family's best interests. At that moment, she discarded the last sentiment she felt toward her brother. Good thing emotions had already abandoned her years ago, or else the news might break Camille into pieces. The least that Camille could do was to reinstate the Pharaoh's clan and remove the influence of his brother, and that she did. After installing her favorite grandniece as clan master, Camille now runs the family's public affairs, as well as its more shady operations. As a solver of problems, Camille embraces her more-than-human transformation. However, there had been a lingering emotion she was feeling lately. A strange, mournful keening in her Hextech heart may yet prove a troubling portent. Regardless, Camille refuses to sit idle. Dwelling on the past won't do any favors for her. And Camille also believes that everything is too late now. Only the present and future were the ones that matter. Camille gains invigoration from well-executed industrial espionage, a fresh brewed cup of tea, and long walks in the grey, continuing her life as she looks forward to a better Pharaoh's clan. In the present day, Camille remained an ally to Piltover and its citizens. During the events of Convergence, Camille was entrusted with a mission to stop the Poindextrus, a chemo baron's family that has carried out illegal and extremely dangerous experiments at the expense of the Hextech crystals of the Pharaoh's clan. With the safety of the citizens on the line, Camille began with her investigations and gathered all available intel she could find. However, it was not only her who had been tailing Poindextrus. Later on, Camille found out that Ekko, the Time Tinkerer, was the one who wanted to stop the Poindextrus, but his actions have been intervening in their movements. Ekko has been an enigma for some. No one could understand his ways. Camille went to confront Ekko herself and tell him that the only way to stop him from interfering further was to kill him. Now facing the threat, the two began to fight. Ekko managed to incapacitate Camille, outmaneuvering her like Ekko knew every bit of her moves. At that moment, Ekko told Camille that he had met her, which Camille couldn't remember at all. Because of his claim, plus the result of their battle, Camille immediately deduced that there were two Ekkos, present and future, who were trying to stop the Poindextrus chemo barons just like her. Future Ekko proposed that they work together, upsetting the present Ekko. Camille then left the place to find the remaining Poindextrus. It looks like that would be it for now, since the chaos in Piltover has been non-stop lately. After some time, another fight ensues. This time it is between Ekko and Jinx, the one the Zonites idolize due to the chaos she brings. During the final fight against Jinx, she was about to throw explosives at Ekko, but at that moment, Camille appeared and cut the explosives with her legs, leaving Jinx very surprised. Camille then took this opportunity to also attack Jinx. At first, Jinx took the lead, hitting Camille on the head, but Ekko used his Z-press to rewind that moment, to tell Camille to protect her head. Then, after a few hits, she managed to incapacitate Jinx, but due to a slight distraction, she managed to escape. It was a strange sequence of events, as if Ekko was done orchestrating the battle so none of them would die. A lot of questions crossed Camille's mind, since Ekko was the one responsible for saving her life when Jinx was about to pull out her trick, but at the same time could also be the one who let Jinx get away for some reason. Camille asked Ekko if there was any way to contact his future self, to which Ekko responded that there was a way, and the best action was to play along. Ekko called his human self and told him that Camille was going to kill him for letting the Poindextrus go. Camille pretended to attack Ekko with her blades, and future Ekko appeared at that moment to stop her from landing the final blow on present Ekko. Future Ekko asked what was happening and realized that he had been set up. Camille proceeded to threaten him to reveal his plan unless he wanted her to get the information out of him herself. Future Ekko said that the only way to avoid the catastrophe was to destroy the reserves of Syntixi and the reserves of Hextech crystals in the Pharaoh's clan vaults at the same time, which horrified both Camille and the present Ekko. Future Ekko subsequently escaped to search for more Syntixi. Present Ekko asked Camille to go with him to Zon to try to find future Ekko's hideout and to discover his plan. The situation was indeed confusing, but thanks to Camille's intellect, she managed to grasp even just the surface of what was happening. Battling a time traveler would surely be too confusing, but maybe not for Camille. Up to this day, Camille has been solving multiple cases in both Piltover and Zon. Despite her lack of emotions, Camille can still show signs of empathy and teamwork, even collaborating with Zonites. Camille managed to unfold a lot of schemes throughout her career. Some may say that she knows who killed V's parents, but out of all the conspiracies that she solved, Ekko's plans were the ones that left her scratching her head. A lot of factors affected her investigation. One of those was when a known serial killer visited Piltover. Kada Jin, the virtuoso, managed to plant countless schemes for his next act. Camille immediately intervened. She fought against Jin during his assassination mission in Zon, which affected her clan's business. Camille may be the best on her bloodline, but Jhin was someone to not mess with. Everything was a theatrical murder scene for Jhin, and what happened next remained unknown. Have you ever wondered how a noble lives their life? Sounds dreamy, right? With all the available resources in front of you, living a luxurious life would probably be the only thing you would do. But not for the family of Du Couteau. There's a reason why a family holds a prestige position, and of course, their kin will be the successor in order to maintain their grasp as a noble. Now that the premise has been set, here's the story of Cassiopeia Du Couteau, the Serpent's Embrace. As we all know, Noxus is a powerful empire with a fearsome reputation. To those beyond its borders, Noxus is brutal, expansionist, and threatening. Yet those who look beyond its warlike exterior see an unusually inclusive society, where the strengths and talents of its people are respected and cultivated. The societies in Noxus have different classes, and one that plays a huge role is the nobles. Nobility is a social class normally ranked immediately under royalty, and found in some societies that have a formal aristocracy. They possess more acknowledged privileges and higher social status than most other classes in society. Membership in the nobility has historically been granted by a monarch or government. They can be hereditary or gained by claimed wealth and achievements. These noble houses have existed since the first walls were raised around Noxus and lead lives of privilege as they play a key role in politics. They believed that their proud heritage was the nation's greatest strength, but many hungered for greater influence. Old noble families will wield considerable power at the heart of the empire. One of the known noble houses in Noxus was the Du Couteau family, a house that rules one of the largest assassin guilds in Noxus, with historic ties to the Black Rose, a secret organization in Noxus. Du Couteau House was both highly respected but also feared by many. The credit belongs to the head of the family, Marcus Du Couteau, an expert assassin, with his wife Soriana Du Couteau, a smart tactician. Together, the two build the house, doing whatever it takes to gain political advantage. Soon, Soriana gives birth to two daughters named Cassiopeia and Katarina, and the family also adopted a young boy named Talon, further expanding their family as they aim to raise them to be the perfect Du Couteau. Born as a noble in Noxus, Cassiopeia Du Couteau had a sharp mind and wit at an early age. During their early childhood, the Du Couteau family moved to Erzeris, a coastal city of northern Shurima, but currently occupied by Noxus. As planned, the two sisters were meant to undergo different training, while there was no news about their adopted brother. While her older sister Katarina trained under their father Marcus to be an assassin, Cassiopeia was taught by her mother Soriana how to use a position of authority. The reason why they were chosen for a specific field was still unknown, but it was clear that the Du Couteau family wanted to ensure their kin could do both of their work, following the footsteps they paved. This setup somewhat lessens the chance for Cassio and Kata to interact. Their parents were trying to remove the innocence in them at an early age, turning the sisters into ruthless persons aligned with the family house. Instead of playing around like a normal child, Kata undergoes physical training, while Cassio is more focused on studying and the political aspect of Noxus. Still, both of them received minimal experience with the counterpart of their field, but the given task to them was the one they should master. One day, Soriana fell ill as a result of an assassination attempt by poisoning her hairbrush. No one knew who did such a sneaky tactic, which led them to fire every staff while the family tried to investigate the case. With Marcus removing the house staff, Cassiopeia tended to her mother. They were currently underhanded, and nobles usually relied on their servants, but Cassio took the responsibility of taking care of her mother, despite her mind getting corrupted at a young age. It was a bit challenging for Cassio, but the unfortunate moment actually helped them to develop a closer bond as Soriana recovered, not just being a child mentored to be the future villain. When Marcus and Katarina returned to Noxus, Cassiopeia remained in Euxerius with her mother, seemingly growing a connection with her mother, and it looked like Soriana also did for Cassio. Eventually, Soriana told her the truth that she was part of the Black Rose cult, which had managed to influence Shurima. The Black Rose has been a powerful organization in Noxus, able to manipulate even the politics itself, all behind the curtains. As Soriana shared some stories, it inspired Cassio to do the same thing, making her eager to learn her mother's tactics. As Cassiopeia grew to adulthood, she indeed followed her mother's footsteps, now a slim woman who wears only a Shuriman headdress, bra, and armbands on her elbows. Cassio learned that looks also play a role in deceiving someone. Soriana mentored her to be a cunning and manipulative figure who could use those around her as tools before disposing of them when given the chance. With a promising future, Cassiopeia was initiated into the Black Rose by stealthily assassinating those who plotted Soriana's death, taking vengeance on her hands and earning her position in the Black Rose. After gaining her role with the Black Rose's plans, Cassiopeia further proved herself in the organization. When Soriana received the news that her husband honored Jericho Swain's coup against Borum Darkwill, the current ruler of Noxus, she realized that the Black Rose would be in danger. Borum Darkwill has been an ally to the Black Rose, and once his presence was removed, Jericho Swain could demolish the Black Rose. Soriana cannot let this happen, so she instructs Cassiopeia to obtain Shurima's godly power. Swearing to her mother's oath, Cassiopeia set her eyes on the underground tomb of the Forgotten. Cassio did a lot of research first while drafting a plan. She must raid the Shuriman ruins to retrieve a rumored powerful artifact, but of course, she must find someone who is knowledgeable within the first place. The Shuriman ruins hold a lot of mysterious incidents according to the reports, and a lot of the residents of Shurima warn those who desire to seek the ruins. However, those stories do not make Cassio flinch even for a second. She proceeds to the desert of Shurima to execute her plans. In a market at the edge of the Shuriman desert, a stranger appears. Cassiopeia, a noblewoman from Noxus, looking to hire a guide to take her to the fabled lost city. But not just any guide. She hires the owner of a legendary blade, the infamous mercenary called Severe, a beautiful girl of average height, curvaceous and somewhat toned tan skin, long jet black hair that falls down her back, and shiny blue eyes. She wears somewhat revealing black and gray clothing, with black boots, gloves, a bra, a black skirt with golden accents, a white scarf around her neck, and a gold tiara with a turquoise jewel in the center. Severe is a renowned fortune hunter and mercenary captain who plies her trade in the deserts of Shurima. Upholding the motto, "You've got a problem, I've got a price," Severe accepted Cassio's request. Severe then gathered her band of sellswords and set out into the desert to find the very bones of Shurima. It's evident that Severe knows the desert very well, and hiring her was the right move for Cassio. 5 days beneath the broiling sun, a scout spots towers juddering upwards and a stairway leading underground. It looked like the wanderers finally reached their destination. They climbed down into the darkness with extreme precautions in mind. Upon stepping into the ruins, something unexpected welcomed the group. Ancient treasures gleamed in the torchlight. Even Severe is astonished by the grandeur of the ruins. Her men head deeper in, only to stumble into traps and be eviscerated. The ruin is heavily loaded by traps, and Severe is stunned with horror. On the other hand, Cassiopeia does not flinch, since sacrificing someone for their own safety has been the go-to in their family. Cassio sees only the statue of a huge serpent silently guarding the door of the tomb of the emperors, and smiles. Even with the lack of expertise in ruins, Cassio already gathered enough information to know the purpose of the statue. At least, that is what she believes. The ancient weapon is a key, and Cassio wants it for herself. In that moment, she betrays Severe. Cassio picks up Severe's blade and puts it into the lock. Because of that, the Guardian's curse was triggered. The stone serpent comes alive and impales Cassiopeia in its jaws. The venom sears her flesh like acid. While chaos unfolds, the Severe's blade also opens the doors to the tomb, releasing an ancient god warrior of the old Shurima, Renekton, and the ascended Magus, Zereth, both finally free from a millennial imprisonment. It was indeed a chaotic sequence of events, as everyone tried to escape from the reawakened descendants. Meanwhile, Cassio was in deep pain, enduring the venom that runs through her veins. Her greed fired back and bit her, quite literally in this sense. She thought that the poison would kill her, but something else happened to her. The poison inflicted a curse on Cassiopeia, transforming her into a half-human, half-snake hybrid. Her legs turned into a long green snake tail, merged into her body with a golden belt, and her fingers became golden with an adorned jewel on the back of each hand. She has black sclera with glowing lime irises and slitted pupils. She has snake-like fangs in place of teeth and a forked tongue. Cassio's action turned her into a completely different being, something that the world of Runeterra hasn't seen. Eventually, the chaos dissipated as Cassio regained consciousness. Even though she managed to climb back again to the surface, Cassio felt like her original self had already died in the ruins. Cassio traveled through the desert, looking to find a place to hide. She believed that no one could accept her appearance. Even Cassio herself hated her new self. For weeks, Cassio mourned her lost life, dwelling on the decision she had made. But even the river goes dry, and Cassio's tears already die. She began to accept her new form and moved on, hoping her newfound ascended magic to have a potential place for the Black Rose. Cassio returned to Erzeris while lurking in the shadows. Returning as a new being, Cassiopeia reclined against the crenellated rooftop and gazed over the winding alleys and crowded streets of Erzeris. A Noxian possession for years, the coastal city still refused to completely embrace her new identity. It felt ancient and quietly resistant to the future. Untroubled by the cool night air, Cassiopeia wore a shift of translucent silk, which revealed the transition at her hips, where soft skin merged into sinuous, overlapping snake scales. The scent of roasted meat wafted up to her hidden Ahri, but it could not mask the vile stench of thousands of people living on top of each other. Her mouth burned as noxious venom mingled with her saliva. She flexed her muscular tail, cracking the stonework, and sending crumbled fragments to the streets below. Truly, Cassio has fully embraced her new form, despite what the residents of Erzeris said about her. Rats scattered from the falling stone. Filthy street urchins dashed around street corners as hooded figures whispered in the shadows and burly soldiers staggered in and out of taverns. All were oblivious to the predator lurking in the darkness above. Cassiopeia brushed a taloned hand against her scaly side, her serpentine figure concealed by the shadows. Once, she had been a powerful figure in Noxus. Assassins killed at her slightest whim. Soldiers spilled their darkest secrets, and generals willingly followed her counsel in the hopes of patronage. Cassiopeia sighed these days. She emerged only under cover of night. No longer was she an influential voice in Noxian society, not since she had been reduced to this grotesque abomination in hiding. Upon her return from the desert, Cassiopeia had hidden in the crypt of her family's residence, fearful of her transformation. She remained alone in the dark, dank vault for weeks. Eventually, a growing desire to hunt overwhelmed her, and she ventured out to roam the city by night as the household slumbered. Cassiopeia put aside her reverie as a broad-shouldered soldier in a leather breastplate stumbled from a tavern, drink in hand. Finally, this was the man she'd been waiting for. She trailed his movements from above. following him silently over fortress walls and archways until he entered an empty courtyard. Perfect. Cassiopeia slithered onto an adjacent roof, eyes glinting with predatory thrill. Her figure cast a shadow across the soldier. The man turned, drunkenly defiant. Cassiopeia's tail twitched in anticipation. Her forked tongue extended, tasting the air. She drew the sweet scent of his blood into her lungs, then exhaled with great satisfaction. The man tried to threaten Cassio, but his words just angered her, responding to him with an angry hiss. By the time the soldier looked up, she'd slid to the opposite side of the courtyard and perched directly above him, remaining out of sight in the shadows. The man panicked as he failed to locate Cassio's position. Breathless, he edged away, looking for an escape. He hammered his fists against every door, but each was bolted shut. Cassiopeia imagined his mind racing to solve the riddle of who was hunting him and why. The man unsheathed his sword, turning on the spot, unsure where to direct his threat. Cassio spat a bilious wad of venom as he turned toward the sound of her voice. The man howled in pain, coin-sized holes burning through his armor and into his skin. She inhaled the satisfying sear of burning leather and flesh. The man brandished his sword, asking who the serpent is and why is she hunting him. Cassio replied that she had been watching him, aware of what the man did in the dark. The man was furious, stating that whatever he did was none of Cassio's business. Cassio then responded, telling the man that she knew he was murdering children for drake meat. The man tried to pry open the shutters of a nearby window with the flat of his sword, but they too were bolted shut. Cassio then continued to tell all of the information she gathered. There were the 3 tavern wenches, Sarmella, Elmin, and Likes. They were found in the river yesterday. Their faces were hardly recognizable, and it was because of the man. Cassio relished the thought of sinking her talons into his flesh. The man readied his stance and demanded Cassio to show herself. Cassio agreed and slithered down to the courtyard and rose to her full height. The man's eyes widened in horror, his hands trembling. Cassiopeia stood head and shoulders over the man, glaring down with narrowing eyes. The man cried, screaming that there was a monster in front of him. Cassio murmured the man's words, but then she claimed that calling her a monster was not the worst that she had been called. Cassio slid left and whipped her tail across his legs, effortlessly knocking him to the ground. Curling her tail around his chest, she squeezed his ribcage tighter and tighter, sensing his pounding heart straining beneath her grasp. Cassio heard bones crack. That's why she resisted the urge to break him completely and released her grip. The man crawled to his sword, grasping it in desperation. But this just gave more entertainment for Cassio. She enjoyed watching him tremble. Cassio circled him slowly, and that's when the man met her gaze and stared in slow recognition. The man finally recognized her and called her the Lady Cassiopeia. His reaction caught Cassio off guard, allowing the man to push himself onto his feet with his sword and create more distance between them. The man questioned why Cassio chased drunkards like him through the filthy gutters of this city. Now, as he spat a wad of blood, he then mocked Cassio for falling such great heights from a noble status now into a monster lurking in the shadows. Cassiopeia's gaze bored into the man's eyes, locking them in a cold-hearted bond. She screamed, pouring all her rage into the cry, fury at the unfairness of her current state, anger at the loss of her privileged life, resentment for her failed ambitions. she channeled it all into the screeching, mind-shredding wail. As she screamed, her fury was replaced with joy. It felt like she was floating. Her potential for greatness was infinite, discovering that she wields a strong power despite her new form. Every fiber of her being sang with ancient power. Searing emerald light blazed from Cassiopeia's eyes. The man's final panic was outlined in silhouette as he was petrified from the inside out. His stare hardened, grayed, and stiffened. His last cry of terror stifled as her curse transformed his flesh to stone. Cassiopeia slithered up to the statue and softly caressed its hard cheek. What was once skin fractured into a grisly pattern resembling a dried riverbed. Once, Cassiopeia had to manipulate, bribe, or otherwise persuade people to orchestrate her schemes. But now, Cassio realized that she could simply take what she wanted. She whipped her tail forward, smashing the statue to the ground. Cassio then smiled, eyes glinting, as the statue was shattered into 1,000 pieces of rubble and dust. Cassiopeia flushed with pride as she considered her handiwork. Her life as a noble was over, yes, but never had she felt such boundless power coursing through her veins. She slithered back onto the rooftops, her mind awhirl with ideas. Her next victim would offer her a far greater challenge. In her old life, Cassiopeia was a treacherous, manipulative schemer who took any opportunity she could to further her goals. She also has an individualistic philosophy, seeing others as tools to exploit, something she learned from her mother. After transforming into her cursed form, she initially felt disgusted towards her new body and despair from losing her old life as a noble. But she embraced her new form as a way to enact her goals herself. Though Cassiopeia's new capabilities have made her sadistic and predatory, she still has moral standards and prefers to hunt those more evil than herself, such as when she admonished and killed a Noxian soldier who committed inhumane crimes. Let's continue our journey and venture towards a place where greatness is the main goal of their empire. You see, greatness can come in different forms, depending on how one perceives it. It can come from wealth, influence, or even the strength that an individual may have. But it could also be achieved through fear. A man from Noxus started his life from a humble beginning, climbing the ranks up to the point of no return. He is the great symbol of Noxian's might and the most feared general across the Valoran continent. His name is Darius, the Hand of Noxus. Making our way to the eastern coast of Valoran, there's a port city at the footholds of the Great Barrier called the Basilic. Darius was born in this small land, along with his younger brother Draven. However, their lives were never easy, as the brothers grew up as orphans. Being the older one, Darius took the responsibility of taking care of his brother, making sure that both of them could eat a meal, sleep in a shelter, and survive by themselves. Despite his endless efforts, Darius still struggled to provide for both himself and his brother, but it never became the reason for him to abandon Draven. In fact, Darius became protective of him. Darius would fight anyone who dared to harm Draven. Even the city guards were no exception. Alongside Draven, Darius never gave up on their situation. He spent the majority of their childhood fighting for survival, and those constant battles left permanent scars on Darius. Indeed, the world never gave Darius and Draven a chance to live normally. It seems like it's just the two of them against the world. But everything changed upon an unexpected encounter. One day, Darius and Draven were climbing a cliff. Darius made a mistake, which made him lose balance and on the bridge of falling down the cliff. Luckily for him, a young girl with pearl skin and blonde hair, who was also climbing the cliff, managed to grab his arm, saving Darius from a dangerous fall. The three of them made it to the top, and it was the first time Darius owed something to someone else. Later on, the three of them exchanged names, and that's when they knew the girl's name. Her name is Quilletta Varn. Their encounter for now may be short, but Darius was sure that it wouldn't be the last time they'd meet Quilletta. Days have passed, and meeting up with Quilletta has been part of their routine. Their friendship blossomed, but for Darius, it was more than that. As they grew older and reached their teenage years, Darius developed feelings for Quilletta, to which she reciprocated. The two of them formed a romantic relationship as Darius ambitioned conquering the world alongside Quilletta. Things started to look better for Darius and Draven, but everything was short-lived. Noxious has been planning to conquer the Great Barrier, and setting foot on Basilic was the first step. On one unfateful morning, the Noxian army, led by Captain Cyrus, invaded the Basilic. As the chaos unfolded, Darius, Draven, and Quilletta ran and hid atop a rooftop. It's pretty clear what the Noxious wanted. It was either to join their empire or die fighting against them. With that in mind, Darius and Quilletta had an argument while they were hiding. Quilletta was reluctant towards the harsh choice, but Darius contemplated paying the consequences since he didn't want to leave both Draven and Quilletta. In the middle of their conversation, they noticed that Draven was no longer with them. Darius and Quilletta rushed outside and saw Draven attempting to fight back. They were too late to stop him, as Draven threw a knife at a soldier, but ended up hitting Cyrus's flag. Due to his action, the soldiers turned their attention to the three of them, and they were apprehended on sight. Despite their situation, Draven did not regret his actions and still tried to fight back. The commotion caught Captain's interest and viewed the potential of the three kids. Hearing Draven's boasts made Captain Cyrus invite them to ally with Noxious, an offer that they cannot reject. Several years have passed, and the lives of Darius, Draven, and Quilletta continued under the reign of Noxious. As they became adults, Darius eventually married Quilletta, and their love blossomed into two children, named Decius and Envicia. Not only that, Darius and his brother Draven also served as Noxious soldiers under Captain Cyrus. As it turns out, their lives became better in Noxious compared to when they were orphans at Basilic, and all of the fights that he encountered while they were young became handy for Darius. With a new motivation in life, Darius and Draven engaged in many war campaigns under the command of Captain Cyrus. Their goal was to stop the rebellions against the current emperor, which was Borum Darkwill. It was a hard task that forced them to train extraordinarily every day. Eventually, Darius developed large and bulky muscles while keeping a serious, intense face and middle-aged features. He has fair skin and swept-back black hair with a white streak. He also has a long, straight scar over his left eye. Darius also wears heavy, full-plate armor that leaves only his head and his upper arms exposed. It is dark gray, intricately crafted, and accentuated with spikes around the shoulders and thighs. It also features a long cape and loincloth, both blood red, symbolizing Noxious. Lastly, his weapon of choice is a massive two-handed axe, viciously carved and forged with a symbol of a skull where the blade meets the handle. Stern and warlike, Darius is unwaveringly dedicated to Noxious and its ideals. He is a soldier without parallel, balancing ruthless metal with sound strategy. He stands confident and firm, showing no tolerance for weakness or cowardice. Despite his intimidating demeanor, however, Darius is also deeply committed to fostering the strength of others wherever he can find it, elevating those he finds deserving and crushing those who have not earned their status. His fearless attitude brought courage to his allies, while fear for those who oppose him. Darius quickly rose through the ranks, embodying the values of Noxus through his aggression, bravery, and patriotism. In one battle, after a general ordered a retreat, Darius saw him as a coward, a trait that a Noxus soldier should not have. Darius went straight at the general and beheaded him out of defiance. He then rallied the fearful troops to combat, which led them to securing the victory. None of this would have even happened if they listened to the cowardly general. But, thanks to Darius, he completely turned the situation around as he took over the command. Darius was rewarded for his exquisite act and was promoted to senior commander, which attracted many Noxians to join his army, but he only accepted those with the greatest strength and discipline. Darius now waves his very own banner as his troops embody his principles. Their army imposed terror on neighboring lands, instilling tremendous fear just by their name alone. They were feared to the point where the cities surrendered at the sight of Darius's banners, giving them triumph before the battle even began. Eventually, his victory against Vaju got Darius promoted to the Hand of Noxus by Darkwill himself, earning one of the highest positions among the military ranks of the Noxian Empire. Despite earning the prestige rank, Darius's campaign is far from over. Gaining the position definitely fueled his reputation, and he wields it with full responsibility. Eventually, Noxus set their sights on one of their neighboring countries from the north, the land of the Freljord. Their intel informed them that the land doesn't really have any fixed ruler, but they do have multiple tribes scattered across the frozen lands. It may be easy to conquer tribe after tribe, but it is still tricky to pull off since other tribes already formed alliances with each other. Not to mention, these tribes have a massive tactical advantage since Freljord is an unforgiving place to live, and the locals are experts in this field. However, no amount of tricky threats can sway Darius's determination. He was sent to conquer Freljord, and he accepted it without any reservation. Darius set his flag towards the icy land alongside his army of faithful men. Darius fears no battle, but his over-ego turns out to be his weakness in this new Noxus campaign. While navigating through the frozen land, Darius's army was attacked by the Winter's Claw, a clan led by Sejuani, the Winter's Wrath. His army may be strong and powerful, but the members of Winter's Claw used the environment efficiently, forcing Darius to stop their advance. Darius's army faced countless assassinations, and some of them were captured by the Winter's Claw. Even if they try to fight back, the amount of damage they do to the clan just reflects back at them. The worst part of this war was that Darius's son Decius was killed during the whole ordeal. The battle took a lot of time wherein Darius's army could not advance, while the Winter's Claw could not fully push them off. It was a grueling experience, and Darius learned massively from this encounter, realizing that they could no longer lose more men in this endless battle. With that, the battle was concluded on a stalemate. Both of the armies were severely wounded as they retreated to their respective bases. With a failed campaign toward the Freljord, Darius was ready to take responsibility as they headed back to Noxus. Their loss would be surprising news once they delivered the message, but Darius was the one who was surprised upon returning to the Empire. While he was away, Emperor Darkwill was assassinated and usurped by Jericho Swain, the visionary Noxian Grand General. What's even more surprising was that a lot of the nobles and other figures backed up Swain. Even his brother Draven supported the Grand General. Swain's vision for the Empire is indeed worth the praise, which was something that caught Darius's attention. His loyalty was pledged to Noxus alone, not tied to anyone. Because of this, Darius began to respect Swain's accomplishments and was prepared to serve him. When Darius approached Jericho Swain, the new emperor gave Darius a place in the Trifarian Legion, representing the Noxian principle of might alongside Swain as vision and the Faceless as guile. This new system put Darius into a bigger responsibility, becoming one of the primary faces of the new Noxian Empire. While all of these events were happening in Noxus, Darius's family was no different in this chaos. Quilletta, the woman that Darius loves the most, starts to be disillusioned with Noxus. She witnessed the horrific aftermath of Singad's chemical bomb in Ionia, which caused her arm to be amputated as a result of the poison. And if that was not enough, the news about their son dying during the campaign against the Freljord fueled her anger even more. Quilletta expressed her worries to Darius, but he dismissed her, saying that Noxus required mercilessness and sacrifice. Darius firmly believed that the Empire's goal was to conquer, and he could not withdraw from his duty. It was a long back and forth, but no words can pierce through Darius's will. Finally, having enough, Quilletta snapped from her grief towards Decius's death, abandoning the principles of Noxus. However, this doesn't sit well with her daughter Invicia, who also follows in the footsteps of her father. Invicia believed that her mother had gone weak. Because of that, she killed her own mother without any remorse. The news quickly reached Darius, and he was horrified. Darius confronted Invicia in that instant, questioning her merciless act. But Invicia only looked at him with confusion as she cited the Noxian philosophy and how she just learned it from him. From being an orphan to a known figure of Noxus, Darius's path has never been an easy one. He fought for survival all his life, only to find himself corrupted with every blood that he spilled. His strength and loyalty to Noxus were praised by many, but it also became the reason why he lost the love of his life, by the very hand of his daughter. It felt like he was the one who was responsible for everything that happened, thinking maybe he went too far with his ideals. But he already threaded that path of no return. Darius continued to wield his axe, trying to learn more things through the Noxian campaigns. He even fought Garen a couple of times during the war against Demacia, another neighboring kingdom in the Valoran continent. Let me tell the story of a girl who achieved tremendous divine power, but struggled to find her purpose in this world. Sounds interesting, right? Traveling to the mightiest peak of sun-baked rocks in the west of Shuriman continent, Mount Targon shines bright like no other mountains in the whole of Runeterra. And with this staggering scenery of this place, the residents living there worship different aspects, becoming the gateway for some of them to be the aspect hosts, giving them the abilities of these celestial beings. One of the said beings chose a girl with forgotten origin, and together they became the aspect of the moon. Her name is Diana, the scorn of the moon. A few decades ago, a simple family traveled across the Shuriman continent. Their mission was unknown, but it's clear they came from a distant land. However, things did not end up for them as they suffered an unfortunate fate. Later on, they were found by a group of Solari hunters, an ancient organization and religious order that worships the aspect of the sun. They discovered a baby swaddled between her dead parents. They were claimed by Mount Targon's cold temperatures. The hunters tried to investigate further, but there was no distinct sign that could tell them from the family's origin. They either crashed into the shore or got lost on the way to this mountain. Upon closer look, the Solari hunters found that the baby was still alive. Pale skin with lavender eyes. The baby even had growing black hair, indicating that she was a few months old. Knowing that the baby will also perish if they do nothing, the hunters quickly brought her to their temple, dedicated to raise her as one of their own. The baby was brought to the Rakor, the main tribal faction of Mount Targon, where Solari and Lunari originated. They were also known as the tribes of the last sun. Afterward, the baby was named Diana, an official member of Rakor. Just like all in the Solari faith, Diana underwent rigorous physical and religious training as a child. Despite the tragic past, Diana was determined to understand the ways and traditions of the Solari, trying to piece together the reasoning and logic behind their beliefs in the sun. As Diana grew up, she became more curious about everything, especially about their tribe. It's natural for a child to be curious about the world, but Diana's curiosity was far more than that. She wanted to find the truth behind everything about their tribe. Diana would spend many nights digging through the temple's libraries, relying on the pale moonlight in the night sky to illuminate the texts. Paradoxically, Diana's pursuit for answers brought more questions than answers, as her teacher's vague and aphoristic replies provided her with nothing. It seems that these traditions and practices are opening a can of worms, which is difficult to answer, and it just leads to further mysteries down the road. However, the lack of answers just fueled Diana's curiosity even more, thinking that if no one could answer her, then she'd find the answers herself. While continuing her search, Diana began to notice that some tomes had entire chapters torn out of them, with all references to the moon seemingly missing from all Solari texts. This discovery created more questions for Diana, since from her understanding, Rakor is their origin, but it seemed like Solari focused only on teaching their practice and intentionally removing something from their culture. Just like any curious kid, Diana questioned the Solari faith in front of her teachers, which led to harsh punishments. The teachers scolded Diana for her doubt in the sun, something that no one should ever do in their tribe. Diana's troublesome relationship with her own instructors painted a bad light on her. It became a domino effect as her fellow acolytes started to shun her, thinking Diana was a strange outsider. Because of this, Diana grows cold and bitter against her fellow classmates. At the age of 13, Diana went under the tutelage of Priestess Elsene, who witnessed the massive argument between Diana and a fellow priestess named Nysindi. The majority of the tribe may have viewed Diana as an ungrateful outsider for questioning the tribe's beliefs, but Priestess Elsene viewed things differently. Elsene saw the potential in Diana's skills in rhetoric and logic, which was something that no one in their age group had ever shown. It's rare for someone as young as Diana to ask bewildering questions and have the courage to seek the answers. Elsene urged Diana to train her skills in a way that still respects the teachings of the Solari, and this setup works better for Diana instead of forcing the ideals on her. A year passed, and Diana enjoyed studying under the Elsene's tutelage, but the priestess could not protect her at all times. At one point, Diana questioned her oratory class instructor, Nemya, on why they call the night the darkness. Diana argued that the night is not truly dark. Instead, it is lit by a gentler, cooler light in the form of the moon. But instead of getting a straight answer, Nemya demanded she hold her tongue and punish Diana for being disruptive. Diana had her speaking privileges revoked from the class as her punishment. Catching news of this, Elsene wrote to Diana and advised her to restrain when questioning the logic of the Solari. It may be best for Diana to not have speaking privileges during the class for now, to avoid a heavier punishment, but the priestess will try her best to talk with her instructor Nemya. The day after, Diana's oratory class discussed the topic of the upcoming Festival of the Nightless Eve. Hearing her classmate Sabina's speech about her excitement for her first Nightless Eve, Diana hated her punishment. She was rightfully annoyed and questioned why she was being punished while the rest of her classmates got to discuss pointless topics such as the festival. After her outburst, Diana immediately regained her senses as she expected everyone to jump against her. Surprisingly, a fellow acolyte named Leona, a promising woman with lightly tanned skin, light brown eyes, and long back-length auburn reddish hair. She was known as being the most faithful and dedicated Solari student, but she volunteered to argue against Sabina by combating her emotions with a different one. The attention quickly shifted towards Leona. It was like seeing the top student challenge someone else's homework. It was impressive for some, but Diana thought that it wasn't a captivating argument, though she liked her effort nonetheless. On top of that, Leona described the night as somber rather than evil, which quickly caught Diana's attention. For the first time, Diana felt like someone else was on her side. Priestess Elsene was indeed helpful, but knowing a fellow acolyte was sharing her views felt amazing for Diana. Because of this, Diana was encouraged to express her thoughts once more. She continued Leona's statement and began to ask questions about the darkness, stating her criticisms of the upcoming festival, which quickly angered Nemia, but was left without a choice. A few days later, Leona passed notes with Diana as the two discussed plans to practice oratory studies together after their middle rhetoric instruction class. Diana questioned why she would ask her of all the people to help, as she was known to be the class troublemaker. But Leona insisted that she was the most skilled at constructing logical arguments in the class, despite her disagreements with their instructors. Along with that, Leona offered to help Diana in return and share some advice of her own, if she wanted. Diana, though still suspicious of whether or not this was some kind of joke Leona was trying to play on her, agreed to help, since she had no other assignments of her own to work on. Not to mention, she also thought that maybe sharing her ideas could sharpen Leona's argument. However, there's a lingering thought with Diana that Leona's reputation could potentially drag down, since Diana was known as the troublemaker, while Leona was known for being the most dedicated acolyte. Diana, not wanting to get Leona in trouble for talking to her, decided not to meet in person, and instead the two swapped notes with each other. Even though Leona was extremely faithful to the Solari, Diana admired her bravery and humbleness by approaching her for help. Leona was one of the first few classmates to ever show her some form of kindness, and she liked the idea of having someone to talk to. But she questioned why Leona would continue associating with her. She was used to being outcasted by the whole class, and that's why the idea of having a classmate to talk to was skeptical to Diana. One day, the two swapped notes once more as Diana examined and discussed Leona's arguments for her upcoming presentation, noting that she was improving compared to before. However, the two had a slight disagreement on why anything outside of the sun was considered evil, as Leona was content with accepting it as truth, while Diana believed they should dig deeper into the subject. Aside from that, Leona also noticed that Diana hadn't been practicing with her shield and offered to practice with her, which Diana denied, as she felt that using a shield was too distracting and weighed her down. Noting that she felt well defended as long as she was on Leona's team. The differences between them are starting to show up, but at least they can handle the argument without being too upset with their polar views. During the presentation, Diana joined in the debate with Leona, despite her speaking privileges having been revoked. When her instructor Priestess Nemia ordered her to be quiet, Diana instead proposed a rebuttal and suggested that not everything belongs to the sun, which was considered blasphemous to the Solari. As punishment, Diana was sentenced to 3 days of standing in the sun with no shade or water until sunset as a reminder of its merciful judgment. Not even Priestess Elsene could save Diana from this point. Blasphemy is one of the actions that Solari cannot let pass. Days passed by, and Diana stood firm with her punishment. By the 3rd day, Diana was resentful, but still didn't completely forsake her Solari faith, though she started questioning whether or not Sun even loved her at all as a follower. The punishment was indeed brutal for Diana, making her think that maybe she belonged somewhere else. But despite the punishment, Diana thought the debate she had with Leona during her presentation was worth it, as that was the closest they'd have to talking together in public. Though the Festival of the Nightless Eve was coming, Diana planned to instead climb and watch the stars at night, as Leona was the only person she would consider going to the festival with. However, Diana believed that because of her low social status and after their public debate, she couldn't possibly go to the festival with her. Later on, Leona finally asked Diana if she would attend the Festival of the Nightless Eve with her. but Diana told her that she simply wouldn't be attending the festival, which saddened Leona as she questioned why she wouldn't. Diana, resentful of the punishment she endured, accused Leona of simply trying to preach to her and never seeing her as a real friend. The time she spent alone messed up her views about Leona's intentions. Diana, despite being on the verge of tears, got angry and yelled at Leona as the two got into a very loud, heated argument before being dragged off and reprimanded by Priestess Thalia. They were sentenced to scrubbing the floors of the entire temple as punishment. The atmosphere between them remained tense as the two of them cleaned the entire temple. A few days later, Diana came to the realization that Leona wasn't preaching to her, but genuinely wanted her to attend the festival as her date, and becoming angry with herself for being so foolish. On the night of the festival, Diana snuck out of the temple while the other acolytes prepared and dressed up. Climbing above the temple around the lower peaks of the mountain, Diana found a good resting place and sat there, watching the sky as the sun began to set. Once the night sky appeared, Diana, even though she knew it was against the Solari faith, relished in the light of the moon and the night stars, secretly offering a prayer to the moon. On that night, her prayers truly meant deep for her. The light of the moon in the night sky gave Diana the peace that she never had before, and so she delved into the soothing atmosphere while the others were busy at the festival. After her silent prayer, Diana heard Leona calling for her from afar. As she approached her, Diana questioned why Leona was up there with her and not down at the festival. She then asked if someone sent Leona to bring her back to the temple. Leona shook her head. Instead, she apologized for making Diana upset and getting them both in trouble. Upon hearing Leona's apology, Diana insisted that she was the one who should apologize, not Leona. It became a bit awkward, but the two of them laughed slightly, easing the tense atmosphere they had before. While staring at each other under the night sky, the two realized that this was the first time they ever spoke in person with nobody else around to watch them. Diana offered Leona a spot to sit next to her, and the two watched the night sky together, being closer than they ever had before. Diana again asked if she was going to the festival at all. Leona stated she wasn't sure and that it depended on how Diana would feel about it. As the two watched in silence, Diana laid her head against Leona's shoulder. The two sat there for hours, simply enjoying the view and each other's company. Diana, however, knowing how much the festival meant to Leona, offered to dance with her back at the temple. Though she expected her to say no, Leona simply stated, "Not yet," and grabbed her hand, leaning in for a loving kiss, before traveling down the mountain to the festival. It was the night that they would never forget, and it became the foundation of their bond. A couple of years passed, and their relationship was better than ever. Leona and Diana remained as incredible close friends and lovers. Even though the two have differences in their level of faith in the Solari, they continued to love one another, as Diana relished in finally having a true friend among her Solari peers. As they grew older, Diana continued to question her Solari faith, constantly searching for answers beyond their teachings and seeking to unearth ancient secrets that the Solari seemingly kept hidden for generations. It's been decades of non-stop search, but Diana never received any form of answer to her endless questions. One night, Diana discovered a hidden alcove deep inside the mountain. It was the first time she saw this passage, and Diana carefully scanned the area. She found images depicting golden warriors with imagery of the sun, as well as silver-clad warriors with reflective imagery of the moon, providing evidence of an ancient civilization that once praised the moon the same way the Solari praised the sun. With this new discovery hidden from the whole tribe, Diana eagerly raced to share this message with her dear Leona. Upon hearing the news, Leona reacted harshly and urged Diana to quit her pursuit, warning her of the punishments she'd face for the heresy she unearthed. Diana, having never seen Leona so serious and bleak before, reluctantly promised her that she'd drop the subject. However, everything once again doesn't sit well for Diana. Frustration was eating her every second. and Diana couldn't resist questioning why this discovery was considered heretical against the faith. Diana firmly believed that Solari was hiding something, and that was why she'd been punished every time she opened this subject. Desperate for answers, Diana decided to sneak out of the temple under the cover of night and ascend to Mount Targon itself, hoping to find the answers she sought at its peak. The climb up the mountain was excruciating, testing her both physically, mentally, and even spiritually, as she faced vicious trials on her climb. It may be a grueling path, but Diana had to face this challenge by herself. Surprisingly, she survived the harsh heights of Mount Targon by focusing on her love for Leona. Diana reached the peak of the mightiest mountain on Runeterra, hoping to find answers that would make the Solari a better, more complete faith. Upon arriving at the summit, Diana was greeted by the brightest, fullest moon she'd ever seen. In a rapturous moment of power, a pillar of moonlight slammed into her body from the skies as she felt the great presence of an aspect. They are the celestial beings watching over the whole universe, and it seemed like one of them set its eyes on Diana. In the next instant, Diana was chosen to be its mortal host. As her body bathed in moonlight, Diana saw glimpses of the past in her mind, provided by this aspect as it slowly took over her consciousness. Through these visions, Diana learned of the Lunari, a long-lost Rakor faith that was devout followers of the moon rather than the sun. At long last, the answers flashed through Diana's eyes as the transformation began. Once the light dissipated, Diana regained control of her own mind and emerged as the new host for the aspect of the moon. Her once dark hair now gleamed with a bright silver as she found herself clad in silver armor and holding a crescent blade. Just like what she saw in scriptures hidden in the alcove. As surprising as it was, there was another news that unfolded right in front of Diana. She quickly realized that she was not alone in this ascension, as Leona stood at her side in a golden set of armor that reflected her own, while wielding a shield and a sword. Diana did not know that Leona trailed behind her, and the ascension was shared as another aspect chose Leona as its host. Diana was overjoyed to share this ascension with her lover, but Leona demanded that the two of them immediately return to the Solari temple and face the judgment of the priests. Diana begged Leona not to, instead urging her to come with her so that the two could face a new future together, to which Leona refused. Their disagreement increased dramatically as the two eventually engaged in swift combat with one another, erupting into a flurry of moonlight and sunfire. Though Diana had her blade at Leona's throat for a moment, she refused to strike the killing blow, and instead feared that she was losing herself to the powers of her new aspect. To avoid hurting her lover, Diana chose to flee down the mountain, far away from Leona. It's been a couple of days, and Diana pondered about the knowledge she learned. Vindicated by what she found, Diana decided to confront the Solari for their incorrect teachings, wishing to show them the errors of their ways. Diana moved swiftly without any hesitation in mind, believing that these wrongdoings could still be fixed. As she arrived at the Solari temple, Diana easily pushed back the Raharak guardians and burst into the chambers of the Solari high priests. As much as possible, Diana wanted to avoid any unnecessary battles, and that's why she approached the high priests diplomatically. While Diana explained the discovery she found and the visions she saw of the Lunari, she was denounced as a heretic, blasphemer, and peddler of false gods, sentencing her to punishment for her heresy. And for the last time, Diana could no longer endure the lies that had been building up over the centuries. Upon this, Diana felt a rage amplified by the aspect within, and decided to embrace it in a terrible burst of moonlight. It instantly obliterated the high priests and many surrounding Solari, causing massive damage to the scene. Startled by this sudden and uncontrolled display of powers, Diana fled the temple. This incident further tarnished the longing problem between the Solari and Lunari. Following visions and memories of the aspect within her, Diana sought to follow these visions as a means to find the answers she had always been looking for. Diana believed that she had a larger purpose beyond the Solari. Though she's still unsure what these visions are leading her to, she remains resolute in finding the answers no matter the cost, just like what she has been doing for a long time. One night, Diana's visions lead her to a dark forest filled with massive ancient trees and foliage. Having grown up on the mountain ranges of Targon, she had never seen such verdant forests before. After thanking the aspect of the moon for her guidance, Diana found overgrown, withered trees up the slopes of some rocky highlands. After passing through these trees, Diana found a circle of towering stones carved with spirals and curving sigils. Diana inspected the area further upon noticing that each stone had the same moon-shaped rune that appeared on her forehead. Moving to the center of the mysterious structures, Diana drew her crescent blade and knelt with her head bowed down, before sensing the arrival of 3 terrifying Voidborns, creatures from the void entering the Runeterra. Diana brutally and hastily fought the creatures, slashing at their ivory flesh as their bone-white carapaces quickly darkened a deep purple upon exposure to Runeterra's atmosphere. While fighting off the creatures, Diana felt a deep hatred from within her, seeing visions granted by her aspects that showed a terrible war that was once waged against these monsters. The Void War during the battle between Shurima and Akathia. Diana soon unleashed the full might of her aspect and got lost in visions of a great city that once stood in this forest, summoning a striking beam of moonlight that split the clouds and then empowered the stone structures surrounding her, before obliterating the Voidborn and closing the Void Rift that stood nearby. After the hard-fought encounter, Diana returned to her normal consciousness and successfully sealed the rift. However, she knew that her work was far from over. These visions are probably guiding her to fulfill the purpose that she was looking for. Diana went onward to continue her quest, following the guidance of the aspect of the moon. Following her visions, Diana seemingly went missing and began traveling across the world, either running from something or following some unknown mission. At some point, Diana fled Targon and traveled to Ionia for unknown reasons. While fleeing out of Targon, Diana left behind her crescent-shaped blade on a distant snowy peak around Mount Targon. Unbeknownst to her, someone picked it up and aimed to return the crescent blade to her, but it may take a lot of time before they can meet each other. It has been a long time since Diana was exploring the world. At some point, Diana returned to Mount Targon and found a large majority of Lunari followers. They've been hiding from the oppressive Solari, and Diana's arrival inspired the Lunari faction. Diana became the shed of light for their dark times as they sought to fight back the Solari. When a Lunari shadestalker named Lyra was captured by the Solari, her mentor, Cygnus the Moonstalker, gathered several Lunari warriors to save her, backed by Diana herself. Lyra, having fallen in love with a Solari boy, was able to escape, and Diana saw the two of them fleeing the Solari soldiers at a cliff known as Dragon's Roost. Unfortunately, Lyra was killed when an arrow struck her in the chest as she tried to protect her Solari lover. At that moment, Diana witnessed the moon eclipse the sun, illuminating the edge of Dragon's Roost and allowing the two to descend into the heavens, turning them into celestial constellations that depicted their love. As the Solari soldiers headed back to the tribe, Diana saw Leona for the first time in years, leading the Solari soldiers. Though she initially held her weapon up as a threat, she slowly lowered it when Leona noticed her from afar, silently agreeing to not fight this day, as the two stared at each other longingly before going their separate ways. No one won in this battle, as both tribes seemingly lost a part of them, especially the two aspects who were once lovers. Looking back at Diana's journey as she returned to Mount Targon, she encountered the Sentinels of Light. After knowing the purpose of this group from the distant land, Diana volunteers to guide them up Mount Targon. To fight off the threats of the ruination, the Sentinels recruit new members, including Diana, turning her into one of the Sentinels. She attains a new uniform and a relic sword by Gwen. After the Sentinels took down Viego, every recently recruited Sentinel lays down their Sentinel weapons and cloaks to return to their regular lives. It was a different journey that Diana never expected, somewhat a side quest from her main goal. Diana continued to save the Lunari and bring back the true origin of the Rakor. Is it amazing how a person dreams and then eventually achieves it? However, there are times when it's hard to draw a line between being a dreamer and holding on to delusions. One may think that they were living the dream, but they could also just be living in delusions. This story goes way down to the Undercity, where chemicals fly through the air, polluting the environment and possibly poisoning its citizens. As tragic as it sounds, that's not even close to what this self-proclaimed doctor does to his patients. The man uses drastic measures, believing he is curing them through brutal medical procedures. His name is Dr. Mundo, the madman of Zaun. Before the feared madman became the violet muscle man in the streets of Zaun, the man was just a regular buff dude with a light personality. He was born and raised in Zaun, nothing really special about him aside from his size. He grew up to be a large man, able to physically intimidate others. However, his physical features don't reflect who he truly is. The man had a friendly and good-natured personality. He even used casual nicknames for people around him. His friendly conduct earned him a couple of good friends in the working area. However, his job doesn't really fit his personality. The man worked as a henchman and an enforcer for a chem baron, using his size to serve the brutal crime lords in Zaun. It may not be his dream job, but it was the only job that fit his physical features and strength. While doing his duty as a henchman, Mundo made a huge mistake. His boss, the chem baron leader, decided to make an example out of the enforcer. He was committed to Oswald Asylum, a place well known for its inhumane treatment and questionable cures. The Baron watched with satisfaction as his enforcer was placed in restraints and dragged away to the padded confines of the asylum's most secure cell. As months went by, Mundo experienced different forms of torture as he became a lab rat in the asylum, receiving different chemicals injected into him. The enforcer suffered unspeakable horrors at the hands of his supposed caregivers. Experimental treatments were rendered without concern for the patient's well-being. Nerves were prodded, lobes were severed, and unproved medicines were administered in large quantities. The enforcer began to change, his large frame gaining more muscle by the day. His brain, however, suffered a far worse fate. As he lost all memory of his past life, the enforcer struggled to make sense of the cruel world around him. Other than that, his skin color changed into purple as his tongue turned blue. He was like a new creature at this point. He looked down at his old restraining jacket. It almost resembled the white coats of the medical professionals that surrounded him. The chemicals were truly messing him up both physically and mentally, making him forget who he truly was. The man misread the words on his own uniform, and he began to assume a new name and new profession for himself. The man thought that he must be a doctor too, reasoning, why else would he be in this wretched asylum? As he looked around and saw other tortured beings like him, he assumed that these people must be his patients. And that's where everything originated. No memories, no name, only Dr. Mundo. At last the day came when the Chem Baron arrived to discharge his enforcer from the asylum. To his surprise, there was no one to greet him in the lobby. The halls were empty and dead silent, save for the faint, incoherent babbling of a deranged patient in a room at the end of the hallway. The Chem Baron leader entered the room, to a horrifying sight. Scattered across the floor were countless bodies, staff and patients alike, dismembered beyond recognition. Standing above them, a hulking purple monstrosity blathered unintelligibly as a large blue tongue lolled out the side of its gaping mouth. Muscles bulged grotesquely beneath its undersized garments, and its fist tightened around the handle of a surgical saw. The Baron turned pale as his gaze found the face of the monster, and recognized it as his old enforcer. On the flip side, the enforcer, who recalled nothing of his old boss, saw only another patient in desperate need of treatment. The purple thing lumbered toward the Chem Baron, wagging his bone saw in anticipation. The Baron drew his Chemtech pistol and fired. The shot tore through the looming mass in front of him, staggering the monster. But only for a brief moment. The hole in the creature's flesh quickly closed as new slabs of muscle rapidly regrew over the wound. Dr. Mundo paused, eyed the Baron quizzically, and uttered, "You sick? Need help?" Mimicking what he had seen performed countless times by the asylum's former practitioners, Mundo threw the man on a nearby gurney, strapped his arms into the restraints, and prepared his instruments for surgery. The Chem Baron leader turned pale as he realized the grim fate that awaited him. The ensuing surgery, like so many before and after it, was not successful. The burgeoning doctor added the remains of his latest patient to the pile on the floor. Though he was saddened he could not save him, he knew he had done all he could. Besides, he would have other chances. Zaun was full of sick people just waiting to be cured. With a smile returning to his face, he left the hospital and set out into the streets to find more patients. It has been a while since he had a last patient. Mundo thought of this idea while stroking the massive purple tongue that hung from his mouth, like an executed criminal swinging from the gallows. He rolled out of his bed, a large wooden box filled with sharpened knives and rusty nails, brushed his teeth with a nail file, and ate breakfast, a cat. Mundo felt exuberant. He felt alive. Since Mundo was looking for more patients, he carefully observed from the shadows. He notes his observation in his imaginary notepad, thinking he was onto something. However, his ideas were far off from the truth, as he thought that there was a spreading virus on the streets, and only he could stop it. Mundo descended into Zaun's sump level. If there was a virus going around, chances were it originated here. There must be a patient zero somewhere. If he could just cure the first sufferer of this mystery disease, Mundo knew he could cure the rest of Zaun. That was the rationale that ran through Mundo's head. As he explored the place, Mundo began to talk to himself, thinking about how he could find one specific patient in the sprawl of the sump level, and what steps would he take to isolate, quarantine, and fix this most suffering of Zaunites. While in the middle of his thoughts, Mundo heard something. Footsteps, and a rhythmic clang of metal against metal. He followed the noise as carefully and quietly as he could. Wouldn't want to spook the patient into running away and infecting even more people. Later on, he found what he thought was the patient, a young boy, by himself. He was no older than 15, with a shock of white hair and a large metal sword-looking thing in his hand. He had some sort of hourglass tattooed onto his face. At that moment, Mundo knew he'd found him. He called him Patient Zero, believing Ekko, the boy who shattered time, was the carrier and origin of this so-called virus. Mundo believed that it would be a complex operation, requiring skill, planning, and a careful eye. Mundo approached Ekko and told him that he might feel a little sting with his medical procedure. On the other hand, Ekko was surprised but not unprepared. Anybody hanging out at the sump knew to be ready for trouble at a moment's notice, and Ekko had plenty of time to prepare. In fact, he had nothing but time. Mundo tried to apprehend Ekko, but he viewed him as a troublesome patient. Ekko refused to answer Mundo's questions about his medical history and repeatedly evaded Mundo's attempts to make him take his medicine. Mundo repeated himself over and over again and thought that the patient had no respect for Dr. Mundo's authority. The two scuffled for what felt like hours. Mundo made what he thought were very salient points about the merits of treatment, but Ekko constantly evaded Mundo's attempts to help him. Eventually, Mundo grew tired of arguing with the boy. He mustered up one final attempt at treatment, wielding his precision scalpel with the artistry of a Dalmatian duelist. He then said, "Mundo fixes all things. Mundo do medicine very hard." These thoughts ran through his head again and again, and his desire to cure this child filled him with purpose and determination. In the next instant, Mundo swung with all his might, finally able to hit Ekko. Mundo was extremely happy, thinking that the treatment was a success. But then, somehow, the treatment reversed itself. Whatever good Mundo had accomplished in his last attempt at a cure was suddenly undone. To Mundo's utter confusion, Ekko scurried away, utterly uncured. Mundo screamed in irritation. "Why can't Mundo save them all?" After a short while, Mundo thought that not every operation was a success. He viewed this encounter as a failure of his medical treatment, believing he failed to cure Ekko, when in fact, Ekko just made it out alive. Still, Mundo tried to focus on the positive. Apart from this most recent patient, Mundo had helped an awful lot of people, at least in his mind. He'd done a full day's work, and now it was time to rest. As the sun came up, Mundo returned home and tucked himself into bed. Who knew what tomorrow might bring? Another patient to help, another epidemic to stop. A doctor's work was never done. Those words pondered in Mundo's head as he called it a day. It's crazy to think how Mundo's views were the exact opposite of his actions. His delusions kept piling up, thinking that killing them meant curing them, and the torture he had experienced was the medical procedure for his so-called patients. It took him a couple of days as his mind further deteriorated, thinking that everyone was sick and needed help. Even though it seemed like he lost all his senses, Dr. Mundo still felt sad whenever he failed to cure someone, which meant the victim managed to get away from him. His feelings are still intact inside of him. It was just placed on the wrong ideals. Dr. Mundo continued to roam in the dark alleys of Zaun, curing the patients on the streets. We often encounter the question, what would you do if you could go back in time? It does sound like a silly question, but it's a fun theory to wonder about. Some would probably do their best to fix a certain scenario from their past, while others would just revisit the good old days of their memories. However, this was not as simple as it seemed for a boy who could thread the timeline. Fixing what was wrong was enough. This man always explored the branching possibilities of reality to craft the perfect moment. In the eyes of the outsider, it would appear that this man could solve and do everything perfectly at the first try. But in reality, he just already knew what was going to happen and acted accordingly. This is the story of Ekko, the boy who shattered time. Venturing to the land on an isthmus between the Valoran and Shuriman continents, two cities were built with opposite settings, and the best part of it was that the first city was directly above the second one, creating a huge difference in their setup. Piltover, also known as the City of Progress, was the city located at the top side, investing its time in the development of Hextech. Their counterpart was Zaun, known as the City of Iron and Glass, and their focus was on chemtech. These two cities have a century-long history, spanning from when they were established all the way to the present day, as conflicts between them were inevitable. A few decades ago, there was a couple living in Zaun with the goal of a better life for their newborn. Inna, a lady with white hair and dark skin complexion, and Wyeth, a bald man with similar skin tone. They knew how messed up the city of Zaun was, and it became their primary reason to work hard. Inna and Wyeth envisioned a brighter future for their son, wanting him to study at the universities in Piltover, and that boy was Ekko. Throughout those years, Ekko grew up watching his parents age beyond their years, toiling for too many hours under dangerous conditions in suffocating factories. They believed it would all be worth it if it meant that their son could one day rise to the city above. It didn't take long before Wyeth, Ekko's father, developed health problems. The chemicals were too taxing to his body. It reached the point wherein Wyeth could barely hear and see anything. Because of this, Ekko's parents only viewed Zaun as filled with pollution and crime, and their hopes of sending Ekko to a prestigious university get slimmer each day. Despite the tragic state that they were in, Ekko viewed things differently. He recognized the vibrant energy and potential for innovation that thrived amidst the city's chaos. This appreciation for Zaun's resilience and resourcefulness fueled Ekko's youth, leading him to form bonds with the scrappy orphans of Zaun, known as the Lost Children of Zaun. There, Ekko found a different perspective on the gloomy streets. His parents do wish for Ekko to be in Piltover, but Ekko's heart falls in Zaun. Surrounded by the ingenuity of Zaunites and inspired by their ability to thrive in adverse conditions, Ekko's childhood was marked by wild invention and exploration. From constructing simple machines before he could crawl to embarking on escapades through the labyrinthine streets, Ekko embraced the spirit of his city and its people. His life was full of flair. He even constantly hung out with a young girl named Powder. They often mimic how Violet, Powder's older sister, performed shadowboxing, which they cannot do, but still love doing. Their bond with the other lost children of Zaun was genuine and memorable for Ekko. He even had a crush on Powder during those days. As Ekko grew older, his style adapted to Zaunites' streetwear. Ekko is a short, thin, brown-skinned young man with hazelnut brown eyes. He has white hair fashioned into a mohawk. Typically, his forehead and nose are painted white with the shape of an hourglass. He usually wears baggy builder's overalls, a red scarf with protective glasses on his neck, semi-sewn baggy green pants, and black boots. Ekko rocks with his style, and it was his signature during his teenage years. One day, during a solo trek into the rubble of a recently demolished laboratory, Ekko stumbled upon a shard of Hextech crystal that would change the course of his life forever. He scrambled to find more pieces, but the encroaching enforcers told him he wasn't the only one looking. At that moment, Ekko realized that he accidentally put himself in a bad situation. But instead of coming out clean and surrendering the Hextech crystal he found, Ekko decided to run with it. The chase was on, and the enforcers tried their best to catch up to Ekko. But thanks to the skills he developed while playing with other Zaunites, Ekko was too slippery for the enforcers to catch. Eventually, he barely escaped and returned to his home. Ekko's discovery of the Hextech shard piqued his curiosity and set him on a path of experimentation. With relentless determination, he worked to harness the shard's temporal powers, culminating in the creation of the Zero Drive, a device capable of manipulating time in small increments. Despite initial setbacks, Ekko did not stop. He even encountered different unusual situations, like the creation of multiple versions of himself due to a temporal distortion. Ekko doesn't know where the other version of himself went, or if they were truly alive per se. But this just proved that there was something great waiting for Ekko at the end of this experiment. After some tense coordination between Ekko and his paradoxes, they managed to contain and repair the hole he had torn in the fabric of reality. Eventually, he harnessed the shattered crystal's temporal powers into a device that would allow him to manipulate small increments of time. At least in theory. Ekko persevered, refining the Zero Drive and pushing its limits. On his name day, Ekko put the Zero Drive to the test. While Ekko looked for anything he could to test his device, an unexpected event welcomed him. Ekko's friends badgered him into climbing the ancient clock tower known as Old Hungry. So Ekko brought the untested device along with him. The lost children climbed, stopping occasionally to paint an obscene caricature or two of prominent Pilties. They were near the top when a handhold gave way, sending one of Ekko's friends tumbling to certain doom. Instinctively, as if he'd done it 1,000 times before, Ekko activated his device. The world shattered around him, and he was wrenched backward through spiraling particles of time. Then Ekko was back, watching his friend reach again for the same rotting plank. The plank broke, and the boy fell. But Ekko was ready this time, diving to the edge and grabbing him by the shirt. Ekko tried to swing him to safety, but his friend became caught in the tower's clockwork gears and... Stop. Rewind. Several attempts later, Ekko finally saved his friend's life. But to his crew, Ekko's supernatural reflexes had saved their friend before anyone realized the danger. He told them about the crystal and made them swear to secrecy. Instead, they dared each other to new heights of foolishness, knowing Ekko had the means to pluck them out of danger. This incident showed Ekko the potential of his invention and solidified his role as a protector of his friends and city. With each trial and so much error, the time-warping device, which Ekko dubbed the Zero Drive, grew more and more stable. The only limit was how many do-overs his body could take before exhaustion set in. Ekko's time-bending antics have made him a person of interest to some of Zaun and Piltover's most inventive, most powerful, and most dangerous individuals. But his only interest is in his friends, his family, and his city. He dreams of the day when his hometown rises up to dwarf the so-called City of Progress. Piltover's golden veneer will be overshadowed by the towering ingenuity and relentless spunk of a Zaun born. Not from generations of privilege, but from sheer daring. He may not have a plan yet, but he's got all the time in the world. After all, if Ekko's Z-Drive can change the past, how hard can it be to change the future? In a possible future, Ekko becomes more enraptured by his technology, neglecting his loved ones. He fell into this self-responsibility, tying him to this technology that only he could manipulate. He would use his Zero Drive to rewind situations with his friends and family to get the optimal outcome, perfecting each part and wanting to write the best possible future. With his obsession with writing the future, Ekko eventually drifts away from all his friends and seldom returns home to see his parents. Meanwhile, the Poindexter Chembaron family would greatly increase their Syntixi manufacturing, much to the ire of Clan Pharos, causing Piltover to increase their chemical dumpings into Zaun. The increased pollution would strengthen the noxious Zaun Grey, causing a citywide quarantine to be put in place. In retaliation, the Poindexters would launch attacks against Piltover. Ekko would do his best to save lives on both sides, but to little success. With the cities on the brink of civil war and the pollution forcing his parents to leave Zaun, Ekko resolved to improve his technology to allow him to travel further back in time to stop the war. After numerous failed attempts, Ekko is able to turn his Zero Drive into the Chronoport, but at the expense of his last Zero Drive. With his last chance, he travels back to stop Clan Pharos from hiring the Poindexters to manufacture artificial hex tech, but arrives too late. Despite Syntixi being discovered, future Ekko decides to round it all up before the Poindexters amass too much power and recruits his younger self to aid him. After the two Ekkos gather all the Syntixi, future Ekko plans to create a Syntixi bomb and detonate it at the halfway point between Piltover and Zaun. not only to destroy the Syntixi, but also Clan Pharos' Hextech vault, rendering both cities powerless and averting civil war. His past self is horrified that his future self would sacrifice so many innocent lives to stop the war. But future Ekko disregards him. His past self would team up with Camille to stop him from detonating the bomb. They managed to apprehend future Ekko, and present Ekko talked him down, but the bomb was already armed. Future Ekko decided to take the bomb and hurl it through a rift in time, then destroyed the Syntixi at the cost of his own life. The detonation was massive, and that could potentially mark the end of the future war that was going to break in the far future. As Ekko hurled through time and space, Ekko saw the multiverse. In one timeline, he sees his parents have decided to stay in Zaun and steps through. Ekko hopes that his past self will forgive him. There was no clear sign if Ekko truly perished as he drifted through time and space. However, seeing the multiverse brought tons of perspectives for him. There were different timelines wherein he encountered a lot of notable figures in Zaun. For example, how he and his friends enjoyed the concept of Seraphine, meeting a Yordle named Heimerdinger and doing experiments with him, fighting the feared beast named Dr. Mundo at his young age, and teaming up with the lost children of Zaunites known as the Arcane. But the best memory timeline that Ekko found was when he danced with Powder at a ball. All those timelines played out differently, only if he did not shut himself away from his friends and loved ones. Sadly for him, he would never experience those timelines. It's the cost of perfecting and controlling too much of what the future holds. Recalling our journey to the place wherein domination is the name of the game in their empires, Noxus is known for its brutal force and unusual entertainment per se. Besides conquering lands, Noxians tend to look for worthy candidates in their fighting arena. They are called the Reckoners, the gladiators who will fight to the death if needed, just for the sake of the viewer's entertainment. Some of them were forced to participate in this bloody tournament upon getting captured from a different land, while others joined by themselves and enjoyed the thrill of this arena. As twisted as it may seem, this man found his place in the fleshing arena of Noxious Prime. His name is Draven, the glorious executioner. Before the brutal man became the entertainer in the arena, Draven was born in the port city of Basilich. It is located in the eastern Valoran continent by the footholds of a mountain range called the Great Barrier. He was the younger brother of Darius, but they never knew who their parents were. They may be an orphan, but Darius took the responsibility and became the dependable figure for Draven. The two of them scavenged for survival, doing whatever it takes for them to survive another day in this small port city. Having that in mind, Draven became accustomed to this setup. The constant brawling in the streets, fighting thugs in the shady underworld, and doing unusual activities as a child honed Draven's skills. For Darius, he viewed it as the means to survive. But for Draven, he viewed this experience as a fun one. Over the course of time, Draven enjoyed this scuffle, intentionally pissing off the city guards, just to provoke them and create more chaos. Draven's skills were indeed amazing for his young age, but he wouldn't have survived if it wasn't for his older brother, Darius. His older brother was the one who fought beside him, fixed his pile of troubles, and secured food for them to eat. Unfortunate, but it was the childhood that Draven wouldn't forget, as he viewed it as a happy memory rather than a tragic one. One day, Draven and Darius went up to climb a cliff. Darius climbed up first so Draven could follow his lead. Later on, Darius took the wrong path and was about to slip. But then an unknown girl who was probably the same age range as them caught Darius's hand and saved him. The three of them made it to the top and introduced their names. The girl's name was Quilletta Van, and thanks to her, Darius did not fall from the cliff. The three of them became friends and agreed to meet up again some other time, maybe play some games or provoke the guards in their free time. As Draven and Darius grew, their setup remained the same. The only difference was that Quilletta spent more time with them throughout those years. Darius became a bit busy forming a relationship with Quilletta, while Draven sought where the fun places were. It seemed like everything was going great for them. Draven and Darius may be poor, but their bond is what kept them going every single day. As fun as their adventure was, it all came to an end when Noxus set their fore in the Basilic, aiming to conquer the port city. Chaos unfolded as the Noxian army led by Captain Cyrus invaded the city out of nowhere. The army gave the citizens two choices. 1. Surrender and serve for Noxus. Or 2. Fight them and perish on the very land that they are standing. There's not much of a choice for anyone, and others tried to run from the grasp of the Noxian army. Draven, Darius, and Quilletta ran and hid atop a rooftop. However, things don't sit well for Draven. He couldn't just accept the situation and hide like a coward. So while Darius and Quilletta argued about their decision, Draven sneaked and headed to the kitchen. He found a knife near the sink and saw this as a perfect opportunity to take out the captain of the army. Clearly, Draven did not think things through, but he was determined to fight until his last breath. Draven threw the knife, but it landed on the general's flag, catching the attention of the army. Draven, Darius, and Quilletta were apprehended immediately, but still, Draven wouldn't stop resisting, even mocking the army as they were escorted. His action could put them in a worse situation, but surprisingly, Captain Cyrus viewed Draven differently. He thought that the aggressive nature of this angsty teenager had potential and room for Noxus. Because of that, he offered Draven, Darius, and Quilletta to join their empire, and they accepted the offer to save their lives. Several years have passed, and things worked well for the brothers. Darius ended up marrying Quilletta and started a family, while Draven enjoyed the chaos that the Noxus provided. This conquering motto of Noxus was entertaining for Draven, who's constantly looking for fights, motivating him to sharpen his skills and train every day. Eventually, Draven grew up to be a man, tall, muscular, with fair skin and dark brown or black hair. His body and face are decorated with reddish tattoos, a series of thick, angular lines. His iconic facial hair is a long, thin mustache that extends past his jawline. Draven typically wears light leather armor, accented with metal spikes and white fur. And lastly, his weapon of choice was a pair of large, spinning axes meant for throwing. For many years, Draven and Darius fought as a part of Cyrus's war host. Darius took this opportunity to climb the ranks and build a reputation for himself. However, it came to the point where Draven viewed this as monotonous, like no more real challenges like before. Draven grew increasingly bored as most of the towns they set on would immediately surrender just by the gaze of their army. His skills were beyond question, but the everyday life of being a soldier felt like too much effort for too little reward. Additionally, there was not enough personal glory. Eventually, Darius came to order his own warband, and Draven joined him. Draven thought this might be easier, or another way to achieve greater recognition for himself, but ultimately, he was disappointed. It seemed like Draven couldn't find what he was looking for in these conquests. Rumors have been made as to why Draven left Darius's command. One rumor says that Draven chose to leave his brother's command. Another says he was forced out of command. Whichever is correct, it is undeniable that his skills were highly sought after as both a champion and a duelist. It was a bit of a frustrating situation for Draven, but there was still something that added more twist to Draven's journey. During his time under Darius's command, he found a conflicting relationship with a girl named Tamara. Black hair and smart, She worked as intel for Darius's army. Draven and Tamara tend to argue a lot, and others find their interactions somewhat cute. For the spectators of their quarrel, it's obvious that Draven and Tamara have feelings for each other, but they just don't admit it, and so their setup stays the same. When Draven left the army to return to the Noxious Prime, Tamara joined him on his way home. On their journey, Draven and Tamara encountered two Yordles, Tristana the Yordle Gunner, and Lulu the Fey Sorceress. It went to a messy scuffle, and Tamara was knocked unconscious when she was hit by a magical cannonball to the gut by Tristana. Because of this, Draven carried Tamara and fled away from the weird encounter. After a short while, they reached the Empire and then moved on to their personal responsibilities. Draven was convinced and decided to join a succession of warbands during the occupation of Ionia. And afterward, he ended up with a fairly respectable contract in the Reckoning Pits. Now the situation completely turned around as Draven found a place where skills were at full display. The Reckoners were known as the gladiators of the arena, fighting different monsters or even other fighters as well to keep the audience entertained. Draven felt the thrill of this newfound life, and there was so much to do in this arena. Draven took on the mantle of the glorious executioner, and he quickly rose to fame and glory only for himself, something that he had been searching for. For many years, the gladiatorial reckoners had performed a vital role in Noxious, punishing criminals and settling disputes between the noble houses. Draven had his mind set on receiving the riches, adoration, and renown he felt he deserved. His skills were unmatched, and each day felt like a new challenge for Draven. He loved his new job so much that he even did various tricks just to keep the audience entertained. One day, Darius attended the arena along with General Jericho Swain to watch his younger brother perform. At that time, Darius was already crowned as the Hand of Noxious by Emperor Darkwill, but Draven was having none of that. As the crowd chanted his name, Draven pointed his axe at Darius and called him for a battle. Darius was shocked and questioned if Draven was asking for a death wish. Meanwhile, Swain remained speechless and eventually left the arena. Darius told Draven that his action was no joke. Challenging the Hand of Noxious meant that he had to kill him now. Darius was taking things seriously, while Draven started to spin his axes and even mocked Swain. When the brothers were about to fight, a green four-legged monster known as a basilisk entered the arena. Draven immediately recognized that this could be Swain's intervention in their fight. Darius asked Draven to fight together once more, or perish in the hands of the big monster. Draven answered, "Together works," and he even called Swain a softie for intervening in their battle. The battle with the monster showed how the brothers improved their skills over time. The ones who were getting chased by the local city guards are now fighting a wild monster. By the end, the brothers were victorious as the crowd chanted their names. Draven and Darius exchanged hands as they had a little conversation. Darius warned Draven to never pull off such a stunt again, or else he wouldn't be lucky. But Draven just responded that he would definitely do it again. Darius went back to his duties as the Hand of Noxious, while Draven continued to be the glorious executioner. As years passed by, Draven fought countless reckoners. Some of them even fled from the arena, to which he doesn't care at all. As long as he could display his skill set and earn the honor for himself, he wouldn't care what the other reckoners would do in the arena. Draven even once fought with Riven, a strong warrior with a broken blade, and she was called the Exile. Draven had high praise for Riven and viewed her as worthy of his time. But their interactions did not last long, as Riven escaped the arena. Everything was going well for the arena, at least for the last couple of years. But the narrative slowly changed as the audience drifted away from this form of entertainment. With long, protracted wars on many fronts, The spectacle was beginning to lose its appeal to the common citizen. As the attention of the crowd shifted, Draven fell into a slump. Spending more time in the seedier drinking halls and gambling dens of the capital, the arena was everything for Draven. It's where he found a place suited for him, and without the arena, Draven fell into an existential crisis. Shortly, Draven ended up broke and washed up, far gone from the glorious title he held for years. However, when everything felt like a mess for Draven, the former General Jericho Swain found him. Swain has been rallying allies to support his quest, forming a new empire for Noxus. Their interaction gave Draven another sense of purpose, and a slight hope that maybe the arena could be reformed once all of this was said and done. It seemed like Swain was an ambitious man, but their goals aligned. In the end, Swain became the new emperor, and Draven managed to get back on his feet again. Draven's journey was indeed way different than his older brother Darius. If Darius focused on living by the principles of Noxus, Draven embodied his character ever since he was a child. From an orphan surviving with little means, to a famous entertainer in the arena thanks to his skills. He did miss the first knife that he threw, but now he never misses a beat when throwing his spinning axes. Draven now owns the arena, ready to challenge anyone who will set foot on his stage. With that being said, a new challenger did enter the arena as the black mist started to conquer the whole Runeterra. It's time for the ruination, and Viego, the ruined king, was the new challenger. Draven challenged him and instantly lost the battle. At this point, no one knows what will happen next. If you think that only the dark streets of Zaun have terrifying monsters that were once humans, then you probably haven't visited the depths of Noxus. However, there was a significant difference in terms of how they became what they are today. Those who lived in Zaun changed through experimentation, while the ones in Noxus were magically altered by ancient magic. One of them is a woman named Elise, the Spider Queen. Elise Kithra was born centuries ago to House Kithra, one of the oldest bloodlines and noble houses of Noxus. At a young age, Lady Elise swiftly learned the power of beauty to influence the weak. She studied how to be a proper lady, mastering etiquette, and utilizing the innate beauty that she has. Thanks to her efforts, Lady Elise grew into a fine woman, attracting many noble suitors. Her charm was unmatched, paired with a seductive aura. She has sharp, defined facial features, dark eyes, and short, dark, slicked-back hair with a distinctive scarlet-red sweep along the middle. When she came of age, she entertained the courtship of Berholt, heir to House Zaven. Their union was opposed by many, since it would strengthen Kithra at Zaven's expense, becoming a potential dynasty and blowing other noble houses out of the water. Their opposition just fueled Elise's determination even more. She worked hard to beguile her intended husband and manipulated her detractors to secure a betrothal. Unbeknownst to her, this political marriage had been planned for many years by shadowy forces working behind the scenes throughout the Empire, with Berholt Savan a mere pawn in a much larger game. Elise thought that she was great at deception and manipulation, but there was already someone who had been holding that position for more years, someone who had been shaping Noxus from the early years up to the present. Even so, it was an unexpected twist that Elise dominated him completely. Berholt still remained the face of his house, but it was clear who was in charge. As time passed, his resentment grew, and Berholt could no longer endure Elise's constant manipulation. For him, Elise was the best example of beauty on the outside, but rotten on the inside, and he must do something to put an end to this suffering. One evening, Berholt came up with a plan and acted quickly. While Elise was busy, Berholt poisoned the drinks. Later on, the two of them enjoyed the typically frosty dinner as Elise fell into the trap. At the moment, Berholt revealed he had poisoned her wine. Elise was shocked, but remained composed during the whole ordeal. She thought there must be something Berholt wanted for doing this act. He could have assassinated her, or just let her die from the poison, but he instead informed her about the poisoning. This led Elise to think that there was probably a motive underneath. Shortly, Berholt demanded Elise to withdraw from society and let him take up the reins of power since their noble houses were already united. That request proved that Elise was indeed right in her rationale. She also realized that Berholt wouldn't establish those demands if he didn't have the antidote to this poison. So Elise played the role of a remorseful wife, weeping and begging her husband's forgiveness. Berholt thought that he finally won against Elise. He approached her with the intention of giving the antidote, but Elise snatched up a knife and plunged it into his heart, falling into her web of facade as Berholt clung to his last breath. Elise was free from the poison, but even with the antidote, she was still bedridden for weeks. During her recovery, a mysterious, pale woman paid her a visit. Elise was clueless about how this stranger managed to get inside her room effortlessly, but since she could not do anything, Elise was forced to listen. The mysterious woman introduced herself as the enigmatic mistress of the Black Rose. She then shared about a secret society where hidden knowledge and sorcery were shared among those who could be trusted, and kept from those who could not. In truth, the pale woman did not care who controlled each of the noble houses, as long as they were sworn to her. Since Elise had killed the thrall Berholt, she would have to prove her own value, or a more suitable replacement would be found. At that moment, Elise realized that all of these noble houses fighting for power were just fish hunting the smaller ones. She belonged to something deeper. With that, Elise joined the pale woman as she took her to the Cabal, like the other members before Elise. Later, Elise met the most prominent members, trading influence and thwarting her rivals in a complex web of tangled schemes. She then realized that with the wealth of two houses, there were not many who could oppose her, and she became even more adept at persuading others to do her bidding. Her body was filled with excitement as she dove deeper into this secret organization controlling the whole of Noxus. Eventually, Elise learned of an object that held great significance for the Black Rose, the skull of an ancient warlord, San Uzal, also known as Mordekaiser. It was rumored to have been hidden long ago in the Shadow Isles, a mysterious island that was considered a myth at that point in time. Keen to gain the pale woman's favor, Elise found a desperate, debt-ridden captain willing to bear her and a handful of devotees to the cursed city of Halia. It took them a while, but they came ashore on a beach of ashen sand. It was indeed a dangerous task as they were tormented by spiteful wraiths while searching in vain for the lost vault. However, Elise found something else, far from what she anticipated. A creature of the long-forgotten past had made its home in the lightless depths beneath the city. This bloated, chitinous monster was the spider god Vilema, and it erupted from the darkness to devour the intruders. Chaos unfolded as the devotees were getting devoured one after the other. Vilema annihilated the whole crew before sinking its fangs into Elise's shoulder. She fell, howling and convulsing as the venom wrought terrible changes upon her body. It was a horrifying alteration as her spine rippled with undulant motion, and arachnoid legs pushed out from her flesh. Finally, breathless with the agony of transformation, Elise turned to find her new master looming above her. It was like Elise was chosen for some reason, and an unspoken understanding between Elise and Vilema lingered at that moment. Elise then scuttled back to the beach. untroubled by the Isle's spirits as she weaved in and out of the twisted tree line. Some weeks later, when her ship arrived back at the Noxian capital in the dead of night, Elise had regained her human form. However, she was the only living thing left aboard. Elise thought that she failed the mission because no evidence was ever found of the warlord's skull, but the pale woman saw Elise's dangerous new gift for what it was, a means to come and go safely between Noxus and the Shadow Isles. An accord was struck, wherein the Black Rose would provide Elise with endless, unwitting sacrifices to offer up to the Spider God, and in return, she would recover any artifacts of power she could from those benighted, forbidding shores. And with that, Elise found a new purpose. Elise once again took up residence in the neglected halls of House Zavan, carefully cultivating a reputation as a seductive yet unreachable recluse. Few have ever guessed her true nature, yet fanciful rumors abound, wild tales of her ageless beauty, and a terrifying, voracious creature said to lair in the bowels of her dilapidated, dust-wreathed palace. Though centuries have passed, whenever Elise feels the summons of her god, she returns to the land of the Black Mist, with a hapless suitor in tow, or some other easily swayed soul, and none who accompany her ever return. For some reason, Elise went missing for several years. Her beauty was missed by many, and a lot of speculation around the town was created, all pointing to the Shadow Isles. Many believed that it was the only way to gaze at her beauty once more, and a man named Marcus was ready to risk it all. And so he started his voyage, accompanied by other faithful devotees. The weeks spent on the ocean had made Marcus feel dizzy and weak, so he was glad to be back on dry land. The path leading from the basalt shore had a slick, oily quality, making it treacherous underfoot. The crooked trees to either side were wretched, blackened husks that wept yellowed sap from where it looked like some panicked animal had clawed them ragged. Soft light shimmered between the trees, dancing like the corpse candles that flickered over marshland and drew unwary souls to their doom. The branches were hung with what looked like canopies of ragged muslin, and it took Marcus a moment to realize they were swaths of cobwebs. Wiry bracken clogged the undergrowth on either side of the path, rustling with the motion of unseen creatures, shadowing their passage through the forest. Perhaps the rats infesting the ship had followed them. Marcus had never caught sight of one beyond a fleeting glimpse of a swollen, black-furred body with a skittering sound of claws on wood. He'd never been able to shake the notion that it sounded as if these rats had a few too many legs than any normal rat should have. The unsettling continued to creep them out, warning their instincts. The island's air was heavy with damp, and his finely tailored tunic and boots were sodden with clinging moisture. He held a scented pomander beneath his nose, but it did little to disguise the stench of the island, reminding him of the charnel pits beyond the walls of Noxus when the winds blew in from the ocean. Thinking back to his homeland, he felt a brief twinge of unease. The revels in the catacombs far beneath the city had been a deliciously illicit thrill, a reward for following the secret symbol of the black-petaled bloom. Within the darkened sepulchres, he and his fellows gathered as devotees. Marcus looked ahead, hoping for a glimpse of the beguiling woman whose words had brought so many of them to this place. He caught a flash of crimson silk and swaying hips before the mist oozing between the trees obscured his sight of her. He'd been thrilled to the sermons of her ancient god and had been overjoyed when he and the others had been chosen to join her on this pilgrimage. It seemed like a grand adventure when they boarded the heavily laden bark at midnight, under the still gaze of the mute and hooded steersman, but being so far from Noxus had begun to dull his enthusiasm. Marcus paused and turned to look back along the path. His fellow pilgrims pushed past like vacant-eyed cattle, en route to the slaughterman's hammer. Behind them came the steersman, gliding over the path as though his feet barely touched it. His robes were undulant with emotion, and suffocating fear flowered in Marcus's breast at the thought of being near this repellent figure. He turned away, only to find himself face to face with her. "Elise," he said, and the breath caught in his throat. Marcus instinctively wanted to push her away and flee this awful place, but the intoxication of her dark beauty overpowered any thought of rejection. His sense of revulsion passed so swiftly that he wasn't sure he truly felt it. Elise called the sound of his name on her divine lips, sending a surge of pleasure down his spine. Her beauty transfixed Marcus, and he savored every detail of her perfect form. Her features were angular and sharp, framed by lustrous crimson hair, like that of a high-born girl he once knew. Full lips and eyes of dark radiance drew him deeper into her web, with the promise of raptures yet to come. A cloak of sable, secured by an 8-pronged brooch, mantled her rounded shoulders. It rippled with motion, though there was no wind to stir it. The conversation between them continued, and Marcus fell to Elise's charm. He already forgot how horrifying the place was, and he was willing to give Elise everything at that point. On the other hand, Elise looked down on him and smiled. Marcus thought he saw something long, thin, and glossy shift beneath her cloak. The motion was sickening and unnatural, but he didn't care. She hooked a sharpened obsidian black fingernail under his chin and drew him to his feet. A rivulet of blood ran down his neck, but he ignored it as she turned and led him onward. Marcus willingly followed, and all thoughts save pleasing her vanishing like wind-blown smoke. The trees thinned out, and the path ended before a rocky cliff carved with time-weathered symbols that made his eyes sting. A shadowed cave gaped like a vile maw at the base of the cliff, and Marcus felt his certainty waver as a sudden sense of dread uncoiled in his gut. Elise beckoned him inside, and he was powerless to resist. The interior of the cave was unnaturally dark and stiflingly warm. A clammy fever heat that reeked like offal swept from a butcher's block. A voice deep inside was screaming at him to run, to get as far from this hideous place as possible. But his traitorous feet carried him still deeper into the cave. A droplet from somewhere high above landed on his cheek, and he flinched at the sudden burning pain of it. He looked up at the cavern roof, seeing pale, grub-like shapes hanging overhead and swaying with frantic, trapped motion. In the translucent surface of the fresh-spun web, a human face screamed in mute horror against the suffocating silken net. Marcus questioned the place, and Elise answered that it was her temple, the lair of the spider god. Her shoulders squirmed as 2 pairs of slender, chitinous limbs unfolded from the flesh of her back, long, dark, and tapering to razored talons. They lifted Elise as a grotesque, bloated mass shifted in the darkness behind her. Colossal legs heaved its corrupt body forward, the faint light from beyond the cave reflecting on the myriad facets of its eyes. The vast spider's bulk was enormous, furred, and scabbed with wet, mutant growths. The terror of its nightmarish appearance shattered the last of Elise's hold on Marcus, and he fled toward the cave mouth with her cruel laughter ringing in his ears. Ropes of sticky web struck the rock beside him, Glutinous strands struck his flailing limbs, and his pace slowed as he became more and more entangled. He heard the clicking of clawed limbs in pursuit, and wept at the thought of her touching him. Yet more strands of her web snared him as something sharp stabbed his shoulder with astonishing swiftness. Marcus fell to his knees as the paralyzing venom spread through his body, locking him in a prison of his own flesh. A shadow fell across him, and he saw the mute steersman with his arms outstretched. Marcus screamed as the steersman's hooded robe collapsed, revealing that this was not a man at all, but a writhing nest of innumerable spiders given the semblance of a man. They fell upon him in their thousands, and his screams were choked to muffled grunts as they crawled into his mouth, clogged his ears, and burrowed behind his eyes. Elise swung into view above him, borne aloft by the jointed limbs at her back. She was no longer beautiful, no longer even human. Her features were alight with a ferocious hunger that could never be sated. The looming form of her monstrous spider god lifted Marcus from the ground with its razored mandibles. Elise told him that he had to die now. Marcus asked, "Why?" But Elise smiled with her needle-like fangs and answered, "So that I can live." In the end, Elise became what she truly was, a monster feasting on anyone who would fall into her trap. Her beauty became a weapon sharper than any sword, and so far, none of her suitors ever fully resisted her charm. Elise continued to roam in the Shadow Isles, while those who dared to find her were offered to the Spider God. She lurks in the shadow, searching for her next victim, luring them with the voluptuous facade of a human female. And once they succumb to her charm, this demon unleashes her true form. The victim becomes the subject of her unspeakable torment, gratifying herself with the victim's agony. Her name is Evelyn, the agony's embrace. Stretching to the far history of Runeterra, Evelyn was not always a skilled huntress. She began eons ago as something primordial, shapeless, and barely sentient. This nascent whip of shadow existed, numb and unroused by any stimulation, for centuries. It might have remained so if only the world had not been upended by conflict. However, the Rune Wars, as they would come to be known, brought an era of mass suffering the world had never known. The Rune Wars were historical wars where the mortals of Runeterra used the world runes to fight each other. These wars were so brutal that they erased multiple civilizations, landmasses, and much of the recorded history from the face of the planet, leaving behind only myths and folklore. Runeterra deteriorates in civilizational decline, as the majority of its inhabitants are plunged back into a simpler, more primitive way of life. As people across Runeterra began to experience a vast array of pain, anguish, and loss, the shadow stirred. The nothingness it had known for so long had been replaced by the manic vibrations of an agonized world. The Rune Wars were so devastating that the world's torment grew immensely, and the shadow felt as if it might burst. The once numb creature quivered with excitement with the events. It drank in all of Runeterra's pain, which it experienced as boundless pleasure. The sensation nourished the creature, and over time it transformed into something more. It became a demon, a ravenous, spiritual parasite that fed on the barest of human emotions. When the wars finally ended, the world's suffering waned, and the demon found itself growing desperate. The only pleasure it had ever known was born of the creature's misery. Without their pain, it felt nothing, just as it had in its earliest days. This nameless creature no longer wanted to be a senseless wisp. It must transcend into a more complete being. The other's suffering was the only way for the creature. The question now lingered on the demon's mind. How could it harness more suffering if the humans already stopped the rune wars? That's when it realized something diabolical. If the world would not provide the suffering the demon needed to thrive, it would have to make its own. It needed to inflict pain on other beings so that it could experience that elation again. At first, catching prey was a challenge for the demon. It could move undetected in its shadow form, but to touch a human, the creature needed to manifest as something tangible. It made several attempts to fashion a physical body from its shadow flesh, but each result was more monstrous than the last, scaring off her prey. The demon realized it needed a shape that was pleasing to humans, one that would not only lure them right into its claws, but would offer them ecstasy born of their own desires, so that their pain would be that much sweeter. From the shadows, it began to study those it sought to prey upon. It tailored its flesh to their liking, learned to say what they wanted to hear, and to walk in a manner they found alluring. In a matter of weeks, the demon had perfected her physique, leading dozens of enamored victims to be tortured to death at her hands. While Evelyn can change her form at will, she often takes the form of a beautiful, curvaceous female with pink hands and claws, 2 lashers resembling twin tails, light blue skin, and pink and white hair. This form includes constantly shifting clothes that show off most of her body. Even though she relishes the exquisite pain of each of her victims, she always finds herself wanting more. Each human's desires are so small, and they always expire too soon. Their pain, too fleeting to give her anything more than tiny morsels of pleasure, was just enough to tide her over to the next feeding. She yearns for the day she can plunge the world into utter chaos, and she can return to an existence of pure, rapturous ecstasy. Throughout her hunting journey, the demon earned a lot of names such as the Agony's Embrace, the Widowmaker, the Demon Pleasure and Punishment, and so much more. But the one that truly worked best for her was the name Evelyn. Henceforth, the creature embodied the name as she searched for more victims. Evelyn slinked through the teeming streets, and the shadows of her body blended seamlessly with the night. Her eyes glinted with the gloom, though only the keenest observer would have noticed. Drunks, sailors, and harlots chatted in a nearby thoroughfare, blissfully unaware that they were being watched by a demon in the dark. On the other hand, the demon saw them all with perfect clarity and judged them with the most discerning eye. Evelyn's gaze settled on a man lying in the gutter with a bottle of beet wine dangling from his hands. Ordinarily, the demon wouldn't give a second thought to someone in his condition. She was starving for days, but a thought lingered for a moment in the demon's mind. It would be so easy to hunt her prey. All she ever needed was to lure him to one of the numerous alleys far from the glow of the street lamps, and then she could finally have a feast. However, this wouldn't satisfy her hunger. She must think of something to make her meal worthwhile. The thought perished as she watched a cockroach scurry across the drunk's face. This was a man too inebriated to feel. His arousal would be vague and muted, with none of the urgent attraction she loved to see in her victims before she brought them low. She might even flay an entire arm before he mustered a scream. And that was the problem for a demon that enjoys the pain of others. Over the course of countless feedings, Evelyn had learned everything about her palate. She preferred her victims to feel every prick, every bite, every bit of flesh she peeled away with her claws, making it more painful, thus resulting in a better feast. A man in this condition would be dull and unfulfilling. He would die instantly, and Evelyn thought it scarcely worth her time. Evelyn dismissed the drunk, rotting man and continued down the muddy promenade, past the windows of a dank, candlelit tavern. Later on, she saw a fat, belching woman open its door and stumbled out into the night, grasping a half-eaten turkey leg. For a moment, Evelyn considered the woman, how she might woo her into an embrace, and then into the unspeakable hell that would follow. The demon watched as the woman wolfed down the rest of the meat, devouring it like she never tasted it. Evelyn then noticed that there was something deep inside the woman, a melancholy that would taint the experience. Evelyn preferred inflicting the pain herself. She must find another meal to settle on. The demon moved on, gliding through the shadows of the town, over 2 more drunks, past a beggar asking for alms, and between a couple in the midst of an argument. Evelyn found them all completely unappealing. Hurting them would be like plucking a flower that had already wilted. She preferred her daisies tall and healthy, for those were the most satisfying to cut down. A dreadful thought overtook her. Perhaps she'd made a mistake choosing this wretched backwater as her hunting ground. Perhaps at any moment the thrill from her last victim might wear off, leaving only the nothingness, that utterly empty space inside her where feelings should be. And then, Evelyn saw someone. The gentleman was positively beaming as he exited one of the high-end pubs. He was dapper without being flashy, and he hummed a jaunty tune to himself as he set off down the street with a bouquet of flowers tucked gingerly in the fold of his arm. The 2 lashers on Evelyn's back writhed with excitement. At long last, someone in this filthy street piqued her interest. Even from a distance, she sensed this man was completely content in his own skin, drawing Evelyn even more. She dashed after the gentleman, taking great care not to lose track of her prey, or to alert him to her presence. The man walked for nearly half an hour before finally turning up a long walkway toward a modestly sized cut stone manor. At the end of the path, the man stepped through the heavy oak door to his home. Evelyn held her unblinking gaze on the windows of the man's house as they lit one by one with warm candlelight. Shortly, a slender, austere woman in a high-necked evening gown entered and greeted the man with a welcoming embrace. She feigned a slight surprise at the flowers he had brought before placing them in a clean vase right next to an old bouquet. And their interaction made Evelyn's interest grow larger. A moment later, 2 children scarcely out of diapers ran into the room and threw their arms around the man's legs, their wide grins sparkling with tiny teeth. Though the scene played like the epitome of domestic bliss, Evelyn knew what she would find if she probed just a little deeper. She waited patiently, watching the candles go out one by one until only the parlor remained lit. The man was alone, settling into a reading chair to draw on his pipe. Evelyn crept out of the shadows, her dark, wispy limbs giving way to warm flesh. Her demonic lashers disappeared behind her back, revealing a shapely female form with curves too generous for any eye to ignore. Her hips waggled softly as she sauntered across the lawn to the window. She was nearly arm's length from the glass when she saw the man bolt upright from his chair at the sight of her, his pipe nearly falling from his mouth. Evelyn beckoned with a single finger, motioning for the man to join her outside. The man crept to the front door and opened it tentatively, curious to investigate the strange beauty lurking outside his window. He approached her on the lawn with great apprehension and greater anticipation. He then timidly asked Evelyn's identity, but the demon just assured the man that she could be whatever the man wanted her to be. As Evelyn locked eyes with the man, she plumbed the depths of his soul and found exactly what she was looking for. That tiny lesion of discontent that festered within even the happiest person. "There it is," she thought. All that he wants and cannot have. It looked like the demon's charm was working, but the man was trying to resist. He mentioned his family, but the demon leaned close and silenced him with a seductive whisper to his ears. Evelyn then told the man that she knew what the guy wanted, and then instructed him to let go of the guilt that he was feeling. The demon then pulled back and saw the man hopelessly captivated by her charm. The man was ashamed of his brazenness, but his strange desire to take the demon right there on the lawn overcame his mentality, making him ask Evelyn if he could have her. The man touched her face with the tips of his fingers, caressing her cheek. In response, Evelyn held his hand firmly to her skin and released a soft, sultry chuckle. This sweet, tender, happy man would be hers tonight. He had so much pain to give, and she would take it all. From behind them, the shuffling of slippered feet sounded from the open doorway of the house. It was the man's wife, and she immediately asked if everything was okay. However, the man could not even respond to his wife, and Evelyn told the man that everything would be wonderful that night. The deal had become even sweeter, and the prospects more enticing. There was one daisy in full flower to pluck, and one bulb to bloom while it watched. At some point, Evelyn reached the streets of Demacia. She wandered there for days before setting her eyes on another family. Evelyn took a liking to them, thinking they were the best meal to start in this foreign land. Without hesitation, she killed the parents in their home as the child got a glimpse of her face. The child was scarred from that incident, and Evelyn savored her emotions. Evelyn fled the scene, and that child swore to take her revenge someday. And the name of the child was Vayne. In later years, Evelyn made a cult designed to attract worshippers who would do her bidding. Vayne was traveling through Valoran alongside her teacher Frey when she heard of the news about the cult. She then decided to travel to the meeting place with the hopes of seeking revenge. Family after family, Evelyn created a huge suffering as she tormented them in different ways. Evelyn wouldn't discover this sensation if she settled with the drunk man she first saw years ago. Her taste grew as Evelyn became creative in making her meal last, and wrecking a happy family created a longer agony suited for her taste. Since then, Evelyn has become wiser in terms of hunting her prey. She would lurk in the shadows, study each individual, learn what's the most precious thing about them, and wreck them apart before tormenting them to death. With a world as mystical as the Runeterra, there are a lot of adventures to unfold, especially if your job is to raid tombs and explore. Empires were built and perished over the course of history, and each continent holds a significant part of history that could be dug out. There are many archaeologists and treasure hunters across Runeterra, but there is only one man who lives by the edge and enjoys doing so. His courage and bravado have no limits, and he prefers improvising his way out of any situation at hand. Some might say he is too careless or cocky, but his innate quick-witted decision-making skill somehow always solves the problem, or at least escape from it. A carefree adventurer like him will always bring trouble around him, and his name is Ezreal, the prodigal explorer. In 973 years after Noxus, a boy named Ezreal was born and raised in a wealthy neighborhood of Piltover. His parents were renowned archaeologists, earning significant figures to live comfortably. As explorers, Ezreal's parents were often away for extended periods on expeditions, while Ezreal was taken care of by his uncle, Professor Lymir. As a curious child, Ezreal would ask Professor Lymir about his parents' work, to which he would answer, but not in detail. Because of that, Ezreal would wait for the return of his parents and ask the same set of questions so he could get the whole picture. Eventually, Ezreal became used to his parents' absence and would just patiently wait most of the time. He loved hearing the stories his parents would tell him of their adventures, often fantasizing about joining them on their travels. His father would typically tell him the stories of their travels, and one of those was a plan for an incredibly secretive and ambitious expedition. Ezreal's father sought out the tomb of Nezuk, a Shuriman tyrant rumored to have the ability to jump from one place to another. He would often joke to young Ezreal that if he learned Nezuk's teleportation magic, he would use it to continue his travels and jump back into Piltover in time for dinner. On the other hand, Professor Lymir had trouble raising Ezreal. According to the professor, Ezreal was an unruly and rash child, and he would often tutor Ezreal on various subjects just to keep him busy and out of trouble. These subjects included advanced cartography, Heztech mechanics, and ancient histories of Runeterra. There was a lot to learn about history, and it caught Ezreal's interest. With his wild imagination and always asking stories whenever his father was around, Ezreal easily grasped these subjects. However, he viewed studying as a waste of time. He often passed all assessments easily with little or no preparation, infuriating his uncle as he had more free time to roam the university grounds. Being a troublemaker, Ezreal spent most of his time evading campus wardens, navigating tunnels underneath lecture halls, and even practicing lockpicking to sneak into his teachers' offices just to rearrange their belongings. He doesn't need anyone else to hang out with because Ezreal would entertain himself and would randomly do things for fun. Ezreal's features became more distinct as he grew older. Slim, pale-skinned man with tousled blonde hair and blue eyes. Their family may be wealthy, but it comes with a huge risk. One day, the absence of his parents became longer to the point where they simply didn't return home one day. Ezreal's uncle tearfully admitted that the two had most likely died somewhere in the Shuriman desert, which Ezreal simply couldn't accept. Having heard all of the preparations and studies his parents would make for these expeditions, Ezreal was still convinced that his parents were out there somewhere, perhaps waiting for someone to rescue them. With a firm determination, Ezreal decided he'd find his parents on his own as he planned to search the location of their most important expedition, the tomb of Nezuk. In preparation, Ezreal abandoned his studies and gathered supplies from the university, such as celestial diagrams, runic sigil translations, guides on the burial sites of Shurima, and even a pair of protective goggles. He wears a small brown leather jacket, a bit undersized so it barely reaches his waist. Both of his sleeves are rolled up, exposing his forearms. Underneath the jacket, he wears a white shirt with a low V-neck, which is adorned with brown-colored diamond motifs. And after a long preparation, Ezreal was ready to explore the world. After leaving a farewell note for his uncle, Ezreal snuck onto a supply ship heading towards the Shuriman city of Nashrameh, a coastal port city located north of Shurima. His heart raced as Ezreal finally stepped on the adventure, but later on, he encountered his first problem. The ship's captain discovered Ezreal as a stowaway and threatened to throw him overboard. Ezreal has been in a situation like this before, not in ship settings, but something like dealing with adults. He tried to persuade the captain, offering various skills in exchange for a free ride. With his smooth talking, the captain was convinced, agreeing to let Ezreal act as their navigator, as the previous navigator was unfortunately lost at sea. That marked his first trouble fixed on his adventure, the first of tons to come. Later on, their ship reached its destination, and Ezreal thanked the captain. Arriving in Shurima, Ezreal followed his mother's meticulous field notes and crossed the Great Sai, a vast desert in the central continent. Ezreal hitchhiked with merchant caravans as he followed the field notes. For months, Ezreal explored the most ancient Shuriman locations as he delved into the cavernous ruins beneath the sands. He faced unspeakable horrors that guarded hidden chambers, imagining himself as following his parents' path as an adventurer. Most of the traps were deadly, and many perished in this experience, but Ezreal viewed it as a challenge. He dreamt of joining his parents on a journey, and now he was doing it by himself. It took Ezreal a couple of months, and finally he found the tomb of Nezuk underneath a mausoleum for some unnamed emperor, achieving what his parents unfortunately couldn't. However, the sarcophagus in the tomb was empty. As Ezreal carefully roamed the tomb, he saw a gleaming bronze gauntlet with a crystalline matrix at its center. Ezreal touched it, and the tomb began to turn on him, activating various 1,000-year-old traps and wards. Improvising and thinking on instinct, Ezreal used the gauntlet and shot out a powerful blast of arcane energy he called True Shot Barrage, and created a hole for him to exit through. He then teleported instantly, like blinking from one location to a further one, before the entire tomb collapsed into the sand. Having barely escaped, Ezreal looked down at the mysterious gauntlet as it hummed in sync with his heartbeat, feeling it siphoning and amplifying his own magical essence. Ezreal took out his notes and studied for hours, asking old residents along the way. Shortly, Ezreal discovered that the mystical gauntlet was a fearsome weapon belonging to a ascended god warrior named Horok. Thankfully, it was not fused with a curse, and Ezreal saw this as the perfect weapon for an explorer like himself. Now wielding the artifact that his parents aimed to collect, Ezreal soon returned to Piltover and continued to go on various adventures and expeditions. His determination was further strengthened, excited to see what the world could offer. Ezreal traveled to lost cities, mystical temples, and other ancient locations that university professors would only read about on maps. He then slowly grew his reputation as a treasure-seeking explorer, as many would begin telling stories of his exploits, which Ezreal usually saw as incapable of conveying the true scope and scale of his feats. Ezreal chased fame and glory throughout all parts of the world to create a name for himself, but he still hoped that his parents would one day catch a word of his grand explorations and eventually seek him out in person. It was like hitting two birds with one stone, building his own legacy while word of mouth could potentially reconnect him with his parents. To become an officially renowned explorer, Ezreal desperately sought to join the esteemed Piltover Explorers Guild, a widespread organization consisting of Runeterra's best explorers and adventurers. However, Ezreal was denied from the Explorers Guild for unknown reasons. Ezreal was mad and frustrated. He believed that he was more than qualified to join because of all the adventurous adventures he'd already had gone on. Not to mention, he even sought full accreditation on the guild in exchange for artificial retrieval jobs he accomplished, like the time he was hired by Yunuk, a frail Yordian explorer member of the guild. All of his appeals were denied, and Ezreal never found out why. He decided to move on and be the best explorer without any help from the guild. Resuming his journey, Ezreal followed Professor Lymir's theories about Zaan's ancient history as a Shuriman port city, once called Oshra Vazan. He realized that his uncle had no proof for his theories and decided to search the deepest parts of Zaan to find proof and take credit. Maybe this time he could get the recognition that he deserved. After some time, Ezreal discovered stories about the Vault of Resplendent Holies, an ancient and renowned Shuriman vault believed to be full of artifacts and lost temples. He also learned from a few sources that industrial excavations in Zaan have opened up a crack in the deepest and flooded depths of the sump layer of Zaan. These leads won't mean anything unless he sees it with his own eyes. That's why Ezreal delved into the said location in search of the vault. Countless hours have passed, and every turn was a dead end. As Ezreal began to lose morale over finding nothing within the depths, he stumbled into an ancient door in the deepest area. Ezreal thought that it was most likely to the Vault of Resplendent Holies. On closer inspection, the door was lined with various Shuriman glyphs, including a few that resembled owls, which Ezreal deciphered as a warning about a curse that multiplies into 1,000 curses. Though his Shuriman was rusty, Ezreal tried to open the door, but with little to no success. Later on, Ezreal shot a blast of arcane magic from his gauntlet, just like the last time at the tomb of Nezuk. The True Shot Barrage broke the door, creating a hole for him to enter. Once inside the vault, Ezreal found various relics, such as one that belonged to Karakan, the Shuriman Emperor's personal spirit banisher, who bound troublesome entities to inanimate objects for his own dark purposes. Ezreal was thrilled, and he wanted to collect these artifacts. While rummaging through Karakan's many relics, he encountered an army of fiery stone warrior golems who defended Karakan's artifacts, but he easily obliterated all of them with shots of arcane energy. Another artifact that Ezreal found was a perfectly preserved golden stele inscribed with the legend of the Day of Fire and Karakan's oath to protect Oshra Vazan. After defeating more fiery golems, a rush of water started to flood in through the cracks of the floor, forcing Ezreal to swim through tunnels to reach the surface again, while carrying the golden stele. Managing to escape, Ezreal traveled back to Piltover and visited Zales, an outfitter store where Ezreal intended to get his jacket, now torn to shreds, tailored and repaired. Ezreal intended to look as good as possible so that he could impress the Explorers Guild by presenting his journal recording his explorations within the Vault of Resplendent Holies. While getting his jacket tailored at Zales, Ezreal left the golden stele by a window, causing it to come in contact with direct sunlight during an equinox. The stele began to glow and speak in an ancient language before exploding into a swarm of infernal locust creatures. As more locusts began to pour out of the sewer grates, Ezreal helped clear them out by using blasts from his gauntlet. He did manage to keep everyone safe, but it also came with a lot of destruction around them. A few days later, Ezreal faced legal repercussions for bringing the dangerous artifact into Piltover and causing property damage to the mercantile district. Though he sought legal advice and read up on Piltover's libel and slander laws, he ultimately decided to represent himself in court. He wanted to prove his innocence, but Ezreal took a different approach. He quickly logged a possibly false claim in his journal to act as evidence, which directly stated that he had nothing to do with the outbreak and blamed the clerk at Zales for placing the stele in the sunlight. It was a bit of a headache case, but Ezreal still got his way out of the situation. Ezreal continued his adventurous expeditions across the world, writing them in his field notes to record his endeavors and impress the Explorers Guild so they could grant him membership. He first traveled southwest of Piltover to the city of Bel'zun, located in northern Shurima and occupied by Nox and Rule. Ezreal knew that the best guides in Shurima were found in the coastal city. He then met Kazjar, a knowledgeable and charismatic guide who shared many details about the ancient histories of Shurima as they traveled. Ezreal and Kazjar traveled through the desert and went to the ancient city of Neramazeth, an ancient nation of Faraj that served as the original capital of the Shuriman Empire. While scouring the ruins for priceless artifacts, Kazjar shared many historical facts about the lands outside of the city, noting that they were once home to the first prototype Sun Disk before it failed and collapsed. Shortly, Ezreal encountered many Jursai creatures towards the south of the Sai Khalik Desert. These were void-born creatures, plaguing the southern desert of Shurima. He fought them and defended his guide with the help of his gauntlet. Later on, the two took shelter in a circular cavern, which Kazjar quickly realized was a gargantuan Jursai burrow and the lair of the Sand Mother known as Rek'Sai. The two quickly left as soon as they could before Rek'Sai showed up. It has been an eventful journey, however they finally run out of luck. At some point, Kazjar was tragically killed when a massive obelisk fell on him. Scenarios like this were quite usual in tombs in ancient places. Unfortunately, it became the last ruin for Kazjar. Despite this, Ezreal continued his adventure down south and reached the edge of Ikathia, which he immediately saw as way too dangerous and turned around instantly. Finally getting tired of the vast desert, Ezreal sailed out of the Shuriman jungles and shipwrecked on a deserted island. It was the home to mysterious, albeit aggressively flirtatious, walrus-esque beings, which Ezreal doesn't find interesting. After about a week, Ezreal repaired his ship and sailed back to the mainland, hoping for a different island this time. On his random but somewhat organized route, Ezreal reached the borders of Noxus. Ezreal once planned to meet a new contact in the Noxian capital city, a mysterious contact to collect archival materials. While waiting for her, Ezreal strolled the promenades surrounding the immortal bastion, sampling Noxian cuisine, notably their tacos, and inspecting the monoliths of dark magic that made up the fortress. Ezreal's contact never showed, but he noticed many spies following him until one of them handed him a rose petal colored black, a symbol of a shady organization in the Noxus called the Black Rose. Normally, Ezreal would be curious and sought for answers, but it was different this time. His instincts kicked in, telling him not to put himself in this situation. The logo was meant to send a message to Ezreal, but he viewed it as a trap luring him in. He doesn't have any basis at all, but everything felt off. Now sensing danger, Ezreal decided to leave the city. He found black petals every day while exiting the land, all the way until he left the border. Ezreal even found one in his satchel, which meant that the shady organization really wanted to lure him in. Luckily, his instinct saved him this time, and Ezreal doesn't want to be involved in any of those, let alone know anything about it. Crossing the next border, Ezreal set his foot on Demacia. He entered the southern Demacian city named Jandel and searched for a pair of masks supposedly belonging to the Kindred themselves. For those who don't know about Kindred, they were the twin representing the essence of death. It was rumored that their masks had been carved out of a bewitched tree. While searching for the city, Ezreal began to reminisce on an old tale about a famous Demacian actress who died on stage while playing the dual role of Kindred. Though the masks she wore for that role mysteriously disappeared, Ezreal theorized that these were the original masks of the Kindred and believed they were most likely locked away in a collector's showroom. From his recent experience with Noxus, Ezreal figured that he could not simply give away his information while seeking dangerous artifacts. He must learn to blend with the crowd and create a decoy image. With that in mind, Ezreal named himself Jarro Lightfeather, a fake identity of a Sentinel of Light born in Vascasia. It was a perfect plan, and his story well crafted. The citizens of Demacia did not raise any suspicions about him, mainly because Vascasia was a coastal group of settlements located in the eastern lower part of Demacia. However, blending in the crowd was a problem for him, since Ezreal just naturally stood out. While taking on the name of Jarro Lightfeather, he met various Demacians and helped them. Everything spiraled too quickly, and before he knew it, Jarro Lightfeather became a renowned and seemingly infamous national hero. It became his cue to move to the next place and let this whole hero thing simmer down. On his next journey, Ezreal made his way to the frozen land of Freljord. His first stop was at the eastern parts of Reykjavik, and Ezreal encountered the Avarosans. The tribe welcomed Ezreal and thought of him as a lost wanderer from a distant land. Ezreal took this opportunity and procured a silver totem at the top of a freezing mountain. His mission was to claim artifacts after all, not make alliances along the way. It didn't take long before the news reached the Avarosan tribe. Ezreal faced trouble with them and fled as quickly as possible, denying any claims that he was ever in the Freljord to the Avarosans. And for the third time, Ezreal must flee away from the borders of the place. While sailing around the oceans east of Mount Targon, Ezreal took in the beauty of the Targonian night sky. At the same time, Ezreal helped quell a mutiny that occurred on the ship he had stowed away on. He may be mischievous when it comes to relics and artifacts, but helping others was also part of Ezreal. And both of those characters became somewhat of a problem for him. It seemed like problems would somehow catch him regardless of where he was. Eventually, Ezreal reached the lawless port city of Bilgewater. This was where he studied the local Buru culture on the Blue Flame Isles, which he knew as the Serpent Isles. Ezreal also learned that their religion predates everything found in both the Valoran and Shuriman continents. Because of this rich culture, Ezreal went to the mentioned place and joined the festive ceremonies of the Buru. The tribe welcomed him, and while enjoying his stay, Ezreal caught sight of Illaoi, who was curiously examining the massive idol she carried. Later on, Ezreal visited a place called the Mud Town. There he was captured by a gang of marauders who took his gauntlet and possibly other belongings. This was a horrifying experience for others, but for Ezreal, this was just another normal day. While tied up, Ezreal saw the gang members playing a game called Krakenhand. Thanks to his smooth talk, Ezreal quickly befriended the gang members and proved his worth to them. He even joined the game and challenged the gang that if he beat them, they would return the gauntlet and set him free. The gang laughed but took Ezreal's negotiation. Despite not knowing how to play whatsoever, Ezreal managed to win his gauntlet back along with an antique flintlock. It was a fun time for them, and Ezreal made it out fair and square this time. After stepping on different lands and crossing the seas, Ezreal found himself still wanting to be part of the Explorers Guild. He thought that maybe this time things would be different. With that, he went back to Piltover and once again planned to apply for membership in the Explorers Guild. While he was on his way, Ezreal reunited with Yanuk, a Freljordian explorer known for illegally raiding museums. Their relationship was a bit on uneasy terms since they constantly betrayed one another on their adventures. One instance of such betrayals was when Yanuk, as payback for the time Ezreal ran off with an important map, purposely blew Ezreal's cover after they salvaged the wreck of a ship called the Echelon Dawn, which in turn prompted Ezreal to leave him behind on a Noxan prison camp. Despite their unusual connection built with lies and betrayal, Ezreal agreed to do a job for Yanuk. Find the mythical elixir of Ulua, a potion sought out by many cults and believed to imbue people with immortality upon consumption. In return, Yanuk agreed to pay Ezreal 60,000, along with full accreditation in the guild. In theory, they would gain what they wanted, if both of them would keep their word. But that would be tomorrow's problem. Ezreal has to collect the said item first. Ezreal once again set sail to Shurima, following the leads that he has. He searched for the elixir in the Shuriman jungle and arrived in the village of Paritha. While staying at the village, Ezreal traveled to the Vale of Silver Mist, a magical part of the jungle outside of Paritha. After drinking some flower water in the jungle, Ezreal found what appeared to be an exact copy of himself, curiously peering at him from behind a tree. Ezreal choked up and thought that he was hallucinating due to drinking the flower water. The truth was, it wasn't an illusion, but rather a Vastayan known as the Curious Chameleon who could copy others. Ezreal proceeded into the deeper part of the jungle, evading the Vastayan named Nico. After a few hours in the jungle, Ezreal found an underground crypt and entered it. At this point, Ezreal was a pro in navigating foreign mazes. He easily traversed the many labyrinthine tunnels and traps, eventually reaching the room where the elixir of Ulua was sitting on top of a pedestal. Ezreal was a bit more cautious this time, anticipating more traps to activate if he approached the vial. He carefully stepped towards it and lightly grasped the elixir, causing hundreds of sharp stakes to drop. Good thing he has good reflexes, and he narrowly escaped by teleporting away at the last second. Shortly, Ezreal noticed the tomb's supports begin to fall apart. He quickly retraced his steps, escaping the chamber as the floors began to crack and split. Giant insects with large pincers and red eyes began to crawl through the collapsed walls, attacking Ezreal as he defended himself with a few blasts from his gauntlet. As Ezreal slid towards the exit, the chamber suddenly fell apart right in front of him and closed off his only exit out of the crypt. Just in time, though, Ezreal blasted a hole through the collapsed chamber with his magical gauntlet and left with the elixir of Ulua in hand. The tomb's entrance began to cave in completely, just like the tombs that Ezreal raided before. With the elixir in his possession, Ezreal stayed in Paritha to gather supplies. A tribal shaman of the village claimed that Ezreal's soul was entwined with the aspect of the Wanderer, which confused Ezreal as he didn't think the shaman looked Targonian. From his knowledge, Targonians were the ones to have a closer relationship with the so-called aspects. He then thought that maybe this man was part of the village nearby. Ezreal knew that it wouldn't take long before the citizens noticed what he had done, and he did not wish to face the citizens of Paritha when they realized he caused the collapse of their ancient temple. With that, Ezreal quickly left and began traveling back to Yanuk to deliver the elixir. Upon meeting up again with Yanuk, everything turned out just like the old times. He stated that Ezreal's application to the guild had been denied and revealed that he was part of a cult that sought to use the elixir to raise a fallen dreadlord from the dead, named Mordekaiser. This was nothing new between them, but things were a bit more complicated this time. Yanuk had to kill Ezreal now. He started firing gunshots which Ezreal dodged with his teleportation magic. Yanuk then grabbed Ezreal by the gauntlet and tossed him to the floor before kicking his ribs and snagging the elixir out of his grip. After proudly drinking it, Ezreal revealed that the elixir he had just drank was actually a bottle of sand wasp venom, a very potent laxative. Ezreal pulled out the true elixir as Yanuk groaned and collapsed on the floor. Then he quickly grabbed the Aknun bell and leaped out of Yanuk's office window, hoping to bring the bell back to the Explorers Guild as a way to earn membership. He knew something like this could happen whenever he was dealing with Yanuk. That's why Ezreal came prepared. On a recent expedition to Shurima, Ezreal managed to locate an ancient temple holding the legendary artifact known as the Tear of Goddess. After removing the magical gem from its base, the temple triggered a mechanism that released a swarm of voidling creatures from the ground and slowly sealed the temple entrance. Just as the door closed and the swarm closed in, an unknown woman with a seemingly void-like getup flew down and blasted a bunch of voidlings. She also created a hole through the closed entrance and signaled Ezreal to escape. That girl was Kaisa, a girl that was claimed by the Void when she was young, and now swore to fight against them. Kaisa continued fighting off the swarm while Ezreal had a chance to run off with a gemstone. However, Ezreal hesitated and noticed Kaisa getting overwhelmed by the amount of voidlings. Ezreal dropped the gem and fired an arcane blast at the creatures before teleporting to Kaisa's side. The two fought alongside each other and cleared out most of the swarm as they quickly rushed towards the exit, managing to escape and eventually part ways. In the end, Ezreal became the explorer that he always wanted to be. His constant rejection from the Explorer Guild was still a mystery for him. Maybe someone was holding a grudge against him for doing mischievous things when he was younger. But those who truly knew Ezreal could claim that he didn't need to be a part of some guild, since he already created a name for himself